The titular and very well popular Super Mario made his first appearance in 1981. Technically, if you count Jumpman being Mario, and then there's this whole overlap of Jumpman not being Mario, in which case you could technically count this differently, but I digress. And ever since then, he's become one of the biggest icons, not just in gaming, but throughout the world. He's one of those recognizable characters similar to that of Mickey Mouse or Barbie, where it transgresses not just the media it was held in, until it takes its place in pop culture. Since then, Mario's appeared in far too many titles for me to even count, a movie and I guess now another movie that's coming out, and in the future he's becoming a Lego. Needless to say, he's done a lot in his years, but I think something that often goes undermined, comparatively, is what makes up Mario games, and one of the things that goes rather underappreciated in my mind is actually its makeup of cast. The Super Mario Bros. Series has a ton of characters within it, which has only been added to, and has made it just that much better of a series to begin with. I mean, who doesn't love the charming and often, let's be honest here, overshadowed and overlooked younger brother in Luigi, or the charming companion in Yoshi, the hilarious sounding Toad, and villainous, yet sometimes comedic and part-time amazing dad, Bowser. And of course, the lady that started off the journey to begin with, Pauline. Yeah, so this was actually Pauline, not Peach, but again, this is only if you count from Donkey Kong, the original game, and again, I'm not going to go into it, but you get the idea. Anyway, well, in the actual original Super Mario Bros., Princess Peach, the actual well-known princess this time, would make her debut, and ever since then, she has been a mainstay in the series. She's been kidnapped by Bowser, once again, far too many times for any of us to fully comprehend. In fact, it's happened so often that even in-house Nintendo projects have referenced how ridiculous it is, like in Super Smash Bros.
Sometimes I wonder if she just lets herself get kidnapped for fun.
Anyway, that aside, Peach hasn't just been kidnapped a ton. Ever since her second appearance in Super Mario Bros. 2, at least the second appearance we had here in the States, she actually wasn't just being kidnapped and turned into a simple damsel in distress, but rather she helped out in the adventure with Mario, Luigi, and Toad, establishing some key abilities we've seen through the rest of the franchise, like her ability to seamlessly just float, and that showed that Peach was more than just a princess that would get kidnapped over and over again, despite how some people paint her in that light. And ever since then, she's appeared in multiple titles, like joining Mario and the crew for racing, gambling with them in Mario Party, or just playing a round of golf with them. In general, while Peach is probably most well known for being kidnapped by Bowser and Mario, coming to save her and all that, but there is actually still a lot more to her character than you may think. She's also joined them in Smash Bros, wielding things like a golf club that she smacks people with in the head, which, admittedly, with my background, is absolutely terrifying to think about.
You know the rules, and so do I. Say goodbye. Bruh.
Either way, Peach makes up a big part of the Mario cast. It's safe to say that the Mario franchise would not be the same without any of these guys. Eventually, I think Nintendo realized that more than just Mario was a profitable character, as eventually other characters started getting their own games. Luigi would eventually start standing on his own with the Luigi's Mansion franchise, which is getting a remake of its second title soon. Yoshi, who has gotten his own spin-off platforming genre with its own unique gameplay mechanics. And Wario, with his own party game series where you get to embarrass yourself in front of all your friends. And, you know, we just don't talk about Waluigi. So, regardless, Nintendo began tapping into a ton of different markets with these characters, and allowing their characters to grow into their own standout things outside of just Mario himself. So, what about everyone's favorite princess outside of maybe Rosalina or Daisy or this thing? Well, meanwhile, while Luigi was getting a mansion and Yoshi was getting an island, in 2005 Peach would actually get her own standout game as well, Super Princess Peach. Presumably being a twist on the Super Mario Bros. Name, this title came out on the DS and was a platformer puzzle game, at least that's the best way I can describe it, combining some Mario elements with some puzzle elements, something that often some may think don't mingle too much, and the main premise was also a twist. Kinda like the name on the original setting, instead of Peach being the one kidnapped, Mario and Luigi, and some Toads, are all taken by Bowser. Presumably so he'll have an easier time kidnapping Princess Peach, but then he doesn't kidnap Princess Peach with the rest of them, so I don't really see the point there. Of course, Princess Peach inevitably goes to rescue Mario, Luigi, and everyone else who is taken, all the while being assisted with the help of a parasol with a face on it, which is kind of a standard for the Mario universe. Not so much the parasol, but the face being inanimate objects. Overall, it's a pretty common thing throughout the game. Either way, it's a pretty charming game that unfortunately didn't sell super well, but it was nice that they gave Peach a chance to have her own title, and hopefully they would do so again down the road. The excitement around another Nintendo Direct had begun. As they began showing more projects they were working on, a bunch of really cool things were shown, like Mario Wonder, and we were all so excited about all that stuff. But in between all of it was something that kind of came out of nowhere to me, and many others. The announcement of a new Princess Peach focused game. Well, not a direct sequel to Super Princess Peach by any means. She would be taking the limelight, literally, of the game and get her own new adventure on the Switch. And as I said, it kind of came out of nowhere. But from some minimal research I've done, it does seem like apparently they teased this earlier in the year, and I really didn't know if that's true or not. I couldn't find anything for sure, but either way, it was still surprising for it to just kind of be shown like it was, and it looked pretty interesting, honestly. I mean, I had very little expectations going into it, not because I expected it to be a bad game, I just didn't really know what to expect from it, but it was exciting to see that Peach was given another chance at her own series, and it certainly seems stylistic, at least, and it would only be coming out sometime next year, which wasn't that long from then. Which is what brings us to today. Princess Peach Showtime released not all too long ago, at the time of me writing this, and I really didn't know what to expect going into it. As I mentioned, I generally have an idea of what my opinions are going to be of a game just by looking at it, though of course that doesn't mean I make my assumptions and just keep with them, but I'll generally know what to expect from a game going into it. I didn't really have any of that going in here. I did know one thing though for a fact, and that was I wanted to see what this game had to offer, since it was something that was potentially starting a new branch for Peach, what kind of experience it would have. So me sharing all that stuff before was just because I had the information in my head. I thought I might bore someone with it outside of just me, so I'm going to be playing through the entire game and doing everything the game has to offer.
Help me.
And at the end of this video, I'll show how long it took for me to do so, and we go through the entire video, I'll be expressing my thoughts of the game, and as we go, instead of the typical review people do of a game, where it's simply making bullet points as we go, I'll still have some notes, of course, and I have a script here, but I'll also be breaking down the story itself, key parts of the levels, parts of the completion process that are interesting, and breaking it down in case you're doing so at home yourself. So, obviously, as you may be able to guess, there is going to be spoilers here throughout the video, the entire experience. As I said, I'll be breaking the entire thing down. So, if you want to remain blind to it, you may just want to come back to this video after you've experienced it for yourself, or at the very least, I'd recommend maybe watching the first levels up to the first boss fight, seeing if it's a game you'd be interested in, and then judge for yourself if you're going to be playing this yourself. Trust me, I know a lot of people say, well, you should experience this before you watch someone play it, but in this case, I really do mean it. Part of what made this game so exciting to me and made me inspired to make this video was the unknown factor of how to do the puzzles and stuff and what I'd experience. But if you already played the game and want to see what type of game it is, or you're playing the game yourself and trying to figure out how to complete certain segments of it, then you can do whatever you want. And I know I'm kind of boring people with these long intros, but I do want to add just one more thing here at the end. Something you may notice if you've watched some of the other content on this channel is that I don't at all enjoy shoving, liking, subbing, commenting, all that pretty typical stuff that YouTubers do in your face, unless it's me thanking people for already having to do so. That's because, quite honestly, one, YouTube for me is just a hobby that I enjoy doing because it combines talking about my games and sharing the love and facts I know about them with all of you. And two, because to me, it's not only uncomfortable to ask for those things, but also kind of weird to me. I mean, I know, for bigger YouTubers it makes sense, but for me, when it's just a hobby, it's just kind of weird. But what I will say is that these bigger projects take a lot of time. And if you like this sort of random gaming content, mostly Nintendo related, and do like this video, then any form of support truly does mean the most. I think all of you have stuck with me to this point, so if you want to see more stuff like this, subscribing, liking, commenting would truly mean the world, as the more support, the better quality I can make these. And don't worry, I'm not going to hammer this anymore, and we're just going to get right into it. But, as always, thank you all for being here and for watching. And with that, here it is. the Princess Peach Showtime 100% experience. As many journeys before in the Mushroom Kingdom, we start off this one with receiving a letter of an invitation from Sparkle Theater. So Peach and her entourage of whole 2 toads, and don't get me wrong, toads haven't proven the most reliable, but a world leader probably should be a little better protected. But anyway, our toaderage will get our tickets for our play, and during that time we are free to walk around the lobby and converse with the playgoers, allowing us, at first, to learn some more about this strange new land we find ourselves in, such as something called Sparkula, which apparently refers to the top actors of their respective roles, and being that we are in the Mario universe, and based on how it's being described, we can assume that there is some magic tethered to their abilities. We also learn of the names of these little new guys from, themselves, being that of Theets, which is kind of hard to say, and my script doesn't like me typing that in, so that's gonna be fun. And we get more emphasis on how big of a deal these plays are to the Theets and their culture. After chatting a bit, we finally have our tickets and get ready to grab our seats in our first play. Then the lights dim, and making a sudden entrance is the game's primary antagonist, Grape, and her battalion, the Sour Bunch. And for villains, it's hilarious. And the first act of evil this new villain commits is creating a sudden gust of wind and pushing the only 2 toads we brought, some Theets and a few posters, out of the theater, and locking the door. Our new villain has all the machinations of a ceiling fan. She redecorates the theater before zooming out and giving us our title card. After said title card, we cut back to Peach in the theater, who looks just mildly inconvenienced by the whole thing, rather than genuinely distraught. After which, a scream comes from one of the playrooms, and we then meet our partner for this adventure, Stella, a quote-unquote sparkle spirit, whatever that means, who watches over the theater. Of course, Peach, being Peach, offers to help Stella out, as apparently not only is this a mild decoration, makeover, apparently a bunch of thugs in masks have been messing up the plays. After the swift rundown, we then rush into our first play. And from this, we immediately get a taste of the style that this game is going for. And you have to immediately come across a injured Theet. Stella then grants us the power of Sparkle through a ribbon. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's kind of set up like a kid's Disney cartoon. Not in a bad way, it's just kind of funny. From there, we learn that the power of Sparkle can help the Theet feel better when they're down on themselves, or injured, I guess. Something to keep in mind after doing so is the area actually goes back to normal, now being lit. But we still aren't done in our first play, so of course there's a lot of things to check, including using Sparkle to interact with certain objects throughout the stage to get these coin-looking objects. Which, of course, at this moment we don't know the purpose for them yet, but we might as well keep looking around every corner to try and find them. Soon enough, we encounter our first villains, which are apparently some of the Sour Bunch's crew, and using Sparkle we can also use to, I guess, scare them off. It really isn't made clear what we're doing here. And you can probably tell immediately the style of this game is one of its strongest aspects. Something I'll mention a lot throughout this entire video is how it matches the theme of a play and having set pieces that you may see in an actual play. Being a big part of that style, and this being the first level of the game, it teaches us things, of course, about how Sparkle works, as well as how to jump. It's fairly simple, all things considered, but introducing those things rather well is still a good thing. We then meet a Theep who's being carried by a balloon. We'll see this type of Theet a few different times throughout a few different levels, so that's something to keep an eye out for. What we'll see is that the balloon actually changes a pattern, and depending on when you hit him with Sparkle, you either get some health or some money based on your timing. We then come across our main goal for the level, that being heading to the big castle in the background to see if everything's okay. We then find a shortcut via interacting with some flowers and spores, but before we actually go into this, hidden pathway, we actually are able to gain our first collectible of the run, being that of a Sparkle Gem. Apparently a rather magical item in this world that we find ourselves in, and it will be one of the main collectibles we'll be scouring for throughout the entire journey. Sometimes you'll get them for simply completing story-related tasks, or for going out of your way to find a secret area and or solving a puzzle, It just kinda depends, so needless to say, we'll have to go check every corner. We then see some evil repercussions of the Sour Bunch themselves, as we see some thorns begin to form around the castle and appear around the stage, which if you accidentally get too close to, will have you take some damage. We then find another Theet with a sword who will use Sparkula on to help motivate him, showing that the swords are able to cut through the thorns, something we may want to keep in mind later. Which would make sense, and as I progressed the stage, I ended up checking as many corners as I possibly can for sparkle gems. But also for money, since again at this point I didn't really know what they did and it may be needed for completion's sake. We find a sparkle gem up on this ledge, being the first missable gem in the game. We then find a room up next to where the sparkle gem was, where we have a Theet and a top hat, which was kind of hilarious. Talking about how the flowers used to bloom here, a pretty simple puzzle of simply using the power of sparkle in the saplings to help them grow, which also nets us some money, but upon revitalizing all of them, we are given a mysterious bow object. Again, we don't know what this does for now, but hey, it seems like it may be important, so I guess that'll be something to keep an eye out for the stage as we go. We continue to begin to hear murmurs of the sword fighter from some of the Theets, who would seem to be one of those sparkles we were hearing about from the lobby. We help a few more Theets along the way and receive yet another gem for making a sapling bloom next to this guy. Upon entering a room previously blocked by some thorns, we find the sword fighter Sparkle, which we can apparently make use of if we step into its light. And from there, we are given our first sparkle transformation of the game. In Sword Fighter Peach. As we are now blessed with learning another major part of the game, that being taking on the roles to fit the play we're currently enduring, as it changes the gameplay rather significantly. The Sword Fighter, for example, as you may guess, allows us to wield a sword. That allows us to now cut through those vines that I noted earlier, and also allows us to fight back against the Sour Bunch in a bit of a more direct way, outside of just scaring them away. Upon clearing out the room that we started in, we'll get yet another sparkle gem, and if we continue to get used to the controls of the area, something that we'll learn is that if you come across some interesting and suspicious looking areas and press ZL and RL, you can strike a pose, which will allow you to find certain secrets and secret areas. This will be very important as we continue onwards, so try to remember this. As we go forward, you'll see that we do this actually twice. One next to this wall, and one in between these two Theets, both of which just gives us money, but teaches us to keep out for certain interesting looking areas. Upon cutting down some more large vines that were blocking our ascent, we find yet another gem, before getting ambushed by a bunch of the Sour Bunch. Before that, we actually are now able to learn some new things about the Sword Fighter ability, which is allowing for counterattacks. Based on pressing A or B when you're about to be hit by an enemy, as by pressing B you'll swing your sword, and if you time it properly you can dodge around the enemy and allow you to get a few extra hits in. The main mechanic of the Sword Fighter Peach is simply to press B and swing your blade. It essentially just gives you a melee attack. But it does allow you to do some really cool things that you wouldn't normally be able to do. So keep this count in the back of your mind. Speaking of, we then come across a Spear Knight as he comes down, and the only way we can actually counter him is with a counter, as otherwise he'll just simply block all of our attacks, teaching us to use them not just for the advantage and convenience, but some enemies actually will have required countering in order to actually defeat them. Upon doing so, we are given yet another gem, and on this upper ledge, I find a spot that we can pose upon. That then brings us back to our first backstage area. Again, you'll find these pretty much in every stage, and they'll give you certain rewards. This one giving us a gem, hence why they are so important to look for. Some of these backstage areas will only give you money, but some will also give you these gems, so we're going to have to keep out an eye into just to be sure that we find them all and don't miss the one that has the gem. And this would probably be a good time for me to mention that if this game looks interesting, but you don't know if you'll be your thing gameplay-wise, there is actually a demo that is free on the Nintendo Switch right now, if you want to try it for yourself. It allows you to play some of the first few levels, including this one here. We then find ourselves into another 2D-shaped arena, where we are only allowed to move left and right, and jump. Our only option to actually do damage to him is to jump at the right time where he emits the shockwave-like attack, in order to actually do damage to him. Upon doing so, it rewards us with yet another gem, and throughout this entire thing, I already mentioned the, well, style visually, but if you couldn't tell, the style of this game fits more along with just that. The music and soundtrack matching with the style, or the spotlight constantly following Peach around, and things such as that are really cool. Again, expect me to mention this quite a bit as we progress. From there, we push our way forward, finding ourselves being bombarded by an encroaching army of these grape guys, who we have to push our way through. And up on one of the iron bar ledges, I found the last hidden gem of the stage. I eventually then made my way forward to where the king was seemingly being tormented by only one sour enemy, which was interesting. Before a very cool and fitting effect for the theater theme that this game has, the whole stage rotates. So, the one behind all these vines we've been seeing is this giant plant that reminds me of, like, 12 different games. Either way, this brings us into our first full boss battle, where you are tasked with using the counter ability to your advantage by dodging the spiky vines that come out of the floor, and by dodging the spiky tendrils that come out of the ground and jump out of the way of the shockwave that the bulb produces in order to actually do damage. And I love how you can actually see things, like there being staples and other things that would have been used to create the prop plant, or you can even see that there are these strings that are controlling the puppet. Again, it's just more of that style that I really enjoyed about this game. Upon doing this a few times and finally defeating the plant, we were given our final sparkle gem and clear our first play.
Like that. Thank you very much.
We then get to see at the end of our first stage the accumulation of all the coins we've collected, all the sparkle gems we found, and the bow, which at this point I learned was apparently a dress ribbon, something we'll get into in just a bit. Just know that for completion's sake, we're also going to collect all of these. One of another small details I really liked was how after a stage is finished, a to be continued tab is put at the bottom instead, press A to continue. Again, just adds to the charm of the game. As well as once you've completed a stage, it being like a curtain call where everyone would come out to stage for applause. Again, really cool. Stepping back out into the lobby, the doors turned back into their teal blue that we saw originally, and a thread that was connected to the door seemingly disappears. Stella and Peach celebrate their hard-earned victory, and then they begin to theorize about how the thread is related to the symbol at the center of the lobby. Stella informs us that the other plays will still need our help, and advises us to go help out. We are then free to choose which one we want to go to first, but I decided to go to the next one that was right across the lobby, since that was the order and I intended to do so. But before that, I ran into a staff member, Theet, who wasn't there before, who offers to give you a heart charm, which will give you a bonus 3 hearts as long as you have it equipped. You may think that this is an equipable item, like a badge or something that you can collect and you'll have multiple ones throughout the game that give you different things, but no, it's actually something that is more of an easy mode, as it gives you a permanent 3 hearts, so you can take a few more hits throughout the adventure. Something you'll notice, and I'll bring this up a lot in the game, is that it's a lot more beginner-friendly to the platforming genre for many players, which I do think is a good thing. So if you are having trouble with certain levels, you can come down here and use it. There are no repercussions for using it, but I decided to go against grabbing it as I wanted to keep the challenge that the game initially intended at its most bare minimum, or at the very least keep it closest to what maybe the developers originally had planned. After declining his kind offer, I talked to a few more of the Theets around the theater, including this one here who's next to this replica of our dress that they have. Presumably I don't know how he got that, so it's a little weird. But either way, he explains to us that the coins we've been collecting up until now will allow us to buy dresses for Peach and ribbons for Stella, meaning that the coins we collect are for cosmetics, which, of course, we're gonna have to get all of to definitively see everything. There are all different patterns we see, and such for Peach, I decided since we only had 200 coins, and each dress and ribbon is 100, to only buy one of each. I buy the Gradient's dress for Peach, as I think it changes her dress the most, and I like how it looks. And I purchased the orange ribbon to Stella because, if you couldn't tell, orange is my favorite color. After making our first purchases of the game, we then finally head to our next play. Welcome to the Festival of Sweets. And something I didn't mention the first time was how at the start of a level, Peach appears on stage through a trapdoor in the floor, which is something that is actually used in real plays. Just another small little feature that I really liked that was kind of charming. I wanted to share with you guys. Anyway, we arrive and hear of a sweets festival that's being thrown by a bunch of pastry chefs, in which they cook a bunch of sweets and desserts for everybody. And with no villains in sight, we decide to simply take a look at this and take it as a chance to relax. We make our way to the gate, only to find, of course, it's too good to be true, as we find a new type of enemy of the Sour Bunch, that being this bird who's carrying a cookie with 2 chefs attached to it. We then use the power of Sparkle to scare off the birds, and from actually ridding of these 2 birds, we get ourselves our first gem, after which we cheer up the 2 chefs, who then open up the gate for us and allow us to progress forward. I then spotted a bunch more birds, taking even more of the sweets, and from there we have to prepare to stop a few of them. Something that you could quickly miss is one of the birds carrying a cookie in which the mustache top hat thief from before is being carried, so if you save him, you'll get another ribbon, so make sure you do that. We also get a second gem for stopping the other two birds, so you don't want to miss any of these guys. We cheer up a few more thieves before heading into the farm, and using the power of Sparkle again to expedite the growth of some wheat and strawberries. And up on the strawberry planter is our third Sparkle gem, and a really cute detail I noticed from stopping and waiting for the dialogue to finish with the Theets is that if Theets are dancing and Peach is standing close enough to one, Peach and Stella will join in on the dancing, which made me audibly mention how adorable that was as a detail. And it means I couldn't stop noticing this and making Peach dance any chance I could. We enter to find that there is no baker, of course, but we do find ourselves the Sparkle Power. It's kind of similar to what we saw last time. We once again walk into it and get ourselves our second transformation of the game. That being Patisserie Peach. And this is a good time for me to bring up, I think that all of the costume designs for Peach are amazing and look really good, and charming in general. Just something you're going to notice throughout the rest of the game. The chiming of some church bells began, and then some thieves mention how the festival is going to start soon, requiring us to expedite the baking progress just a little bit, as we need to recreate all the goodies that were taken by the Sour Bunch. The first of which is where we learn what one of the two things we will be able to use as Patisserie Peach, where when you're near a glass bowl, you can press B repeatedly in order to mix up the dough for some cookies. The goal is to try to get it to this rainbowish color before letting it explode, in which case you won't make any cookies and waste a bunch of time. We make one practice batch in order to see how the mechanic works, place it in a cart, and from there we have a time limit, making it a race against the clock to make as many of these as possible. As soon as you see these little chocolate chips up here, that was my sign to stop pressing B and leave it be. Get it? And every now and then around one of these bowls, two Theets would appear, and if you manage to cook with them, it actually expedites the baking progress and I guess in turn mixing. Anyway, that particular bowl would allow you to create these cookies that share the symbol with those of the Sparkle Gems we've been collecting. The sign on the back of the map area was an indicator of just how well we were doing. I was able to see these three symbols matching the cookies, presuming that if we were able to fill up all three, we would get some sort of reward. So it all came down to trying to time it as best as you could, placing the cookies on the carts that were the closest to you, and making sure that you would bake with the Theets that would appear next to the bowls, as of course you would then get the most out of baking. It was overall a pretty fun gameplay mechanic, though it felt more like a mini-game than a cool feature. Either way, thankfully I was able to achieve what I thought was possible on the first attempt. We were even able to get enough cookies near the end to fully complete the bar. Upon its completion, having filled up all three, we are given 3 gems for our effort and a ton of coins. But of course, our job isn't finished, though, as there is something else they need our skills for, and I found being pushed by these carts more amusing than I should have. What the frick? What the frick is that? Oh god. That's funny. I'll skip ahead a bit as I actually ended up missing a Sparkle Gem and then having to replay the level. So I'll mention where I missed it, so I'll just skip to the run where I actually found everything that I needed in order to complete it. So there were 2 places to pose in the hallway, both of which I missed because the carts kind of got me confused. One in the hallway underneath a little light that gives you a few coins for interacting with a pose, and to the right of the staircase, which will lead you to a backstage area where you can cook some cookies for some Theets, get yourself the last gem that I missed. Upon finishing this, you're then asked by the Theet to help decorate some cakes, bringing us to the second ability of the patisserie. We hilariously sit on a wooden swing, presumably being operated by some Theets, which I find hilarious. Anyway, the screen on the right gives us the indication of how we need to decorate, and all you have to do really is hold down B to keep pushing out some of the cream, and try to follow the lines as best to your ability. It really feels like a Mario Party minigame. We can, once we finish the recipe, hold down, I believe it was A, to have it examined, and if it was done correctly, it'll fill up a bar in the back, and in doing so under this time limit, presumably would give us a reward. While it sounds almost more complicated than the cookies do, at least for me, I found this easier, or at least more forgiving than you think. Sometimes the cake itself will be spinning, so you'll have to take that into account, but for the most part, you can just try in general to match the design, and it's fairly forgiving if you do mess up. And I'm not going to lie, the cakes that are shown here are making me actually want something sweet, and it's not good. Like, something I never realized as a kid is that video games and cartoons would get better looking, and I realized that I never once in my life that those foods that would be in games or in film would get me actually wanting to eat real food. That was something I was not prepared for. Honestly, the best comparison I can think of is like Pikmin 3 with all this like fruit and stuff. Anyway, there are a few difficult designs that you did have to, well, match, but for the most part, it was, as I said, fairly forgiving. The way you go around decorating the cakes, we were able to finish all of the cakes fairly easily. They were presented us within the time limit and granting us another 3 gems for completing all of them, and of course even more coins. Before putting the final touch on top of the cake, I found yet another hidden pose location, this time just giving us more coins, where I then placed the giant gem cookie on top of the cake, netting us our final gem of the play. I then took a quick intermission to go to the shop and buy another dress for Peach and another bow for Stella. Thanks to our accumulation of coins, I bought the polka dot dress for Peach, as again, it's another one that I think changes the dress in a more significant way, and I really like the pattern. And for Stella, I bought the yellow ribbon, just because it's probably my least favorite one, due to the fact that it blends in so much with Stella herself, but I wanted to get it now, so that way I could switch to a better looking one next time. I then headed to the next play, Ninjutsu, The Art of Rapids. We then get another really brilliant design set that matches the aesthetic it's going for perfectly. And if any of you who play Nintendo Land on the Wii U remember the Ninja Star minigame, then this will probably look very familiar to you, and actually may give you some nostalgia as it did for me. We then hear from a few of the elders about the tyrannical grape armors, which is not something I was ever expecting to say, but I guess I should really just expect it by this point. Apparently, the Theets aren't being allowed to see the Elders' manor, though a ninja tells us that a secret pathway is available, and thanks to one of our only mechanics at this point being using Sparkle, we simply have to interact with a few trees and bamboo shoots to get some coins, and upon doing so, we end up finding a secret pathway to the village, and net ourselves our first gem for doing so. We then hilariously pop out of the well before we get introduced to one of the major mechanics of the ninja levels, that being stealth. And hilariously, I immediately tried to just kill them instead of just running by them. So I got caught by the first bad guy, and he ended up getting, of course, us caught. Though thankfully this doesn't take any health or anything, you just get pushed a little further back and have to remake that progress again, so it's not too challenging. But you do have to take your time. We then run into a Theet who we have to try to tell is doing more than fine enough of a job, and that they can do so. He then uses his secret ninja arts of the TM push from Pokemon, which allows us to progress even further. Of course, there's a few more coins on our path, before finding another really cool detail that again could be an effect achieved in an actual play, that being Peach going close to a wall and having the whole wall just turn around, like a wall trap or entranceway of sorts, behind the rock. To the left immediately, as you enter this cave, is yet another gem that is hidden behind this little corner here. And from there, I just kept checking every corner because at this point I didn't know what to expect, and I found a few coins along the way. Eventually, I found my way to this ninja's hideout, or this aka random cave, where there is once again another Sparkle that we can interact with, netting us our third ability, Ninja Peach.
It's time!
Ninja Peach is a bit of an interesting ability, as it just changes a lot of the fundamental mechanics you've already gotten used to a little bit, comparatively to the other ones which straight up change things, such as being able to use wall jumps on these, well, walls. Speaking of, we go up these walls and find our next gem there. We also learned some of the other abilities we can do, like going next to this ninja, who will tell us about a few coins that we can collect, and learning of some cool techniques that we can do thanks to our ninja abilities, including that of an even better stealth mechanic by just simply walking into the grass. We hold up these little grass facades, which apparently hide us well enough to not be spotted with an enemy is staring on the grass, which again, adorable and really well themed. We also now get a melee move that replaces our Sparkle ability, which allows us, of course, to more easily take out said enemies, including taking out this random guy, which nets us yet another gem. We then found out that if you sit next to a wall, Peach will pull out a reflective material of some kind, allowing us to blend in, and again, a bit of a hilarious way with the background, which allows for new stealth options, as well as us maybe remembering this for later, as it could be important as we continue forward. I continued to secretly take out a few more of the bad guys as we go, found another backstage area which lets us find a few coins, but before long it was actually required that we used the wall hiding technique I mentioned earlier to get past this guard here, who was on this watchtower. Thankfully, by jumping down this lamp, I could then jump up to the tower, take out the enemy, and get ourselves another gem up on the roof. I was able to take out a few more here and there, free a few of our Theet friends, and then was able to go for a little bit longer past a bunch more villains. As I mentioned, there isn't really a ton to describe here, but it is really interesting having these mechanics that we may be used to changed already in such a dramatic way. Anyway, I continued trying to interact with set pieces, which again, really well designed, made a lot of sense, and I think they were really cool. And I found a different pose location here and there, netting us a few more coins along the route. I then found another really funny detail that being that you can go in the water using this bamboo rod as a breathing rod, which, again, is hilarious. It's fitting for the theme, but also just hilarious. I came across another pose location, finding us another backstage area, of course, and, of course, getting us another gem. From there, I took out all the enemies, freeing the Elder, who, upon doing so, informed us that the bad guys had apparently been stealing some ancient scrolls. Whatever those do, apparently they're important, and they shouldn't have them. Either way, we then go next into a different segment, another one of the ninja abilities, that being these side-scrolling auto-runners, which require you to simply react with your jumps, including wall running on the background and things like that, for properly collecting things as you go and just surviving, including these few pieces of a gem that, upon collecting all of them, fully repair one gem, netting us, of course, a single gem. We also see a few other abilities at play, such as being able to jump onto poles and rods, allowing you to access whole new areas and do a lot of cool things on your path. Unfortunately, though, this was the start of me messing some stuff up. I mean, not the first time, but, you know, it happened again. I actually really screwed it up just because I was kind of intimidated by it and it came out of nowhere, and instead of just completing the stage, I just decided to restart. So upon my next run through, I actually had noticed something I had completely missed last time, that being that these pots right here had some speech coming from them. Upon hitting them with my melee attack, it freed the thief that was wearing the top hat, netting us the bow of the stage. I then made it back to the auto-running segment, and this time I actually played it properly. And my best advice, if you're struggling with this like I did my first time, was once you're on a pole, Peach does stop moving, but you don't have to actually act immediately, which will allow you to take your time and strategize about your movement just a little bit more, which definitely helped a lot for me. Anyway, I continued the auto runner and eventually caught up with the thief. I collected a scroll that was accidentally dropped, allowing us to use some presumably magical ninja techniques, and we're then able to control the waves and move a whole rock. Upon pressing B, we can actually get it to rise up and collect coins and attack enemies, making a bit of a really cool rhythm game. Another cool detail that fits again with the play theme, as I said I'm going to keep pointing these out, is that the water on the side, it looks like it's being formed from a projector, which again, really cool. Eventually we were able to catch up with the thief, take him down, and collect all the scrolls that were taken, as well as collect our last gem of the stage.
It's done. Thank you.
Once again, I take a quick moment to buy a new dress and a ribbon, this time the horizontal striped dress for Peach, and the red ribbon for Stella, before we made our way to the final stage of the first floor, Cowgirl in the Wilderness. We appeared this time right at the end of a raid going on at this small town, where a bunch of valuables were seemingly just taken away. There were a bunch of tumbleweeds you could interact with, and they'd give you some coins, and the soundtrack again really helped to emphasize that this was an old western area, and it reminded me of a lot of the music from these old western films. I took a look around the town, ended up finding two of the thieves that live there, and apparently all we have to do is use our sparkle ability on them in order to cheer them up, and both of them are hiding in a box. Upon entering the second house of the town though, I noticed there were a bunch of potted plants, and one that was a cactus. Upon using the spark ability upon all the ones that were empty and growing all the cacti, I then got the first gem of the stage. The thieves explained that they want to go after the thieves, but they don't have enough energy in order to actually open the gate, but thanks to our sparkle ability, it gives them the determination or something to push forward. We then make our way to the main part of town, finding out that the bar is currently being held hostage by the Sour Bunch, which, that's lovely, and we can't get through the front door due to this. Though I did notice there was a gem behind some barrels, and after a little bit of trial and error, I was able to get behind there, grab them safely, and evacuate. I noticed this carriage to the left of town, which we could actually use to get some height and get onto the second floor of the buildings. Inside, we then see a bunch of the Sour Patch terrorizing the poor thieves inside. We save our two buddies from this one grape guy who got up here somehow. I then made my way inside the storage room with my thief buddies and interacted with some of the lights. Upon turning on the two closest to each of the thieves, I got myself a gem, but I wanted to turn on the last light just to get the coins and nothing else, but this actually lit up the room enough in order to see that cowering in this corner was our top hat wearing friend, who, upon interacting with him, gave us the bow of the stage. In the next room behind some kegs lies the sparkle of the stage, getting us the new transformation of the stage, Cowgirl Peach.
Howdy there.
We are then elevated up into the bar and meet the leader of this ragtag group of bandits, who, again, is designed to look like a puppet, hence the strings you can kind of see holding him up. We're then introduced to the main mechanic of Cowgirl Peach, being able to use her lasso, allowing you to pick up things like barrels and some other small objects, and fling them out at enemies, allowing you also to tie up enemies and instantly defeat them. So another form of attack that allows you to have a bit more range. And having these mechanics of grabbing the barrels and throwing them at the thieves was pretty interesting. There was kind of this reverse whack-a-mole minigame that happened where a bunch of these platforms would come out of the ground and you'd see these barrels full of thieves and you'd have to save them and throw said barrels at the enemies in order to quickly get rid of them. It was pretty fun. Anyway, saving all the thieves and clearing all the enemies, we get our next gem. Then noticing that we actually pose a semi-threat to the thieves, they all retreat and we dispatch with the stragglers before heading out and seeing them fleeing from town. Thankfully, the horse we saw pulling the carriage from earlier is now going to be our next mechanic of Cowgirl Peach. What western would it be without some sort of scene related to a horse riding? You know, that's pretty stereotypical, I think. And yet again, you can see that our horse is being piloted by strings, again, adding even more of that credence to the amazing design of this game. Essentially, it's another form of auto-scroller gameplay-wise, though. Different from the ninja levels slightly, since there's a little less platforming involved, but now the main mechanic is moving from side to side with our horse in order to dodge obstacles or pick up certain collectibles, or being able to use our lasso to move certain things. Like grab items such as the boxes from the back of other horses and collect a few other miscellaneous goodies as we go. Unfortunately though, I did end up missing a blue piece of a gem and ended up restarting as I didn't want to complete the stage without missing an item, because otherwise I'd have to replay the entire stage just to get that one item, and I did not really feel like doing that. Anyway, so I replayed through the entire level again, and that wasn't fun. Though I did learn a few new techniques as I went. And I would also eventually learn some techniques that would make completing things a little bit easier, but at the time I didn't. And I'll mention when these techniques come up, so don't worry. Anyway, eventually I made it back to where we were at earlier. Again, I replayed through the entire beginning of the course before making it back, this time collecting all the pieces in order to make the next gem. I then tore down this tower on the back of the final horse. On the top crate is yet another gem, so again, you have to pretty swiftly get done with that. We enter segment 2 of the auto-scroller, in which we're starting to catch up and have to deal with them more quickly. For example, these platforms that would fall into the void and things like that you have to avoid, so it was a lot more tricky, at least for me at this point, comparison-wise anyway. Though I did end up missing one of the boxes at the back of the horses, which clearly had a gem in it, and I was a little concerned having to replay the entire level again, so something I decided to do was what would happen if I failed to jump. This then actually restarted the segment after losing a heart, and it was allowing me to learn a new technique for some of these auto-scrollers, which is if you are to fall off the stage during so, it will push you back in time on the stage just a little bit, allowing you to reattempt certain segments, at the cost of a heart, of course. This is a key strategy that I'll be using throughout the entirety of the game, and trust me, it helped save a lot of time. Thankfully, this time I was able to successfully grab all the sparkle gems in question, and eventually we caught up to the main bandit. We were able to throw him off his horse, netting us another gem, before following him into his cave though, to the right of it. I found yet another post spot, which had a few enemies within, and after defeating them, I got yet another gem. I then followed him inside, and we were presented with yet another boss fight. This fight isn't all that challenging. His main thing is shooting bullets out at us, which you can't really do anything with outside of just avoid, and eventually a barrel, which you can of course pick up with your lasso and then fling at him to do some damage. You then go up lasso him, throw him into a wall, and that's pretty much it. Afterwards, he'll start trying to ram into you like a bull, and we'll just rinse and repeat this. There's not really anything particularly for me to mention, and it's not a particularly difficult boss fight, but it was one that helped us, I think, learn the mechanics of lassoing and really ensured that we knew how these barrels worked and that we should really get used to using them. Either way, after throwing him into 3 different walls, he eventually collapses, disintegrating, which is weird, netting us our final gem of the stage, meaning that we had fully completed this level.
Well, shucks. Thank you.
Upon making it back to the lobby, we see that all the streams that were on the floor disappeared from the symbol in the center, creating a door. Before entering it, however, I decided to yet again go purchase another dress and another ribbon, since we only had so many of those left to buy at this point. I decided to buy the vertical stripes dress for Peach this time, and for Stella I decided to buy the blue ribbon. I noticed that the basement was no longer blocked off. I don't remember how long that had been going, because I actually wasn't checking, but earlier it was blocked by some thieves. So I decided I'd go down and investigate to see if there's anything I may have missed there, but there was nothing for us to do there at the moment. But I could definitely tell we'd have to come back here later, so it didn't really matter. Afterwards, I decided to go and investigate the door, before which Stella tells us that we may be able to open the door if we use sparkle gems. You know, those things we've been collecting, and I've been pressuring how many we collect and where you find them and whatnot. Anyway, up to this point, what was important is that you collected enough in order to open them, which then of course this revealed to us what the main mechanic of these were. You collect the gems to eventually actually fully progress, which is interesting. Either way, I gave Stella 10 of our sparkle gems since we had a bit more than that, as you may have guessed, which allows us to enter our first boss fight. We learn almost immediately that these doors are going to be holding, well, Madame Grape's entourage, which presumably, according to what this one says, help write her stories. This one being a disco ball bird, which is absolutely amazing. I mean, I don't even need to add anything to my script, do I? I think we all understand why this is cool. Right, from this magnificent creature, we begin to hear whispers that apparently Madame Grape's power of Darkle, presumably the exact 180 of what Sparkle power is we've been using up to this point. We then get the name of this fine flying fella as Disco Wing. Again, hilarious. The fight begins interestingly enough, for the most part, as we actually are only able to go back and forth between a 2D platforming segment. There are these dropping disco balls that'll come from Disco Wing, and if you use Sparkle on the disco balls, it launches them up as a projectile to potentially hit Disco Wing. However, if you don't break them in time, they'll eventually hatch into enemies that can hurt you. And after a little bit, Disco Wing will actually flip the entire stage upside down, like flipping gravity, and lets us walk in the ceiling. The controls actually aren't inverted though, which caught me more off guard than if they were, because I really was guessing they were going to. Kind of think of it like if you ever played this stage on Brawl. It's kind of similar, that the fight itself doesn't really change much when you're on the ceiling, much outside of still having to now deal with the opposite change in camera view. Upon hitting Disco Wing with a few projectiles, we then have a giant purple sphere, for some reason, drop on the surface, upon which you can then hold down B or spam B in order to do some actual damage. Phase 2 is much like Phase 1, except immediately it starts off with Disco Wing putting us on the ceiling and having some blocks appear that could crush us. But those same blocks are the only reason we're actually able to get over this roll attack she does, otherwise we would just genuinely be screwed. But outside of that, the fight's pretty much the same. She'll launch a few of these little disco balls down to the ground, and you have to time your sparkle hits in order to send them back at her. Eventually I got to Phase 3, which essentially was the exact same, except now she also had this bounce attack, which would do damage via shockwaves, but otherwise it wasn't really too hard to dodge. And overall it wasn't too hard of a fight to figure out. Granted, of course, this is the first fight in the game, so it makes sense. And after just a few more hits, Disco Wing goes down, netting us our first major victory over Madame Grape. Upon returning to the lobby with this victory now in hand, it seems as though these doors are what's actually corrupting the theater, as soon as the door disappears, the theater lobby returns completely to how it once was. Stella and Peach celebrate this little, but still grand in, our point of view anyway, victory. But ponder upon the fact that we have yet to see any of the Sparkulas, the things member I mentioned earlier. Alas, up to this point, being a little worrisome to wonder where they're at, as apparently these are really powerful ones, and them being missing is concerning. The only potential theory Stella came up with was that they'd been evacuated to some of the other floors in order to, well, keep people safe. And now with the gate that was blocking the steps to the next floor now being gone, we can head up there. But upon completion of the first boss, there were some things that changed in the lobby outside of just its appearances, including the, well, presence of a picture thief, who mentions that he specializes in performance photos and that he's seeking a new performer to take pictures of, and says that he'll be taking photos of our plays, and promises that if we collected all of the sparkle gems during our plays, he'll capture a magnificent photo of us. He gives us an album in which we can store any of the photos he snaps on our journey, and another thing that we need to keep an eye out for, since that's part of the completion process. Though, thankfully, since up to this point I have collected everything, we also had all the photos we potentially could have up to this point. I take a gander at said photos, which all look pretty cool. I then took a little bit of time to go through all the menus to try to get rid of all the exclamation marks, as it seemingly notifies us that we're missing something inside. Anyway, I took out the ensembles for Peach, listened to any of the soundtrack that I'd missed, or watch any of the animated cutscenes we've seen up to this point. We also can change our dress or ribbon here at any moment, in case you're curious if you're just buying these and then they go away. Nope, you can change them here at any time, which is nice. This is also where we can equip those special dresses we've been getting from each of the levels, those bow things from the top hat wearing thief, which all look really cool, and the patterns on which resembled the stage in which you found them in. I then bought the remainder of dresses and ribbons for Stella, which was nice, but there was also a new dress available in stock for 200, being double over the normal ones. This one, though, being probably my favorite dress up to this point, as it was the most unique, based off of Disco Wing, which, what more could I ask for? And it also has a big change of colors, which I think adds to my, well, fondness for this particular one. I'm gonna be entirely honest, I never really thought I'd be talking about dresses on this channel, but I'm not super mad about it. Before progressing upstairs, I wanted to make sure I talked to every thief to ensure I didn't miss anything, which I'm glad I did, as I then learned from this staff member that's on the right side of the stage that rehearsals for the sword fighter play are happening now. Apparently these rehearsals are kind of like challenge runs. You go through certain stages that are based on the ability. This one, on the Sword Fighter one, requires you that you defeat a bunch of enemies within a time limit and without taking any damage. And upon getting the highest score, you unlock yet another bow, meaning we have to reach the maximum score possible for the sake of completion. And this took me quite a few attempts. At the very least, it was the most difficult thing I'd done up to this point, as I would often take damage from just running into enemies or from jumping into them head first, making there be some pretty annoying moments where I had a decent run going, but then would accidentally just jump into an enemy, making me restart from the beginning. Though, after a number of tries, I eventually learned about how this part of the stage would work, about which enemies would appear when, and it helped a lot, to say the least, being able to map this out a little bit more, as I was able to then better ascertain a route to go in, and eventually I was able to make it to the end of the stage, and just within 2 seconds after the clock, I was able to reach the golden rank of 140 KOs, netting us the bow of the stage, and a bunch of coins. And from there, I believed that was everything on the first floor. If you think at this point that things have been too easy, even though I did mention this is a bit of a more beginner-friendly game, if we are using Mario as a baseline, or just platformers in general, it makes sense that things would start out easy and presumably get harder, so I wasn't getting really too comfortable yet. Besides, it was nice that they got us accustomed to all these changes within the game's mechanics, as you'll be having to kind of fight with that throughout the game as they keep changing, though the fundamentals never do. Though, up to this point, I was still very much pleased with everything I'd seen. The game up to now was fun, and I was hoping that it would only continue upward, literally, from here. I decided to take one last look around just to make sure I didn't miss anything, and upon not doing so, I decided that it was time to head up to the second floor. Upon arriving, I noticed some new symbols above the doors, as well as one familiar one, so I decided to go with the first one, since, stick with what you know, bringing us into level 2 of the Sword Fighter stage, the Ghostly Castle. And upon starting the stage, we actually already started out with the Sword Fighter Sparkle, meaning we are thrust right into the action. And as implied, this place takes place right after the events of the first stage. So we're inside the castle now. So we make our way into the king's castle, only to find that a ghost has in fact taken over said castle. The two thieves that were with us get kidnapped, and we are then flung through a trapdoor in the floor. And from there, we are told that we must make our way, of course, through the castle's dungeon, and, well, get back up to the surface. Immediately, I found a pose location where I was able to net ourselves a few more coins. We learned that we could actually use the sword to break through the iron bars in this jail cell. We found our first gem, and then fight off some of the Ghost Grape goons. I then found another coin backstage location area. They also ended up making the combat trial areas from earlier a little bit more complicated by now having to dodge some ghost bats after fighting them off. We get yet another gem after defeating them, and collect some more gem shards, netting us, a gem. Then some furniture is dropped upon us, which we can actually simply splash away with our sword. And one of the paintings that is being flown at us, our Tuxedo Thief, is hanging off, well, by I was going to say a thread, but I guess that wouldn't really make much sense. Anyway, after saving him, it nets us, of course, our collectible of the stage, and just a little further up is yet another backstage location with another gem. And it was around this time I actually made a pretty interesting discovery, by misinputting of all things. I found out that you could actually do this upward slash, which makes breaking the falling objects much easier and safer. And with this knowledge, breaking the shining chest that was coming right from above us would get us yet another gem. And lastly, we get our last missable gem from this vase at the end of the platforming region. From there, we were able to make our way back up to the surface, where we must face off against the Ghost Knight from earlier. How this fight works is that he'll launch himself out of the wall, and the only way to attack him is to properly time your jumps to counter his attack. Afterwards, he puts you into a side-scrolling kind of segment thing, and then throws the furniture at you, kind of like earlier. Making for a harder fight than the plant, but really not that hard, especially at this point, because you've probably gotten a little used to it, and for me, having done that extra little mini-game thing, the rehearsals, that definitely helped make this a little bit easier. After a few hits of this, we collect the last gem of the stage, completing this level fully. After returning to the lobby, this time something of note actually occurs. The Sword Fighter symbol appears on Peach's brooch. Stella then comments on this, saying that it was once the Sword Fighter Sparkles, apparently being a Sparkle spirit, something only given to actors entrusted with the starring roles of the plays. And Stella says that we have been recognized as having a Sword Fighter spirit, whatever that truly implies is more so up to you to think about. After this good news, however, a call for help lures us to the basement, which we don't have any choice but to follow. Once there, we discover that one of the foggy mirror things that we saw earlier has cleared, revealing a door with the symbol of a thief, in the same sword fighter getup that Peach was in during those stages. We can, of course, presume that this is in fact the sword fighter Sparkula, and so with no hesitation and no free will on the player's part, we are then thrust right into this new location, where upon entry, this new location is very interesting, and we encounter a scenery unlike any of the other stages up until now, with distorted music and visuals throughout that matches it. To be honest, it's almost as if this level is a manifestation of the Sparkula's memories of their plays, with set pieces we have seen before. But get used to random theorization because we actually are never really given an answer as to what this fully is. We venture further into the level, fighting off many enemies as we go, all the while gathering of course a few gems from backstage regions and vases, and right behind some vases at the end. And at the end of the second segment, speaking of ends, is our ribbon for the stage. Fairly swiftly after this, we arrive to see that the Swordfighter Sparkula has been crucified, which honestly is a bit grim, but okay, let's run with it. Soon after, we are then ambushed by the King Ghost, or at least it looks like a combination of the armor guy from the second stage, and it has a crown, so I really don't know what this is supposed to be. Either way, we have seen some previous notions of this guy, and in this entire fight, it works fairly similar. We have to counter his attacks and getting hits in after. The only real big difference being that at the end, he begins to teleport around, making the timing a little bit different, but otherwise it is not that bad of a fight. Swiftly after, we're then able to save the Sparkula, only to be ambushed one last time, where we're able to team up with the Sparkula and finish off the Armored Tyrant. Afterwards, we are then able to return to the basement with the Swordfighter Sparkula, where we learn that the Sparkula have actually in fact been kidnapped. I mean, I feel like this is fairly obvious, but okay. But also, not only that, that apparently they were robbed of some of their powers. So we're seeing a grander scheme at play here. Also, if you noticed, we were actually given the multicolored Swordfighter ribbon from the Tuxedo Fleet, which I mentioned for the first stage of any Sparkly you'll get a bow, or dress for Peach in other words, whereas the second and third, aka the basement stages, will actually net you a ribbon for Stella. I just wanted to mention this in case there's a little bit confusion on what exactly nets you what reward. Anyway, after this I bought a new dress for Peach, and afterwards I entered stage 1, the Case of the Missing Mural. And if you couldn't tell, this level takes the form of a mystery. We save a thief from a attempted theft, giving us a gem. Another one was behind this sign here. We then overhear a junior detective being turned away from a museum after he tries to warn them of a vile plot. We cheer him up, and he then asks for our help. So of course, we'll follow him. We solve a very easy puzzle, in turn giving us a gem, and opening up a passageway to the Sparkula of the stage. That of course being Detective Peach.
On the case.
And the mechanics of the Detective Sparkula isn't like any other up till now, as we are given a magnifying glass allowing us to inspect objects and have a strike of intuition. And it turns out this is something you should do sparingly, as if you do so willy-nilly, you'll end up taking damage. In this case, we need to deduce the location of the junior detective, and we learned that by holding on the magnifying glass, we can not only inspect objects, but also sometimes see things that we can't normally see with our naked eye, such as these footprints here. Though I'll be entirely honest with you, I don't think that this was needed in this case. We obviously figure this out, getting us a gem and allowing us to access another hidden pose location, an area for a gem, and a few coins. And apparently based on our getup alone, we are determined, I guess, responsible enough to access the museum. I don't really get it. Either way, it allows us to hopefully warn the curator of this plot that's being, well, set up against him. Well, shit. So of course, from here, it's up to us to find the mural and the culprits. And as a mystery lover, this was really fun and really creative in my mind. Either way, we are allowed to gather statements, and eventually narrow down the options of routes that they potentially would have taken to a vent hidden behind a different mural. We crawl through, find a broken display case for masks, meaning they are presumably in hiding, and I also spotted a key on the ground, presumably for something later. We then have a camera pan through a long hallway showing all of the things that we must investigate. It, is quite a lot. However, very early on in this area, I found yet another key, and at the end of this hallway, we come across 2 sarcophagus that we can use the keys on. Opening one of them will get us a gem, and opening the other is, well, a thief, who gives us some more information about who one of the thieves may be pretending to be. After putting the clues together and using the power of deduction, we discover both one hiding as a statue, and the other hiding as an officer of the law. with the camera. We are then able to get 2 gems for finding out both of them, before having to face the trouble of where the mural was taken, as the thieves themselves refuse to give up any more info. We, funnily enough, end up going on what feels like a side quest for a chair, which is kind of funny, but this stool hunt eventually allows us to open a window, which, in turn, shows us that where the mural has been hiding is behind a curtain the entire time. And this raises the question of the entire point of this in terms of the villain's plot. I guess they made people panic and disrupted some things, but really I don't know what their plan was, despite them claiming it was foolproof, and again, doesn't make much sense to me. Either way, upon finding this out, we get our final gem and complete the level.
Case closed. Thank you so much.
However, I actually noticed that after leaving the stage, I apparently didn't find the ribbon my first go through, meaning I had to go back in to find it. And this was the first time that this has happened up until now. And while it didn't take me that long to find it, it wasn't an area that I in fact did notice the first time, but just ran past. I was running through, of course, and just went along with the story, but it's this little back alley area. Anyway, you have to go on this sort of side path I was mentioning, where you'll find the tuxedo-loving guy, deep lost in thought, mentioning that his ticket is missing. After finding it for him, we find ourselves our ribbon for the stage. From there, I run through the entire stage again in order to actually save the progress, but there was some interesting things that came from this, such as how you actually don't have to talk to the people who'd give you the information first. So, for example, I knew who the 2 thieves were pretending to be, and I immediately accused them, and it still counted, so there you go, some speedrunning advice, I suppose. Upon finishing the level, we go back out to the lobby, and I actually just decided to jump right into a new level. This time, I entered the perfect infiltration. And essentially an exact 180 of what we were just doing, we are now trying to find some thieves that are actually good, or it seems like some nice ones, as we see that some of the Sour Bunch thieves are running amok. But as I mentioned, there's apparently a good thief, a Robin Hood figure, if you will, whom apparently some of the thieves are afraid of, or something. Anyway, so instead of these just sour thieves, they're giant robots that attack a jewelry store and make way with presumably a lot of the goodies. Of course, we have to give some free therapy to a few of the thieves on the path, allowing us to access new areas, and we spot even more robot security, which we are able to eventually get past, and find a thief cowering in a corner, who, after we approach, says we might be the one to help out, or have the potential to, which I guess somehow he just figures, since, keep in mind, the only thing we did was jump up a few platforms. Either way, we actually do get the ribbon the first try this time, as I spotted a suspicious-looking set of stairs behind this partition wall, which, after going up, has a robot tormenting the tuxedo thief from earlier. Thankfully, we're able to recover his goodies, in turn getting us the bow of the stage. From there, I return to the previously cowering thief, who then brings us to a rundown building, which, after activating these 2 devices of some description on the sides of the stage, we are then given access to the sparkula of the stage. Upon entering it, it grants us the abilities of the dashing thief Peach.
Easy. Leave it to me.
As I mentioned previously, it's essentially a 180 from what we were doing, not just theming-wise, but also gameplay-wise, where the main mechanic of the thief is what we've essentially been doing before, a lot of platforming. For example, we have a grappling hook that lets us, well, grapple onto certain hooks. Did I write that down? That's terrible. And it's definitely the most platforming-based of the abilities we've seen up to this point. And it's not just a grappling hook, as it seems to also have some conductivity of some description, as it allows us to activate electricity required switches, and do some other unique things, and again, more cleverly designed set pieces that make you feel like you're watching not only a movie, but also set pieces that remind you that you're in a play. With things like the spotlight and how certain props are set up, and so on and so forth. Similar to the ninja abilities, we are also going to have some stealth required here, and upon our, could you say, exploration, we end up finding a gem or 2, in relatively obvious locations. We eventually also interact with electrical panels to presumably hack them before we infiltrate the thieves' lair itself. There's a ton of unique platforming throughout the entire stage, and we eventually find a segment where you have to make your way past some of these lasers while you, again, platform. It fits the theme really well, and feels really responsive with its gameplay elements. It just adds more depth to the mechanics already established. And the fact that this opens new ways of interacting with elements seen previously is just another added benefit of it all. We also eventually find a segment where in front of us are two robots and a giant safe who are beginning to try to run us down, where we are then able to collect a few pieces of a gem, after collecting them all, of course, obtaining said gem, which we do collect all of, before activating a switch which opens the safe for all the jewels that presumably were taken. We steal them back, and again, just like any good noir-style adventure of thieves, it's time for us to make an escape, which leads us to having to do more tight platforming, give a few more goodies along the way, and from there we make a 007 planned style escape as we use our cape to glide off the building back to civilization. And it seems like I'm getting progressively worse, as this time I actually missed a single sparkle gem, meaning I'd have to run through, yet again, the entirety of the stage. Fun. So of course, I went through yet again, getting a few more coins and things like that, and to be honest, I was sort of at a loss for what gems I could have been missing, since I actually ended up missing a few. And after taking a little bit of time in order to find it, I eventually found this spot that I'd missed the first time where you could pose, leading you to an extra bonus area where you can get yourself the sparkle gem. After I collected it, though, it was all this stage had to offer. So, it wasn't that much more, but still annoying nonetheless.
Yes. Piece of cake. Thank you.
I decided to keep up the momentum by just heading straight into yet another new world, a stage, a snowflower on ice. And as fitting as a lot of things have been up to this point, on fact of what it fits with the theming, a ice skating thing, like the stage ice skaters, has got to be one of the most fitting up till now, as ice skaters are something that have been on stages for many, many years. And the theming fits perfectly. I really like just how brilliantly so many of the set pieces and ideas for the game work out, and are designed very cleverly, again, at least in my opinion. We get our first missable object via lighting up some, lights. We then swiftly find ourselves having to fight off the Sour Bunch as they're trying to show off their skills of skating, who we are able to very easily scare off because how dare they skate on our turf. From there, we decided to head to the show with the group. We then, skate, or walk with them, and find out that a bunch of the Sour Bunch have taken over, and apparently the crowd can't help but shiver because it's so cold. I'm sure it's not because of the fact that they're being held at gunpoint or anything. And to watch the show. Again, it's probably just the cold temperatures. Immediately trying to ignore the terror that we just witnessed, we then try to find the remaining members of the group, who we find buried under snow, and again, seemingly be guarded by a few more of the Sour Bunch. We're able to fairly easily free them, and also get a few gems along the way. Before they head back, they show us the location of a Sparkula for the stage, giving us the figure skating Peach ability.
Time to shine.
Which changes the entire movement of Peach to fit skating, making the movement feel very floaty and fluent, and it's very responsive for the most part. You can also do these twirls and spins, which you'll see as our main form of attack now, and still do things like jumps. I wasn't sure what to expect when we got to the ice skating ability, but it actually turned out to be one of my favorites in the entire game. After we make our beautiful entrance, we apparently scare them off with our good looks, and the rest of the stage takes place in this tent as we follow along with the show, being presented certain symbols that will appear on the ground and begin moving around, and those will actually dictate what we should do, or whether or not we should be doing jumps or spins. For example, if it's a snowflake, we should do a spin, and if it's an octagon shape, we should do a jump. This then creates some sort of energy that gets absorbed into the sign at the back, presumably being somewhat similar to the patisserie scoring system that we will use to get gems. Eventually, we'll be joined by a bunch of the other Theats for some synchronized skating, who we then have joined our ranks by spinning into them, allowing us to go after, them all. Upon collecting them all, we get a gem, and that's nice. And again, these mechanics fit very well with the theming, but are also intuitive and fun to play. And all that makes this level, and a lot of the stages in this game, so very enjoyable. The theming matches well, and it's not like the theming takes precedence over the gameplay, as the gameplay is still incredibly fun, but there hasn't been a single stage at this point I think has been poorly made. But there have been some that I have liked more than others. I think that this is one that really shows the theming of the game well, or at least strongest in its designs. You can tell that the designers really did try their best to not just make it a gimmicky platformer, but they also wanted to make it fun. Upon completing some of the tasks we've done already, including now having to collect way more of the Theets into our trolley of dancers in order to get yet another gem, we eventually have someone crash the show. That being this lanky Waluigi looking fella who then kidnaps all of the Theets who were performing with us. Which sounds absolutely terrifying. Also, it's kind of funny to see just how far Nintendo will go to not have Waluigi appear in any of their games. After witnessing what is probably the most threatening thing that's happened to us up to this point, outside of the major actors being kidnapped and all, we then have to be the sole person to chase them down and rescue our performing friends. But before we fully chase them down, we find a place to pose, bringing us to a location where we can get ourselves yet another hidden gem. Before that, we have to make our way past a platforming segment, and I use the word platforming loosely as there is no way to fall off here, but there are objects like Christmas ornaments swinging back and forth for some reason that you must dodge. There are also a few enemies that we take out along the way, including 2 of them that are harassing our dear tuxedo-loving thief, giving us the bow for the stage. After being saved, we continue onwards, get another few shards for another gem. We eventually, of course, get enough to fully make the gem, before making our way to a tent of the Sour Bunch, where we then have to initiate a boss fight. Which, you may not think that, this form would be capable of dealing in a boss fight due to its mechanics, but you'd be wrong. What you want to do is wait for the main skater to do a pirouette, and then fall, becoming confused. Then spin into him in order to confuse the rest of the battalion, I guess, in which you can take them just by spinning into them, and take them back into your group. As well as after doing this, eventually he'll also get on his feet and try to recapture them back, so it's this cat and mouse game. Upon saving every Theet back on your side, he will then fall to his knees in the center of the stage. You'll then have to circle around him to perform your finishing move, which also nets us the final gem for the stage, meaning that we fully completed this one as well.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Once again, we are brought back to the lobby of this floor, and once again all the threads have been disconnected, opening yet again another purple door. This one requires a few sparkle gems yet again, and upon donating them and opening said door, thanks to said gems, we actually run into Madame Grape herself, the first time since the beginning of the game actually, finally showing her face, or her mask. She is the typical cocky villain, asking questions about how we've enjoyed their performance up till now, mentioning that they've been annoyed with us stuffing our nose in their business. You kind of get the point. I do love this moment though, where there's this angry stare contest between the 3, and I find this hilarious. I don't know why, but it's just kind of hilarious to me. Afterwards though, of course, she could instead fight us. She instead decides to rely on a minion, that being a bundle of lights you'd see lighting up a theater stage, coiled into a snake, who we then have to deal with. And easily the most interesting and unique boss up to this point is this guy. It's the fact that the boss revolves around stealth 90% of the time, and requires you to play carefully, as if you're spotted by the snake and you're not behind a wall where he can't hit you, he'll make you return to a previous location and also take a heart of damage from you. It's a very interesting concept, as you may be able to kind of construed, and this entire time it being a stage theme, the goal is to stay out of the limelight, is another nice touch. As always, you'll take damage pretty easily if you aren't paying attention, but the first phase is very easy, having a few snake minions that'll appear every now and then, and as long as you're taking your time, it's not all too challenging. You can also hit these purple bulb looking things with the sparkle ability, allowing you to temporarily stun him, and this makes it even easier to actually finish that fight. Eventually, after interacting with this giant purple light looking bulb, the inner purple sphere of himself will then fall down, allowing you to deal some damage. In the second phase, we learned that these more loose-looking walls exist, which, if you get close to, he'll destroy, which will make you take damage if, he hits you with his tail, but also removes that from being an area of cover, meaning you want to watch out for that as well. But these walls actually do come back after he goes back in time, meaning that these are renewable. We continue through this phase with not too much trouble, try knocking him down again, and do mere damage to him, with a few slip-ups here and there, but overall it's a fairly easy fight, and one that we're able to clear without too much trouble. Just like last time after this defeat, we are brought back to the lobby once again, where we then see that the conversation between Stella and Peach happens where Stella acts surprised that Madame Grape is the villain to some degree, which I guess Stella wasn't in the lobby when Grape made her first appearance, but it's still weird that based on the Sour Gang being seemingly a well-known thing in this region, and in this kingdom, that Stella wouldn't have been able to guess based on the random minions we've been seeing scattered around. But outside of this, there's nothing super important this conversation enlightens us with. Outside of her, I guess, trying to reiterate how important it is that we save everybody anyway. Just like last time, I decided to talk to everybody around this floor and see if anything new opened up to find yet another staff member. Talking once again about rehearsals, this time however for the Dashing Thief class. This time, instead of fighting enemies, it was all about using the gliding segment at the end to gather a certain amount of gem pieces without taking damage. Overall it's challenging, but thankfully it doesn't take me as many tries as the sword fighting rehearsals did. And thankfully I'm able to get this within a fairly quick succession. I get the ribbon, and then head back down to the clothes store to purchase the new dress we got for defeating the boss. And it's certainly unique looking. I'm sorry, it's just kind of weird looking. From there, I check out the album to see all the updated adventures we've gone on, and also to clear out all the exclamation marks that appeared as they do bother my OCD. Afterwards, I head to the 3rd floor, where we get a whole 2 new types of levels, and 2 familiar looking ones in a cowgirl stage and a patisserie stage. Between the 2, I decided to just kind of pick one, so I decided to start with the cowgirl stage, Cowgirl at Dusk. We arrived just in time to see a train being overran by the Sour Bunch, and for some reason the train tracks were built under this town, which is an interesting choice. Either way, our trusted horse returns to us, allowing us to give chase. And much like before, this auto-scrolling segment consists of dodging objects and using our lasso to grab objects as, we go. I was able to find a few gems and gem shards scattered through this segment, and eventually we were able to reach the end of the pathway. So in one cinematic moment, we make the jump to the roof of the train. And from there, with little choice, straight out of Uncharted 2, we jump from cart to cart, gathering a gem or 2, as well as striking a pose or 2, in order to gather a few more gems along the path. We free the tuxedo thief, receiving the ribbon of the stage, and we then continue to push through some intense platforming, and reach a segment where a gem is being transported by a horse, and 2 guards are protecting said horse. The only option we have is to pick up some barrels and attempt to launch them into the horse. It was pretty close, but thankfully the last barrel proved to be enough for this particular attempt. From there, another gem was just a little further up. Following that gem, we finally reached the main locomotive, only for them to detach the rest of the train, leaving us behind. While it seems there's nothing we can do, our loyal steed actually catches up to us, allowing us to once again take chase after them. We now have to engage in a fight with the main train, which, again, awesome. This fight consists of us avoiding debris and chasing after it. Eventually, we lasso a barrel before throwing said barrel into the rear of the train, which I don't really know what it's supposed to be we're throwing exactly into, but apparently it's somehow powering the locomotive, so make of it what you will. From there, we straight up dismantle a wheel with our lasso, which, okay. And then, with one last push in desperation, they attempt to run us down, with the train requiring us to dodge multiple rocks and ensure that we don't get caught by said train. After dodging long enough, we were able to successfully survive the encounter, and letting us obtain the final gem of this stage. And what better time than now than to mention a detail that has been present since the very first stage, that being that after a stage is completed and the curtain call segment begins, how Peach says thank you changes based on the costume you're currently wearing, the cadence of the voice, and the accent she tries to give. Another small detail, but again, just one I wanted to mention.
Well, shucks. Thank you. Case closed. Thank you so much.
Aside from that, after finishing the stage, I decided to then head to a new level, that being Mighty Mission Alien Invasion. Upon entering the stage, we view what may have been able to expect based on the title, a futuristic setting where a bunch of Theets are being abducted by aliens, with, again, more of that same ghoul detailing I keep bringing up again and again. We're able to rescue a few of the Theets before they are taken fully, getting us yet another gem, and thankfully before moving on any further, I actually noticed in the background the tuxedo-wearing Theet was hanging off of a sign, and upon saving him, of course, getting us above the level. And trust me, having to not worry about missing this so early on in the stage is a huge weight off my shoulders for the rest of the entire stage. After having a little bit of a dance session, I was able to scare off a few more of the Sour Bunch. After helping the Theets safely make it to the shelter, and getting a few gems from it in compensation, we keep wandering around trying to find the source of the chaos. We then come to find out, apparently the Theets can't get into contact with the office, whatever that means, and I don't think it's the TV show. I'm able to get another gem on top of this bus, and all the while, this path has a bunch of coins which you can collect along the route. We then finally come across the office block that they're referring to, where we find a bunch of the Sour Bunch, which we have to get rid of them. Doing so fairly easily before being invited by the main professor, who we just rescued, to come see if we have what it takes to be the hero that can save them. He brings us to a secret underground lab where we find ourselves the sparkle for the stage, gifting us the abilities of Mighty Peach. Now with our new abilities, we are sent back into the city in order to protect the Theets from the aliens. We get to see immediately some of the abilities of Mighty Peach. Right off the bat, like being able to straight up lift the UFOs and throw them into the other enemies in order to do more damage. It's kind of like a different form of the Cowgirl Peach ability, but with less range, and again, there's a lot more changes to it, but it's just so maybe you can grasp it a little bit easier. Anyway, the main takeaway is that Mighty Peach, as her name suggests, is mighty. And I gotta say, the funniest part of this ability is just Peach straight up punching the Sour Bunch group of enemies. For me, it's just kind of funny to see them getting into straight up a bar fight of sorts. Anyway, upon saving the Theets and keeping them safe even longer, we were rewarded with yet another gem. We aren't just limited to lifting up enemies though, we can also lift up heavy objects, like these cars that I ended up actually finding a gem behind, emphasizing even more that we really should be keeping an eye out and be certain to interact with as many objects as we can see. We then continue to help escort the Theets throughout the stage, using our abilities to their advantage, and of course, take a break here and there in order to search for pose locations, including this one here, which just gave us some coins, but again, we gotta keep looking. We inevitably catch up to the group of Theets from earlier. We see a few of them getting abducted by this octopus-looking alien. Either way, we're able to punch the Squid Kid back into their own game franchise, but are forced to deal with their cohorts and continue to protect the Theets. I wasn't certain if it was possible that the Theets could actually be fully abducted and you lose out on some gems, but I tried to be certain that I didn't let any of them get abducted, just in case. Upon protecting all of the Theets from the enemies, we were in fact gifted yet another gem, so I'm just going to take it that I did a good thing, and that you can't possibly lose out on a gem there. And I'm sure that's true. Anyway, we make sure all the Theets sit there and wait for me as I enter yet another hidden pose location, this time giving us a gem for our troubles. And upon getting them all back to the safe house, the place from the beginning of the level if you recall, we come to learn that it may be one of the worst designed safe houses of all time, or one of the best, depending how you look at it, as just like the Absolute Capsule from Mother 3, it's straight up a capsule, not a building, and the whole capsule is abducted by a huge UFO. So, I guess they're safe inside the safe house, but how safe is a safe house if it's being relocated to God knows where? I don't really know if it makes any sense. Then, just straight up teleporting onto the stage, no theatrics here, he actually just straight up teleported onto the main stage. The main scientist from earlier grants us another upgrade and allows us to chase after the UFO, where we find ourselves in yet another auto-scroller type of level. This time, however, it isn't about platforming like the Horse and Ninja ability, as we are floating and it's a little bit different. Instead, our main objective is to destroy all the other aircraft, especially those holding onto the Theets, and we can move around freely, making it more akin to Kid Icarus Uprising or the Star Fox franchise. And I was very on edge about missing a Theet, as you may be able to, figure. I didn't feel like replaying the whole stage, as I didn't know about some of the other techniques that would allow me to reset certain segments of the stage. Yeah, there were things like falling off the stage, but in cases like these, that wouldn't really be an option. I also had to collect a few more segments of a gem as we went, and honestly didn't care about taking damage, so long as I made sure to collect everything. And thankfully, Mighty Peach's punch throws enemies back and can allow them to collide into each other, making it even easier. Upon being told by the last Theet that we did in fact save every one of them, we were given a gem, meaning if you did miss out on one, you probably would be restarting the entire fight. We then reach presumably the final threat of the fight, a giant robot with arms, to whom we punch his arm back into him before grabbing his fist, before grabbing his fist, and pulling a Solonge Bowser with his entire body into the mothership, granting us the final gem of the stage.
Thank you very much.
Returning back to the lobby, I decided to not stall and again simply head to the next stage. Welcome to the spooky party. Again, at this point, I was just trying to get through these a little bit quicker since, well, reasons I'll explain later in this video. And I think it's worth noting that at this point, I was finally getting a better feel for the general controls, gameplay concepts, and all of that. Up till now, genuinely, I hadn't had too much trouble with any of the gameplay elements, outside of that one death I had in the space stage due to my not knowing you had to go up to the fist after punching it, and also because I didn't press the control button, and again, I was just generally being reckless because I didn't want to have to redo the entire segment again, and okay, yeah, that was just my fault. But besides that, the only thing that had given me some trouble was the rehearsal stages, but that was more so due to trial and error and having to learn where enemies spawned in order to avoid them or know when to attack them, but also still take out enough in order to get the highest score. And I figured with seeing the heart charm option and just seeing how far, at this point anyway, in general, how easy the game had been, that this wouldn't have been that challenging of a game overall. But there were a few stages that did genuinely give me some trouble, and we found our way to the first one. Welcome to the Spooky Party. It is the second stage for the patisserie levels, and as the name suggests, it's a Halloween party. A little random given when the game came out, but I suppose it's interesting enough of a location. Of course, the patisserie levels are probably the most different, outside of maybe the detective, due to both their gameplay elements being a lot more slow-paced. Meaning I imagined that I wouldn't have too much trouble. Also, another small detail, I'm going to keep pointing out these as we go, so get used to them. I love the fact that on the cakes and these little ghost lumas, I think they're a really cute touch. We then see a member of the Sour Bunch giving out a bunch of cookies that end up turning the thieves purple and making them essentially the embodiment of gluttony, as they attempt to consume all the things that have been created. So of course, it's up to us and our amazing baking skills in order to turn them back to normal. Whereas the last time we had a simple timer for the sake of reaching the quota, this time we have the time limit as the zombified thieves attempt to break down the walls of the bakery and, I would say, eat our brains, but I'm guessing it's more so just our supply of sugar. Either way, our only hope is to make perfect sweets in order to... Honestly, I don't really know how us making sweets is going to do much more than what they're already doing, that being eating some sweets. But hey, I'll just roll with it. The game says it works, so it works. This time, inverting the original, we actually start with the cake decorating. Once again, having to follow along with the directions on the right, and maybe it was just because I'd gotten used to it from this point, but the cake decorating segment didn't really give me any trouble. In fact, I almost find it easy. At least easier to the first segment, anyway. Anyway, it could just been that due to playing the game much more since, but I found the patterns being presented were a lot more forgiving in terms of the technique required. I mean, two of them, literally, you only need to place like 4 dots on them as they both look like trees. And yeah, that wasn't all that challenging. Not to say that there weren't a few more complicated ones in there, but I just can't think of a single one that made me think that I wasn't going to be able to complete them all. After making all the cakes, again, fairly quickly, as none of them were all too challenging, we're able to save all of the thieves that have invaded this part of the bakery, netting us 2 gems. Upon going back to this hidden location, we'll bake a few cookies in order to get a few of the hungry thieves off of our tuxedo friend, and out of a show of appreciation, he'll of course give us the ribbon of the stage. We continue the escapades of attempting to calm the rest of them down by baking even more cookies, before making our way into a next segment, which seemed to be a redo of the cooking baking segment from the first part, with a bar in the background displaying 3 gem-shaped cookies, presumably again, meaning if you cook enough, you'll get 3 gems. And I noticed that this time, instead of there being moving carts, you'd have your own time to work with your cooking. Instead, you'd simply bring the cookies, once finished, to the sides of the thieves who were attempting to get in to the cooking area. This made me assume that this would be easier, as you wouldn't have to worry about the timing as much, or at least that's what I thought. You just have to make sure you keep an eye on how many thieves are upon each wall, and if you did it perfectly, you'd get 2 rows of cookies, then you can wipe out a full 2 rows of them. And if you time it properly, and again, all this really in my head made sense and felt like it was going to be super easy. And again, upon my first try, I felt like I was doing really good. I didn't mess up any of the timing of mixing the cookies, and I didn't get overran, or feel like I was really playing badly or anything. And I even filled up all 3 of the meters in the background, so I assumed that I had done perfect. And I in fact got 2 gems. However, that's when I noticed that this happened. Yeah, so that giant X essentially indicates that you missed a gem, and you won't be able to get it unless you replay the level. The game is definitely not courteous enough to do this with every single one you pass by. It's only ones that are related to fulfilling certain tasks, hence why I missed yet another one, and simultaneously there was no X on it, because that was one simply hidden somewhere, whereas this one was related to playing this kind of story-related minigame, so nice. Well, so as you can imagine, I was a little confused. Not really annoyed, just confused. But I noticed upon looking back at the footage to see what I did wrong that there were a few row of thieves I didn't turn back to normal at the end of the game. So I assumed it wasn't just about fulfilling the meter in the background, it was about healing all the thieves, which would make some sense. Upon noticing this, I decided to just restart the level. As I mentioned, nothing previously was super hard, so I replayed the entire stage up to this point, including the entirety of the cake decorating segment, and this time I actually did get a gem that I'd missed earlier, by making 2 things of cookies, one to remove the thieves from the entranceway, and the other one to remove these 2 thieves annoying this cooking guy here, or something like that, I don't know. Either way, that nets us yet another gem, and to be honest with you, I cannot believe I missed that looking back at it. So I made it back to the minigame and tried again. This time I took what I had learned into account and tried to ensure that I would always get 2 sets of cookies and try to feed it to whichever side had 2 rows, so I could be most efficient about it. And I was also certain to try to cook with every group of theats that appeared, as they'd give you more cookies. I continued this only to fail again. In fact, this time worse so, as instead of there being 1 row left, it was a whole 2 rows. So once again, with a sigh, I reset the entire stage once more. I tried contemplating what I'd been doing wrong and what strategies to change, but of course since it took so long to get there, it would have to be a while before I'd have any chance being able to put any of those things I learned into action. You know how when you're doing a task or something that is kind of challenging and you fail it, but feel like you have a good understanding of how to be able to correct it, and so you just want to try again immediately? Yeah, you don't get that luxury in Princess Peach Showtime. Up till now, there haven't been any big complaints I've had, but I will say I think I found one. A lot of the time when you're replaying a level, the only cutscenes you can fast forward or skip by are transforming ones. Don't get me wrong, it's nice you can skip past these, but the amount of time you see dialogue happening and things occurring around you, it'd be nice to at least be able to fast forward them like in the Persona games. Just, you don't have to give me a straight up skip option if that's too hard to program, but maybe give us an option to hasten these moments so we can get to where we need to. But it just makes you playing these stages that you already have to play multiple times if you're planning on completing everything blindly. It would just make it a lot less painful. Anyway, I digress. I'll talk about this later. Another thing though, I guess that if you want to look at a positive thing, so there's some serendipitous here, was that I noticed that the Stella cake at the end of the cake baking segment isn't as precise as some of the other ones, and allows you to move the eyes and stuff around a little bit. And again, will still count, allowing you to make some funnier looking faces with Stella. And again, I just find that funny. Once again, after getting all the gems, since keep in mind I had to recollect every single one of those every time I reset, and the ribbon, so on and so forth, I eventually made it back to give it another good old-fashioned go. I took what I learned into account once more, but this time decided that the only thing that I'd probably done incorrectly was prioritizing the correct bowl based on how close they were to give to the theats every second, so I figured that if I corrected this, it would make this a lot easier. So I decided to ensure that wherever I was baking cookies, it would have to be as close to whichever group I was giving it to. Unfortunately, though, my first attempt didn't go so well, and by the time that I was only the first 20 seconds in, I knew I wasn't going to be able to get all of them healed in time. And from there, I just straight up reset, as I didn't want to waste any of my time. My audible reaction that moment said it all. Again, don't get me wrong. I think that it wasn't too hard of a challenge. And again, I was just at this point getting tired of having to replay the entirety of the stage again in order to retry one minigame that I kept messing up on. And while there were some techniques that I would learn later down the line that would potentially be of some use, in some segments, even looking back, I wouldn't have been able to use them to my knowledge, this being one of them. So anytime I failed at that minigame, I'd have to replay everything again in order to just get another attempt in. Needless to say, it was a little annoying having to do that at least 4 or 5 times just to get another run. In fact, that it would take around 5-ish minutes just to get back here due to the cutscenes and other things taking up a lot of time, definitely was disheartening and made it a little less motivating to do so. Either way, I would eventually get back to that segment of the stage and I'd have another run that would eventually start going well. And as I said, it was going a lot better. I made sure I was using the bowls that were the closest to the theats, all while ensuring I was always getting the 2 rows worth of cookies and that I would always give them to the correct side in order to make the most efficient time saves as I could. And even if it meant wasting an extra second or 2 on both lines of the feats, making sure that there'd be at least 2, I felt like it was worth it. As ensuring no second went to waste of me baking and then giving cookies, and saving all the theats, I just had to be sure that none of that went to waste, so I figured that was more efficient. And thankfully, with 5 seconds left this time, I was actually able to complete the minigame and get access to all 3 gems for saving all the theats in the segment. Once again, my reaction says it all. Frickin' finally. After this, I found yet another secret pose area, which would give us our final gem of the stage, for once again simply baking some cookies. After this, we were bombarded on stage by seemingly hundreds of zombified theats, but all it would take is one more batch of cookies. We're able to apparently murder half of them as they just straight up disappeared. And despite what you may think, Patisserie Peach is the most prolific serial murderer in the Mushroom Kingdom. Just what is she putting in those cookies? Dark theories aside, we return to the emblem of the patisserie gem appearing on our brooch, similar to that of the Swordfighter one and the Cowgirl level before. I just simply didn't mention it at the time. But I noticed the running theme that after doing 2 stages in each form, we would potentially be able to go down to the basement and free the Sparkula that would match with that form. However, I decided to wait until I'd cleared all 4 stages on the floor before going down to the basement, as tackling the ones I'm locked on, I figured this would just be more efficient, since I'd have to go through a few different loading transitions, which would, again, take a few more moments, and overall, I just wanted to save as much time as I could. With that, we had cleared 2 of the stages that we had seen before, so I figured we wouldn't have any other reason to go back to the basement later. So I decided I would do that instead now. So I went to the first floor, bought a special dress that had been unlocked for us, and went down to free the 2 Sparkula. And I started with the Dark Locomotive and the Doomed Town. Similar to the Swordfighter one before, we hop onto a stage that looks nothing like the others, seemingly being torn apart, and feeling the least like an intended stage play, and more like an amalgamation of Madame Grape's magic. Hence the world's visuals. Unfortunately, we appeared to a dire situation, that being the Sparkula has been tied up on a train track, of course, classic, meaning our first objective is to go save them. Thankfully, our horse is here for some reason, and we're able to chase them down, leading to yet another chasing segment. After a train. I guess maybe they didn't know of any other things for a horse to chase after in a Western movie. Of course, along the route, there were a few different gems to collect via some quick timing on your platforming, before we were just barely able to save the Sparkula. We are then given a gem for our trouble, always nice. Unfortunately, we soon come across a precipice that seems impassable. Before out of nowhere, our horse comes out of nowhere with a trolley of wagons, to which the Sparkula Thief says that they'll take control of the horse as we ride on the carts in the back and deal with removing a threat that may chase after us. And so it begins. However, unfortunately, only a few moments into the segment before I can fully register that I need to be doing, I grab a gem that's on the back of the horse, only to see that apparently I had missed one. And of course, me having to, complete everything, means that I once again had to restart the entire stage. So once again, I ran through everything like I did the first time. I made sure to get all of the gems, and this time when I got to the segment past saving the thief, instead of deciding to just walk around and jump on top of the wagons, I decided to actually look around and see if I could spawn anything. I was able to find a spot to pose in, which brought me to a location where I was able to get the gem that I had missed, and from there, started the segment as intended. And this time I was able to get the gem I collected originally, but just barely. And throughout the entirety of this segment, you are required to walk around on the carts in order to deal with the enemies surrounding you. Unfortunately, we had no choice, eventually, but to dismount from our friend and walk on our own 2 hooves. Though thankfully this does lead to us actually finding the tuxedo-wearing thief, hung up by a barrel. We save him, of course, getting our ribbon, before eventually catching up with our friend from before, and somehow he's gotten all the carts back after 2 of them straight up got destroyed. Again, I'm not going to question the black magic, I'm just going to hope that I don't make an enemy of this guy in the future. But we can clearly see why he was kidnapped by Madame Grape if he has the ability to straight up manifest things like more carts just around him. A true threat, to be sure. We continue onward, dismounting once more, I guess this time just for the heck of it, as I don't remember there being a reason, and we almost immediately jump back on again. I'm very confused, but either way, we're almost to the exit of the area when, of course, out of nowhere, without even being on the track, a giant freaking train is coming to try and kill us. We have some barrels given to us, and our only option being to start throwing the barrels back at the train. Upon doing so, slowing down the train long enough for us to get away. However, after one cinematic jump, the same plagued X from before appeared, meaning I had once again missed a gem right at the end of the stage. So yep, I had to spend another 5 minutes getting back to where I was, making sure to not miss anything from previous runs, recollecting all the gems, the bows, yada yada, and this time, I was trying to think of what I needed to do differently. I tried seeing if I hit the train even more with more of the barrels, maybe if I did that enough I could destroy the train. But no, I made it to the end of the segment again before once again missing that same gem. I was very confused, but decided to give it one more go before I decided to cave and look it up. I was trying to stay as blind as I could, but also for the sake of getting this video out before the end of the year, and considering all this project has been, well, leading up to, I was eventually going to be willing to cave and look things up if I absolutely needed to in order to expedite this project, even if it was just by a little bit. However, after a few more attempts, I didn't even get to that segment again due to missing the, well, gems, because I'm very good at video games that I play. I eventually got back to the segment, and this time learned via simply playing well what you had to do in order to collect the last gem. You had to keep all 3 of the carts attached and make sure none of them get destroyed by the train. That is why I'd messed up on all the other runs before. Essentially, what you have to do is grab these first barrels that appear, as otherwise the train is going to immediately take out the first cart and will essentially make you lose the entire run. Thankfully, this attempt I was able to do just that, and got our final gem, allowing us to finally leave this nightmarish world. We get a compliment from the Sparkula after being freed, and then he just walks away, which, I guess, nice, thanks. But of course we're not done yet here, as we have one more Sparkula to free, that being the patisserie one, and I was very curious what this would entail. Of course it made sense for the other two being more heavily combat orientated, and having to do with that with their gameplay mechanics and whatnot, but I was very curious what they would do here, so with genuinely no idea what I'd be getting myself into, I headed in an attempt to save the patisserie Sparkula. We enter yet another torn up stage, where I'm instantly able to find a pose location, where instantly we collect a gem. Nice. Before we run, essentially, right into the patisserie Sparkula, who seemingly has been taken over by Madame Grape. Something that apparently she can do, which, to be fair, we did learn from the last patisserie level that that's a thing. Though we get a glimpse of that, it may be the soul of Gordon Ramsay himself within her making her act this way. I noticed she left a bowl behind her, allowing us to make a set of cookies. I decided to make some cookies and bring them with us, as there's probably a reason they gave these to us. Only to find just a little bit further to the right of the door that we were supposed to find to enter in order to progress is our tuxedo-wearing Theet, giving us our ribbon of the stage. I really like how easy it is to get these collectibles so far. We enter the main room only to find what I suppose I should have suspected for this, one of the two mechanics we've actually done before. But now this time with a little bit more difficult, as we actually have a race in order to decorate a 3-layered cake. And we can see the progress of our opponent on the left of this cake, and in the back on the right is our progress. It's pretty much the same otherwise though, since it's only 3 layers, it's actually again pretty easy. I think the only thing that would give you a little bit of trouble, or at the very least it gave me a little bit of trouble, is the fact that the cake itself is moving, requiring it to take a little bit more time in order to actually go around it. Since you had to do so a few times in order to actually fully finish the cake anyway. Thankfully, I was able to, with relative ease, able to finish off the cake. Or at least I did after I messed up once, since I actually didn't notice that I had to place these eyes, and that was not good. Thankfully, we were able to beat the patisserie Sparkula in a baking battle. Upon completion, however, I noticed that once again, the dreaded X is back. Once again, I'm very curious about what I messed up, but I can only imagine it's the fact that I incorrectly tried to finish one of the layers of the cake when it actually wasn't finished. So while a little discouraging, though it was only the first time I messed up on the stage, I just decided to reset now so I wouldn't miss anything going forward and wouldn't have to replay the entire thing, including segments that would come after. So upon replaying it, I, this time, made sure I actually finished the cake properly without sending in an unfinished cake, and I actually was in fact given a gem this time. Again, I can only assume that that was what I'd missed out on the first time. Thankfully, our brilliant cooking is actually able to cure the patisserie Sparkula, again, somehow. And of course we're given a gem as thanks for, again, presumably saving her. We're able to quickly make our way to the exit, but of course we're not done just yet, as we of course have to do the cookie minigame. This time we have to go against Gordon Ramsay over here, who demands that we make a cookie contest between each other, and that if we win, he'll let us go, and, you know, of course there's 2 on our side, so it seems like we have a clear advantage. Or so I thought, going into this. Either way, I had an interesting setup. It starts off with there being 4 bowls. It's played apart so that you have to fight over the bowls. Thankfully, the patisserie Theet from before is actually trying to help and will eventually start baking cookies upon her own, though I didn't notice that she wanted to bake with us until I was too late, presumably meaning you could speed this up and make things a lot easier on yourself. And as you can see, the soul of Chef Ramsay here attempts to squish you as you go, making it quite a challenge to avoid its attacks. You also complete way more cookies than you in one go, especially if you don't work with the patisserie Theet, as the patisserie Theet, when working together, will make way more cookies. Aww. Thankfully, we were able to win the competition, and despite my mess-ups here and there, we were able to get all of the gems in the level, but only after Gordon Ramsay took a bite of our cookies and straight up dies due to the flavor, once again confirming my fears that Patisserie Peach is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in the Nintendo universe.
That is delicious. Finally. Some good food.
After witnessing the straight-up homicide from Peach, you're then able to escape from the Patisserie Theet once again. We get a compliment, and they just walk off, which is par for the course by this point. But again, also kind of weird, because, you know, we just saved their lives. Anyway, after this, I went to the shop one more time to purchase some new dresses that had come in. Afterwards, I headed all the way up to the 3rd floor once more, where I entered the final level on the floor, Melody of the Sea. We are immediately welcomed into this level by nice and sunny beaches. We immediately get to see that a concert is going on with these mermaid performing Theets. Again, another thing that matches well with theater, as musicals is a big part of it. But also, it feels like it's quite common for there to be musicals under the sea. I don't really know why it is, but it just seems to be common. Unfortunately, we begin to see some darkness brewing with some sour bunch of mermaids harassing the other mermaids, though thankfully we're able to scare them off, netting us our first gem of the run, before we eventually find a turtle also being harassed by some grape people, which again we're able to help out by in turn helping two mermaid thieves find their voice, which I guess that somehow makes the turtle realize that it wants to be in the water, and I should really just stop questioning it at this point. And from there, the turtle, as thanks, decides to give us a ride to the performance, where you find a bunch of thieves waiting outside the theater wall. It seems as though some panic about the main star being missing is occurring, now as we the player can assume that this is because the Sparklas have been kidnapped, but I suppose it would make sense that these normal thieves wouldn't know that. From there, we kind of break in, to be blunt, via this surface entrance. From there, we make our way into the senior's dressing room, which is more like a cove. But either way, in there we find the Sparkla that we use to transform, which gives us the Mermaid Peach ensemble.
Enchanting.
From there, a really cool effect happens, which makes it seem as though we're in water by using lighting effects to have water appear in the background. Again, make it seem as though we're actually in water, which is a really cool effect that, again, went on perfectly with the theming, and I'm going to keep gushing about it because I think theming is one of this game's strongest suits. But anyway, we're immediately mistaken for the main singer, who, our beautiful voice, I guess that's part of the Sparkla that we are just kind of assumed to have consumed. And of course, they ask for our help, and Peach, being Peach, goes along with it. But not before we get a little practice with our new abilities as Mermaid Peach, which one of those main abilities means that we can freely maneuver around up and down, meaning that there is no platforming. It's not even a thing. Either way, we learn that our main ability is holding down B to sing. That's right, we Kingdom Hearts 2 in this Goo Lagoon. Holding B allows us to sing, which allows us to in turn control certain fish, which honestly sounds like a complete violation of their rights, but they can't talk, so whatever. This allows us to do things like use the fish to interact with the background, which we can't really do so normally, but this allows us to do things like open this clam here, which gets us a gem. However, once again, I noticed after doing this that in fact I had missed a gem. Tried looking around to see if there was a spot in this room that I'd missed out on, but pretty quickly I figured out, since there wasn't much of an area to work with, that I had just simply missed it earlier on. So already, I had to restart the level. Not a good start. I ran through the entire beginning again this time, trying to keep an eye out for anything I may have missed, and I found that the shells you see in the background here, while on the turtle segment, can be interacted with to get coins. But if you happen to activate all of them, you will get a gem. And I'm gonna be honest, kind of a dumb one to miss, but hey, whatever. I'm just happy I got it to make it back. Anyway, we get back, and now with the gem, of course, that was in the clam, since we had to recollect that as well, we progress forward in order to help get the concert going. However, just as we arrive and intend to start the performance, all three of the main band members are kidnapped by the Sour Bunch again. More crimes being committed. Seems like kidnapping is their favorite. So of course, we decide to follow after and try to help. Though by us trying to help, I mean we all hid behind the fish as they do all the work. A pretty deep commentary about the stance of power and leadership. Bold of you, Nintendo, as Peach controls her unwilling subjects in order to do all of the work for her, including allowing us to get a few coins, once again showing the profit that often comes from being a leader during times of war. We're also able to collect a gem thanks to said fish. We eventually find a room with a few different clams, including one big one and one smaller one, and inside one of the smaller ones we find a gem, and in the big one we find our first band member, who we're able to set free. We also then find these seaweed partitions we have to move in order to get some goodies, including freeing our tuxedo thief, getting us, of course, our bow of the stage, before we're eventually stopped by a giant eel. And I was generally confused at what to do here for a moment before I tried scening and learning you could actually just straight up move all the eels via your scening back and forth. I suppose I should have guessed, when considering the only two options we have right now is to move the left stick in order to actually move around and hold down B in order to sing. The second ring of eels had a gem hidden in between them, which I was able to fairly easily collect, and we found our second band member behind even more seaweed, which we were able to thankfully remove in order to free said band member, meaning we had only one more left to find. Though I did notice a pose location, which contained a little bit of money, so nothing super special, but hey, whatever. Anyway, from there we made our way to this room with these three blowfish, which we were able to maneuver in such a way to get them all three in the proper location at the right time, and it really felt like a Zelda puzzle, especially that one in Twilight Princess when you're accessing the Temple of Time. Either way, eventually I was able to get all three in the correct location and free the last of the three band members, again meaning that all three were freed, letting us a gem. However, as you may have noticed yet again, another gem wasn't appearing. Now, I assumed it must be in this area, as I genuinely didn't think I had actually missed anything, including the eels and whatnot. It just didn't seem like I had missed anything. So I tried looking around and tried to see if I could spot anything, and pretty swiftly I noticed that there was this little ring of starfish, which looked very suspicious. I tried posing there, but nothing happened, and I thought maybe I can go up and it'd be somewhere above, and that this was maybe just a weird design spot that actually didn't have anything to do and was just designed poorly, or weirdly. However, as soon as I went up, we were then thrust into the next part of the story, which I know I made the joke about Kingdom Hearts earlier, but this really is like Kingdom Hearts 2 Little Mermaid segment, where we have to use essentially our singing in 3 directions, north, east, and west. And you have to do so in the right timing in order to activate all the fish and get all the music. It's kind of weird. Either way, playing all of those, more fish simply have to run into your music, and once again, they're pretty easy to do so. However, there were some differences, like these longer fish that you have to sing to for a bit longer in order for them to actually be fully added to the background. It's essentially just a rhythm game, but one that I ended up failing because a giant red X appeared on the last gem of the stage. Though, thankfully I wasn't as upset as you may think I would have been, as I already had to run through the entire level again in order to get that gem that I missed in the previous room, so after running through the entire stage again, I made it back to the room with the suspicious starfish that I noted earlier, thankfully not going to recollect anything as my collection had been saved via each run-through in this time before. Anything else I wanted, I didn't have to recollect. Either way, I went to pose in the spot, which brought me to a new location, as I figured. It brought us to a room where you can control some fish, opening a clam, and getting us a gem that I had missed. And I'm not gonna lie, once I confirmed my suspicion that this was in fact the spot that you had to go for the gem, it made me a little upset because the room is no longer able to be accessed after you solve the puzzle, and it just kind of seems like an oversight to me. Immediately after, we make it to the minigame, and this time thankfully I was able to perform perfectly and made sure I caught every note as I went. Though thankfully, in a bit of an ironic twist, I did notice that my first run before this, and the one that I missed the 2 gems, that if you were to miss a fish and don't want to reset the entire level, and this is the only segment you're messing up in, all you need to do is make sure you do not sing to any more of the fish, and if you miss all 4 fish, you actually restart the minigame from the very beginning, and lose a heart, meaning you can effectively try this over and over again so long as you have the health. So knowing this definitely made it a lot less stressful, and thankfully this time we're able to get our last gem of the stage, and that fully completed this level.
Thank you very much.
After this, the door appeared for us to access, but I decided to take a moment to look at all the photos that had begun to accumulate from earlier, as it had been a while since I looked through them, and once again my OCD got the better of me. And I wanted to ensure that there was no more exclamation marks in our collection screen. Upon clearing all those out, I happened to notice one of the things I didn't look at was, well, that there's actually sort of a stage list, aka this thing called Plays, which will essentially just show you all the levels you've been to, and how your collection is looking. And this will allow you to quickly run through them and make sure you've collected everything. This was nice, as it ensured that I didn't miss anything going down the line, and it ended up being a huge help later on, though, again, I'll talk about that a bit later. After giving in to my OCD, I then gave Stella the gems required as we opened the door into our 3rd boss of the game, that being this Cheshire cat-looking cat, I don't know how else really to describe it, who's probably the most intimidating thing I've seen up to this point outside of Patisserie Peach. Anyway, we get the same old, pretty deep lore rundown of how we'll never be able to defeat Madame Grape and that there's nothing we can do, before we're thrust right into the battle, and it's this tiny house, which seems to be a common theme with big cats in video games. We then learn the name of this abomination as Projector Cat. Anyway, starting off this fight was one of the most confusing ones up to this point, as I had absolutely no clue what I was supposed to be doing. I immediately noticed a rat, which I used the sparkle ability on, as that's one of the only things I can do, turning it into seemingly a bomb, but I had no idea what to do with it. You couldn't pick it up at all, and all we could do is push it. Anyway, eventually the projector cat would sometimes take a swipe at me, doing some damage, but other than that, didn't really do much. Eventually there came a certain point where it created these projector-looking arms, and that's interesting, get it, because it's like its name, it's a projector, anyway. And what's supposed to be where these hands that would hit the ground, launching the bomb up and exploding, and presumably it would do damage if it were on the ground at the base of Projector Cat's face. It's kind of hard to explain. Essentially, you just wanted to make sure the bomb was in this location whenever he did this attack. It's not that complicated of a fight. but it seemed a little difficult because you couldn't really have direct access of the bomb. All you could do was really just use the running into it method, which was terrible, or using the sparkle ability, which sometimes would have you overshoot. It was just kind of a complicated fight. So essentially this fight consisted of us trying to keep the bomb in the center of the stage, or at least get it there by the time it does the slam attack in order to actually do damage to it. And in that moment, this would have been my least favorite fight up to this point, but things would change as you see later. Eventually some other things started to occur, including his tail being used to sweep at us, and yet thankfully it doesn't interact with the bomb like some of his swipes with his paws do. And essentially just by pure luck, I eventually found out that we can halt the paws from hitting the bomb by hitting them with our sparkle ability. However, unfortunately, one of the attacks with the paw will do is slam down and will actually instantly destroy the bomb, meaning you'll have to cancel out all the work you put into it for that particular phase and have to redo it all again. Either way, very annoying. And I didn't really find it too fun or intuitive, though thankfully with the second bomb I was able to get him and had it launch into himself, bringing us to the final phase of the fight. And I didn't really know what to expect at this point, as you may be able to guess. And really it wasn't that much of a difference, pretty much the stereotypical stuff you expect for a fight. He attacks more frequently, and he does so a bit faster, so it's nothing that complicated. But again, the fight is still pretty much the same. Get the bomb in the center by nudging it over there, and then keep the pops off the bomb. And even after fully coming to terms with how this fight would work and how the mechanics came to be, it was still just one of my least favorite fights up to this point. My thoughts would change later on, as you'll see, but it was just kind of infuriating, having very little control over the entire bomb, and it was just not my favorite thing in the world. But again, as you'll see later on, this is actually a fight that I came to really enjoy. It's just, in this moment, I was very much not into it. Either way, after the third hit, we're able to bring down another of Madame Grape's guardians. We return from the door back to the third floor, where once again, thankfully, all the evil is stripped away from it, returning it to its former glory. Once again, we get our mandatory speech from Stella, which essentially boiled down to talking about how we've performed a lot of different plays, okay, and gone through a decent amount of the game. And have had a few different stages, so essentially nothing to value right now. It's essentially just affirming, hey, keep up the good work. Also, this is something that's been bothering me for a little bit, and I just didn't mention it till now. Why is it that Stella's dress reminds me a lot of Rosalina's? And the fact that she's a star-looking face makes me think that there could be some correlation here if you really want to start trying to dig into it. A ton, I'd have no idea, it just seems kind of like a weird correlation. Either way, nothing new being learned from this conversation. Something does actually happen after, however, as the entire theater begins to shake. And from there we unlock a faculty that, in my opinion, should have been unlocked since the very beginning, as essentially it's just an elevator that will allow you to choose which specific floor you want to go through. As, while I haven't mentioned it a ton, anytime you want to head to a different floor, you of course have to go to a loading screen, but if you want to go from, let's say, the third floor, which we're at this point, to the basement, you have to go through multiple different loading transitions per floor in order to get down to the basement. And again, it just feels like it shouldn't have been locked, but hey, at least we have it now. However, even though Stella recommends it, we actually don't test this out right now, as instead, at this point, I essentially was ready to see what the rehearsal level would be, as at this point I assumed it was kind of the theme. And I was correct, this time for the Cowgirl one. It seemed like it was going to be a rundown of the minigame from the first Cowgirl level in the pub where we had to save the thieves in the bar as they appeared out of the little wooden trap doors and whatever. And while there were a lot of similarities, there were also a lot of differences. We had to, example, save as many of the thieves as possible within the time limit, but also not accidentally grab any of the bomb barrels, so it's kind of a reverse version of Whack-A-Mole in some ways. And to be honest, maybe it's just because I just had a lot of time to play the Cowgirl one, or I felt like I had a lot of fun playing with it and it stuck with me more, or something, but this one ended up being one that was actually relatively easy. In fact, it was one that I was able to complete on my first try, so it was nice to actually get that one little confidence boost in getting this done so quickly, netting us yet another bow for our efforts. Of course, I also noticed after this moment that a lot of the sparkles that we had saved had now appeared around the theater, and around them had a bunch of their fans simply talking to them. They really don't add anything, or much to this point, but it's cool to see them actually still in the theater instead of just straight up despawning or something, which they could have easily seen them doing. Anyway, after the rehearsal, I took the elevator down to the first floor in order to buy the new dress we got after fighting the boss, and this is a good time to mention another small thing I noticed, which was that each of the floors had sort of hinted as to what the boss was going to be. For example, the floor we had been through had a bunch of projectors around it. Back when Madden Group had control over it, and the one before that had a lot of green and flashing lights, and it was another small detail that a lot of people may not have caught onto that I want to call attention to, because again, it's these small details that you can really tell the development team really cared about this game. Anyway, after purchasing the dress for Peach, there wasn't anything for us to do except for us to head on to the next floor, floor 4. Arriving upon the floor, now taking note of the appearance of the floor, since we now know the details, will sometimes give us a hint, such as the spotlights that accompany it can give us a hint as to what we may be having to deal with later on. I took a look at some of the doors and saw a total of 3 familiar symbols and 1 new one, so I decided to start with the one that we had gotten the earliest, the ninja levels. Once again, just like all the other ones, we start off with our ninja apparel, meaning we have to use stealth to our advantage. And it seemed as though our goal this time is to raid a castle that once belonged to us, I guess, in order to take it back from the Sour Patch Kids. Of course, it means that we have to use stealth to our advantage and ensure we don't get caught so we can progress further. I, of course, checked around every corner to ensure I didn't miss anything, and eventually found a pretty obvious spot where you can pose, which brought me to a location to snag a bunch of cash. Found another pose spot in between these 2 ninja thieves, but otherwise didn't find too much in this segment. I hopped down into one of the buildings, only to find ourselves inside the ventilation shaft above the castle, being certain to not alert any of the guards earlier than necessary anyway. And eventually, I was able to find another pose location, which brought us to where we could get our first gem of the level. We were able to take out a few more of the guards, free a few thieves, and eventually find a way to progress forward. And of course, discover a whole new gameplay mechanics being available, such as the screens that can be flipped in order to access the foreground and background. This allows for some really cool puzzles and platform elements that I thought was done really well. I also was certain to get up to this roof, as it felt like there may be some sort of secret up there. And indeed, there was in fact a gem. I was able to find another gem in the background of this segment, and had to solve a puzzle about aligning these walls so that way we could progress forward. I definitely liked how they took the elements from the previous stages that were introduced to us in a kind of slow and some way boring manner, and really expand upon them in some of these later stages, as you get to experience the action right off the bat, instead of having to wait a while to do so. Unfortunately, however, just a little further on, we were spotted and are thrust into yet another auto-scrolling segment. This one a bit different, as there are multiple paths to take, and I had to continue platforming all the while. I was definitely the most nervous at this part, as missing anything could mean a whole reset of the stage, which I was not hoping to encounter. Thankfully, unlike the first level, I was able to make it through the first section of the auto-scroller perfectly fine, and was able to nab all the gems in the stage as well. Made it up to a few more ninja thieves who give us yet another scroll, this time allowing us to create a sentient chain of gears that I think is supposed to be a dragon, but I'm not gonna lie, it looks a little weird and it's kind of lost on me what it's supposed to be. Essentially just another auto-scroller, but this time we're going up and we can mash B in order to break past obstacles and attempt to take as many of the bad guys out as possible. Eventually, however, we overthrow the giant metallic cannon thing, which to be honest doesn't really fit with the ninja theme, but hey, whatever. And of course, as you may have noticed, despite getting all the gems, I of course missed the bow, so that meant it was time that I had to go back in for yet another run. And while I did find 1 or 2 new pose locations I didn't notice before, there was nothing in terms of the bow. I actually didn't really even have any clue of where to go during this stage, until I got to the screen flipping segment once more, and I noticed a sort of suspicious looking ledge that I simply didn't the first time. I decided to investigate, lo and behold, of course, that was where the hidden ribbon was all along. After finding this, and once again feeling like a dumb arse, more so than I normally do, I then made my way through the rest of the stage, perfectly fine, 100%ing the entirety of this stage. And while I haven't been mentioning it in the script mostly just because it's kind of unnecessary, if you couldn't tell, I have been changing the dresses and ribbons for any time we get them so I can show how most of them look, and because I wanted to see them and potentially do a top 10 list or something about them later on if I run out of ideas, which I thankfully haven't yet, but you never know. Anyway, next course I wanted to do was, of course, now I was between these 3 ones, of course, now. There was 2 old ones and 1 new one. So I wanted to do all the old ones first, though I could go to the basement and do all 3 while I was there, as I had been before, even with the elevator. I just felt like this is more convenient. So I decided next I would go for the thief-related stage, that being the stolen statue. If you couldn't gather, the name does imply where we're going. We arrived just in time to see a giant statue of a thief, or a thief, that's kind of a tongue twister, with a really charming mustache, might I add, get taken away, and so of course we have to give chase. And I definitely find that the thief levels to be the most challenging, at least due to the gameplay mechanics. I found these the most challenging standalone levels, mostly due to the mechanics being a lot more heavily pushing into the platforming area, but It's still not bad or super hard. Like, at the first segment, we're required to platform off a bunch of planes, which is really cool as a set piece, and we use our grappling hook to swing from one to another, since this is an auto-scroller, though a pretty slow one. I was on my toes to ensure that I didn't miss anything of value, whether it be a gem or what have you. And thankfully, pretty early on into the segment, I did notice some planes lower down, and they were moving a little bit faster, in which I saw a gem just floating in the air. Thankfully, I was able to get the gem before missing it, which was, of course, nice. From there, we were able to progress to the next set piece. We come to find that apparently a Theet is holding on to the statue in an attempt to get it back, which, I don't know about you, but if I saw something like a giant statue being taken by some giant blimp thing, I think my fear of heights would prevent me from just grabbing onto it, but I guess this guy thought maybe he could get it? Either way, we finally have access to the giant blimp. Immediately to the left upon entry, I found our tuxedo friend hidden behind a door. I used the word hidden very loosely. I was actually probably one of the easier locations I found him in. And combining the platforming and puzzle genre, I think, is something that I never really had thought of before. Though there are some Mario games that have done this, such as the more recently released Mario Donkey Kong Remake, which is more of a puzzle platformer, but they're not quite the same. It's kind of hard to describe. Anyway, from there, we have to make our way through the rest of the blimp, which gives us its own fair share of troubles. So we continued forward and having to go through some platforming segments and use stealth, a pretty interesting combination. Along the way, I collected as many hidden puzzle sections as I could, as many coins as I could, and I made sure to check for any single gem and every single corner possible because, again, I didn't really want to miss anything, since every spot is worth checking. Behind this drone, for example, seemed like a good spot to hide something, but there is nothing there. Continuing onward, we find a bunch of shards for another gem, which, after collecting all, of course, gets us another one. I found a few more pose locations as we moved forward, and up to this point, I thought we were doing rather good. However, as soon as we end up on the other side of the blimp outside again, apparently all the smaller planes are attempting to destroy the side pieces of the blimp that we are using to platform on and potentially kill everyone on board. Not just us, which is pretty insane if you think about it, but I suppose all we've seen so far are robots, and maybe they aren't thinking about saving themselves. Kind of crazy. Either way, with that stress being there, as I wanted to ensure that none of the pieces I was standing out would fall off. However, I was able to thankfully have enough time to grab this gem up here before I could, not get it again. Eventually, we make it to this spot where we kind of just jump to our demise, except there are these two drones, which we then get this really stunning entrance into the blimp, which that alone lets us get another gem. From there, we then have to make an attempt at dismantling these two panels while two guards try to get us. There are a few hooks we can use along the path, and for the most part it isn't all too challenging, but for some reason there are two doors that opened up, and I just decided to go left. I assumed that they both took you to the same space, so I was just hopeful that there wasn't anything I missed. Either way, whatever. We get down to where the thief is, who was attached to the statue for the moment. It's kidnapping, statue napping, whatever, and we now have to figure out a small puzzle in order to get the statue out of here, though. To be honest, I think dropping the statue from this height is probably a death sentence for that poor people who are underneath it and, on top of it. Either way, after doing so, they decide to just bomb the entire blimp and have it self-destruct, of course, meaning we have to make a daring escape. And we have a few close calls here and there, and another choice that is given to us. There was then a split path between going on a higher route or a lower route, and as Obi-Wan once said, the high ground is always the correct ground, or something like that. So I decided to go with this route, once again praying I didn't miss anything. And thankfully I chose correctly, as our final gem was on this path. Thankfully from there we make a last second escape, completing the level. Of course, this little intermediate section really doesn't need explanation, and I decided to just immediately head to the final repeat of this floor, the Case of the Rainy Day Plot. Just like last time, the detective theme stage is a lot more slow-paced and is meant to be more of a puzzle-solving thing than anything else. We begin with our junior detective from last time saying that he has a tip about some big conspiracy going on, probably about how the Earth is actually flat, and so we decided to stake it out before we find a member of the Sour Bunch from earlier. We are then integrating some stealth mechanics into this one, previously, as we now have to follow him without getting caught by standing behind objects that have shadows orientated behind them. They attempt to make this challenging by having some of the objects move around, but honestly it's still a fairly easy segment overall, and one that I didn't find to be too challenging. After getting a little too nervous, he decides to just bolt, and he ends up dropping a note upon his departure. Before investigating that, however, I decided to run back through, as we had already, had to go through it, but since we were having to follow along with him, I wanted to make sure, just to be certain I didn't miss anything at this point. One of the worst things is having to redo a level, especially one of the slower-paced ones like this one. I looked through the path we had already passed, and found nothing of note. Get it? From there, I decided to actually progress a little bit and fairly easily found out where the culprit in question had wandered off to. Before following along with where the stage was seemingly trying to lead us, I went further to the right to see what was over here. What we found were 3 paintings, which were interesting, and there was this whole other mystery going on involving our favorite tuxedo-wearing Theet, where we had to deduce which of the 3 paintings was actually a real priceless artifact. After gathering all the clues, it wasn't too hard to deduce which one was correct, that being the only one here that isn't in color. After discerning this, we were then gifted the ribbon of the level. Again, it's nice to get those early on the stage so we don't have to worry about it later. So, that was nice, I guess. I continued forward, entering another segment where we had to follow behind the suspect again, but this one was a little bit more difficult in the process, as things were starting to straight up disappear in terms of your hiding spots, but still nothing too difficult from anything that we actually have to worry about. Unfortunately, we do lose sight of him, but we could assume where he went into one of these 3 doors. However, before trying to solve the problem, I went a little further to the right once again, found another pose location, in which contained our first actual gem. However, it seemed as though I'd actually skipped one, but I wasn't entirely certain actually which one I had skipped or where it could be, due to the fact that I assumed after solving the mystery of which apartment he went into, we would also get a gem from that, but I didn't know if it'd be the first gem or would technically be the third. So I just had to run around for a second and see if I could spot anything, and I didn't. Either way, we talked to a few Theets and were able to deduce where he presumably went, and I just decided to go with it, and if I missed it, then I'd restart. I hadn't done a ton at this point, so it wouldn't have been the biggest deal in the world. So I put the pieces together and found out which one he went into, and upon getting this correct, we got ourselves the gem. That was in fact the first gem technically, so thankfully I didn't have to redo anything up to this point. We walk in, seeing some grander plot, and find out that a bomb threat is now being carried out by this group. Jesus, this got way more serious than I thought. Almost immediately without thinking, we decided to just follow along, but last second noticed these arrows pointing on this piece of paper to the right, and I panicked for a moment thinking I may have missed something. I tried walking back, but I didn't spot anything at this point, and I just had to hope it was just money or nothing at all. I know I already had the ribbons, so it would just have to be the gems. From there, upon investigating a few things around the room, we're able to figure out just exactly where the bomb threat is going to be planned out, and it seems like it's going to be the clock tower. Of course, this gets the gem for figuring it out, and yeah. And again, I don't really know what the plan is to destroy a giant clock tower, but hey, whatever. Upon figuring this out properly, we were then, of course, as I said, gifted a gem, and thankfully from there I was able to see that we had not missed one yet, which was, again, reassuring. We then tipped the cops off as they rush in, but of course, instead of really following them, I ended up looking around and trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thankfully I did this though, as on a pile of crates to the left of the clock tower is another gem, but nothing else really of value. We entered the clock tower, only to find that a bunch of the Sour Bunch are on an elevator, and are already making their way to the top. And since apparently there are no stairs in here, and there's only one elevator, we have to figure out exactly which key operates the elevator here. Thankfully, after a pretty easy puzzle of just having the labels be, well, a little messed up, we're able to figure out which is the right key before progressing upwards. And immediately all the cops head to the right, and of course this means I immediately wanted to run into the left in order to check every location for any potential goodies. Thankfully I did, as I found a little pose location for some money, and one of the 3 previously aforementioned Sour Bunch, who we're thankfully able to locate and apprehend, and I did not see another gem. We move forward and almost get into a fist fight with one of the culprits, however thankfully the cops intervene and subdue him. They try to figure out where it is, and unfortunately he doesn't give much of a tip outside of maybe heading to the top floor, being our best bet. Along the route to said top floor, instead of there being a staircase, we have to go through some more puzzles, the first part being simply collecting pieces of the cog in order to restart the machine, which we're able to find fairly easily, and make it to the second floor, or third floor, or whatever. Upon arriving on the floor, it seemed as though one of the cogs were destroyed, which, not good. But thankfully there was still one cog left we can move around, and also I found the last of the 3 villains, which of course got us another gem. We solved the final puzzle-ish looking thing, where we're then at the top and just have to locate the bomb. Upon finding said bomb, though of course from there it is still a ticking bomb, literally, and neither of us are qualified to actually disarm said bomb, so our best bet is to throw it down towards a river that apparently is just close by. And upon going to do so, And thankfully with that, we are able to fully complete this level. Of course, we return to the lobby once again to see the symbol appear on our brooch once more, and are now down to just 2 more levels on this floor. I decided to change our attire before heading into the only new door on this floor, a Kung Fu Tail. As always, the name implies pretty much exactly what we're going to be getting into. We appear in quite a stereotypical Kung Fu setting with appropriate music and ambiance. Following, of course, like always, things don't seem to be going right in this area. For example, we find the teacher of this group of Theets and their castle, or I guess their school or something. Either way, we see that it's been sieged by a bunch of the Sour Patch Kids, and we end up having to cheer up a few of the Theets who were left to only watch. They then lead us to the next area of the stage, and like most of the stage at this point where we don't have the ability, our only option is to use our Sparkle ability on pretty much everything. So that's all I do. Every single object I see, I try to interact with in order to get some money, scare some enemies off, and of course, I'm sure to check on every single corner, including inside of this building, which gets us our first gem actually, but nothing entirely new up to this point. I kept making sure that I checked every corner, and eventually we get stopped by a boulder, to which all we can really do is cheer up some Theets who apparently are able to do this really sick maneuver and just straight up break the rock, and then do the freaking splits. Good god. Unfortunately, however, one of our groups gets left behind after some rocks fall in our path, and he can't get past them. And a bunch of the Sour Bunch appear guarding a gate, which presumably is the only way forward. And though I did try admirably, may I add, to fight them with limited success, our only option was to go even further to the right. We then came across a kind of funny Kung Fu Master trial. However, pretty quickly I noted this suspicious looking black pit, and of course the completionist in me made me want to go check to ensure I didn't miss anything. And so, with nothing but courage and determination in my heart, I decided to jump in, because, let's just be honest here, it kind of looks like there could be something in here. So I jump in and... yeah, no secret. Eventually we came across one last trap guarding the sparkle of the stage, and going on with everything else, we get one of the coolest forms up to this point, Kung Fu Peach. Kung Fu Peach has some of the most changes in gameplay, along with Ninja Peach, and I'll admit I was a little confused at first at what I was supposed to be doing, but thankfully it began to click as I moved forward. For example, now we have these combat kicks and other techniques that we can use to fight enemies, which is super cool. Our jump has changed slightly. We can also do things like magnet jump, kind of, onto these little fence things. For example, you'll jump and automatically try to have the game correct you, and it'll try to make sure you land on the sticks. But I was a little confused at this point. I haven't mentioned, speaking of, up to this point, but I will say that the animation of this game is actually really good for all the attires and forms that Peach takes on. And all the enemies and their animations that are worked in this game are really good. I already mentioned some of the small details, like the aforementioned dancing with the Theets, but there are some other small things that you may notice as we've gone around, and I think all of that add up to this game even more. For example, all the kicks we do, including breaking vases and breaking these stupid training dummies from before, and funnily enough, one of them had a gem on them, by the way, but all of this just looks really good. We received another gem for actually freeing one of our Thief friends from earlier before progressing, so make sure you do that if you're trying to follow along. We try to continue, but a bunch of the Sour Bunch unfortunately appear, and some of the Thieves stay behind in order to fight them off. From there, it's up to us to take out bunches of groups of enemies that come after us, and I guess it's all on us to save their teacher. We go further past more of these nice looking set pieces and have to deal with more enemies, and we learn some things about the kicks, and like you can actually strike the enemies and send them colliding into each other, allowing you to do even more damage and clear out more of them at once. Of course, we couldn't get too absorbed into the gameplay, as I had to be looking out for all the secrets, and eventually, you know, a bow. Presumably we find the leader of their group, who we get into a Mortal Kombat type fight, though it's way less complicated than that, as all we have to do is time our read presses with these glowing rings you'll see. And after only one round, he flees, claiming, of course, it's all part of his grand plan, yada yada, you know, basically the stuff you're given for beating a villain, and yet they also want to think that, you know, we're stronger than you still. Either way, we're given a gem for our victory, and we must continue forward. Found a few more gems, like on top of this market, and also found a few hidden pose locations, like one behind this area here, so destroying public property is in fact rewarded, which brought us to a location where we can get money, so not guaranteed or needed for gems, but hey. We then come across a giant precipice where you can see there's all these poles sticking out of the ground, and a few of them have shards on them, and so I assumed, okay, this wouldn't be that bad. and I went to click them all, and I was making good progress until I accidentally leaped before I looked. And due to this, I got hit off and fell into the void. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to recover from this. And while I didn't recover, thankfully, I only lost a heart and was just sent a little further back. And upon returning to where I had failed originally, I was once again making good progress until I noticed that the enemies jumping on some of the poles made them disappear, including a few that had the gem pieces on them, pushing them into the void and despawning them. And at this point I had almost no idea what to do, but I really didn't feel like restarting the whole level, so I just tried to end my own run by, well, let's just say removing all of my health. The way I did this was just jumping into the enemy over and over again, and in doing so, in fact, I did kinda get a game over. I don't sound so sure because, like in Mario Odyssey, losing your health just means you lose some money and then that's about it. It's kind of weird, but I was curious if maybe this would allow me to try again at the segment. And this is where I would learn one of the most integral pieces of the run in terms of a strategy for completing this game. I already mentioned how one of my biggest gripes with it is from the completion standpoint, having to replay entire levels from the very beginning in order to try a single segment again, which is, as I mentioned, really dissatisfying and annoying. And it was one of the most annoying parts and tedious parts of this entire completion journey up to this point. Which is a shame, because otherwise this has been a really fun experience up to this point. Thankfully, I would take this moving forward, and it actually taught me a new strategy, which we'll take what we get, I guess. So how this works is, if you had missed something you need for completion and had yet to enter a new load zone, you could get a game over or jump into the void and potentially get a redo. And I kind of spotted this a little bit earlier with some things like Under the Seasoning level, or with the original Saving the Sparkle in the Western segment ones. But this was the level where it really solidified into my mind that this is a genuine strategy, as my second run through didn't start off that great either, actually. I missed the pole, which I thought would, again, be it for the run, but thankfully, it actually went pretty well. However, this time I accidentally made a different decision that almost cost me the run, that being I missed one shard that I had grabbed originally, and decided to skip and save it for last because I figured it'd be easier. Unfortunately, however, that's not how it worked, and so I ended up just costing me the run again. I just ran around this guy in circles again, since all you lose is money, and ended up learning yet another new strategy that might help somebody who's trying to complete this game. While throughout the entire journey I never once needed to grind for cash, if you end up having to go into a stage that has a bunch of money, and then having a spot where you can empty your own HP, then you could effectively grind coins infinitely as all the coins do respawn. Another thing about the strategy is that if you've already collected certain gems, you won't have to recollect them again. For example, the one on the top of the market that was grayed out every time since I had got it the first time, implying that it saved me getting it again, which is nice. Another small thing I learned from this is that if the game thinks you're struggling, it'll ask if you want to use the heart gem, even though only twice I had failed up to this point. It was kind of cool, and I'm glad I learned this, as there was never another time in this entire game where I had this problem or had this prompt appear, but it is cool that the game is trying to make sure that even if you are struggling, that you don't have too much trouble with it, so it's nice. So third run in, I very quickly caught up to where I was, and this time thankfully successfully plotted the movement, and only after this third time successfully getting the gem did I notice that the poles that disappeared had cracks on them, which would have made my routing a little bit easier to do, and yeah, that was something. Either way, 2 tiers in a bucket. Thankfully I was able to collect all the ones we needed, getting us the gem, and I also found a new mechanic related to Kung Fu Peach, which I decided to experiment with a little bit. That being these poles that you could swing off of to do damage and to reach new areas. And you can gain some height via this as well. Though its true potential wouldn't be shown until later levels. But we do get a taste of it here, as we're able to use the poles in the center of this plaza to take out hordes of their group very swiftly. I then tried seeing how easy it was to gain height from this, as I figured they could be hiding stuff on the top. But no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't get enough, so I just assumed and hoped that there wouldn't be any that was super high up. We're then taken to the center of a plaza, and we have a bunch of, well, these rape people who we have to take out, and thanks to this pole here, again, we're able to easily do just that. But my biggest concern at this point was actually not finding the bow yet, so I made sure to run through everything I'd been through already. Like, I just backtracked as much as I could and checked every corner before continuing. And I still hadn't found the bow yet, so I was kind of getting nervous at this point. I found a few more gems in some pretty predictable locations, found a few more enemies, and including finding this pose location on this mountain range. And thankfully, not much further from here was the bow location of the stage, which, again, really nice to get that out of here. Just a little further ahead, we had to fight even more of the Sour Bunch, including these ones with spears, who are all about counters. You can see this little glimmer that appears. It's kind of like the sword fighting area where it's all about countering, but nothing super tough. We run into the villain from earlier once more, and once again we have to engage in another Mortal Kombat-esque moment from earlier, though again it's nothing super duper tough. All you really have to do is time your B presses with when the circle is appearing, and we win. The first round, very easily. Only for him to take it to the roof, which essentially just looks good. I don't know other reason he would do this outside of just getting a better looking shot, but hey, I appreciate it. And after what I would say was a close duel, but it really wasn't. In fact, he was kind of a pushover with one, well, not just one, last flurry of kicks, I suppose. We're able to take out the foe, now DS the final gem of the stage, meaning that the stage was complete.
Thank you.
Returning to the entrance, we had of course cleared all 4 stages of this floor, meaning the boss was now available for us to take on. However, before doing so, we actually had 3 new locations to visit in the basement in order to save the 3 captured Sparkla that we now had the symbol of that we found on the stage, and it's kind of this whole thing. So I went to the basement and started with the Dark Prison and the Dangerous Trap. And this is one of the most unique types of levels up to this point, as starting off, we actually don't have to make our way to the captured Sparkla, but rather we start off with him being right in front of us, or behind us I should say, and seeing them being locked up. What we have to do is dismantle 4 switches in order to get him out. And I'll say, this was probably the toughest level gameplay-wise up to this point. While there were other stages that gave me grief more from just a completion's sake, this one was just troubling to begin with. Well, yes, I was concerned about checking every corner. This one easily had the toughest platforming up to this point, and I was glad to see that the entire game wasn't going to be something that they wouldn't try to challenge you with, at least a little bit. Don't get me wrong, there have been some challenges with some things here and there, but I wasn't sure just how far they would actually take the challenge. But I think that this game does a good job trying to ease people into the platforming genre to begin with, and so this being some of the peak of its difficulty is more than enough. It was more challenging, but it wasn't grueling. It's not like Hollow Knight or really any of those other tough games that are super challenging. But it's there to help ease people into the platforming genre. And at this point, I'm going to start more quickly summarizing the gameplay of these levels, since unless it's something new to discuss, I feel like you've kind of seen a lot of it. So a lot of this was just tricky challenging with your using the grappling hook and stuff, and a lot of this actually reminded me of the Metroid style games. So, for example, just how the stages were set up. Of course, this meant that we had to find gems and some gem shards, depending on the floor, and I noticed that the running theme was 1 gem per floor, or at least per room anyway, and of course I was eventually able to find even the, bow of the stage after doing a quick little puzzle. And interestingly enough, there were some new mechanics here as well, such as these electrical-looking lasers that appeared, which are kind of interesting, so there was that. And so I'm just going to, as I mentioned earlier, kind of skimmed through some of these as there wasn't a ton to say, but just assure that I had to check every single location, and in doing so it made some things really difficult, mostly just because I felt like I had to check every single route and was annoying. And just to kind of emphasize that this was a little bit more challenging, I actually got down to 1 heart at one point just due to my general recklessness and trying to check every location and resetting certain segments to make sure I didn't miss anything, so just be careful. We eventually came across the final panel, meaning that the thief Sparkla should be free. We made it back and unlocked 1 final panel in order to free them. Upon doing so, of course, like always, the whole area begins to simply fall apart. From there, we have to work together in order to actually escape, where he's going to be on one segment, activating panels, and we're going to be on the other, and we have to dodge some stuff. It sounds a lot more complicated and impressive than it actually is. Thankfully, after just a little bit of this, we were able to make it through. I find the last gem of the stage before we have to enter one last grappling rail segment thing. Kind of reminds me of Sonic, to be honest. And we ended up fairly easily making our escape. And nicely, with the knowledge that we had 100% completed this stage. And as you could probably guess at this point, we return, get a compliment, and from there, the Sparkla simply walks away. Our job, however, is of course not done, as we have 2 more left. And I decided to go into the detective one, as similar to the patisserie Sparkla, I truly had no idea as to what they were going to do for this. I mean, it makes sense they use the mechanics already learned, but I don't really know how they'd integrate that into a harder challenge. And upon entry, it's pretty interesting. The stage itself is a little more put together than some of the other ones, at least at the start, taking the facade of the museum from earlier. I mean, we even see a bunch of the thieves, all of which are saying weird stuff. And, spoiler, we can easily conclude that these are all in fact villains, so I decided to unmask them all as I just wanted to ensure that there wasn't a reward for doing so. I also began investigating everything like I had before, but again, I'm just gonna kind of skip past a ton of this. Eventually we came across a door that apparently the Detective Sparkula is being hidden behind somehow, where we find a note that is said from the Sparkula, giving us a hint as to answer the puzzle of how to open the door. And it has to do with these dots you see on the exhibits, and you can probably guess from the two you see here, it's all about the number in front of them and the order in which you interact with them. So we make our way through interacting with the right numbers as we go, solving a few more puzzles, and again, keep in mind I'm investigating everything as I can. At some point though, I made it as far right as possible where there's an elevator that takes us to an upstairs section, where we find a hint that involves us moving these statues down below in order to access the area to the left, that is, again, upstairs. Did you catch that? Good, because up in that new area is where we find the ribbon of the stage. Again, nice to get that over with. We then finally unlock the door after solving the puzzle, and upon entering said door, we find the junior detective, who is just here. That's not suspicious at all. He then says that one of the 4 thieves in the boxes in front of us is the real Sparkula, but he can't figure out which one it is, and says that we'll meet again later. Again, that certainly sounds like him, and is not weird at all, or out of the place for him. Not gonna lie, this one was a little bit more based on gut instinct, and maybe there's something that I could visually see and be able to see that leads to me picking the one I did, but in the end it was mostly just a gut instinct thing. Really, the only one I could eliminate was this one just for how he talked and the things he said, so whatever. So upon picking the one that was calm and had no emotion really, upon picking correctly we receive a gem, and are then tasked with getting the heck out of Dodge, which makes sense. We find ourselves in a room, which I just started investigating everything, assuming there may be something in here, only to find out that this is apparently a dead end. We tried to go back to where we were earlier, and what would you know, the room's been duplicated. At this point I didn't even really bother investigating, as I assumed I knew where this was going and I would turn out to be right, as when we go back to the room again, we would see that the Detective Sparkula actually took a picture of the room previously we were in. And so essentially just ended up being a spot the difference, which was very easy. From there, thankfully, we were able to essentially escape, but I did notice a hidden pose location, which got us another gem, and it seemed like we were home free until we ran across the junior detective from earlier. Of course, just like you probably figured out, Detective Sparkula has a few simple questions for this fella, all of which point to the conclusion that, of course, this isn't really the junior detective. We call him on his bluff, get our last gem of the stage, and are able to make our escape, once again all the while collecting every single thing as we went. We get our compliment, and he walks away. And we still have one more Sparkula to save, so I dove right into the Dark Ninja and the Legion of Guards. Once again, there isn't a ton to say about this stage, similar to all the others. It's about encompassing the skills you've learned up to this point and using them to your advantage fully. Again, it's all about stealth and taking out as many guards as you can. And, of course, since it's completion's sake, we have to ensure we check every corner and grab everything as we go, including the Sparkula that isn't necessarily hidden, but I suppose it can be missed. A little bit up, we're able to free the Sparkula, and again, in another kind of unique twist, it's just about getting out of here now, in which we have to do so using stealth, in this kind of top-down style, so, you know, that's kind of cool. I find a pose location, which has yet another gem for us, a few coins, and a few more gems along the route, and eventually we come across this area with this water, and I happen to notice that you could go under one of the banners that are on the wall, in which case we actually find the tuxedo thief from earlier, who gets us the ribbon of the stage. We continued forward, finding a few more pose locations and a few more gems. We then very quickly find ourselves near the end, where we go into this kind of auto-running segment, where this seemingly head ninja, evil ninja, the leader of the ninjas, I really don't know, but he's purple, so presumably he's the leader, or in some sense in power. While we're trying to make our run for it, unfortunately appears and tries to fight us. And by fight us, I mean we just press B at the right time in order to take him out with one strike, netting us our final gem of the stage, and with that we get our last thank you for now, before heading back to the 4th floor in order to open the door of the floor and take on our 4th boss. Upon entering the door, we see Madame Grape yet again. I sort of see the running theme of her checking out on us every other fight, of course. And she's upset with our meddling and the fact that we've saved as many Sparkula as we have. She says that of course she's underestimated us, calls us rivals, pretty basic villain stuff, all of which accumulates into her bringing in her next guardian, a spotlight-looking lion named, well, the Spot Lion. go figure. Fight begins and immediately is off to an interesting start. Kind of like the last one where at first I had no clue what to do. Of course, our only option being to jump and press B, I figured, but, you know, wasn't too hard to figure out. Upon pressing B upon these pearl-looking projectiles that he shoots out, he can reflect them back, and once they hit him, it does some damage to him. Almost immediately, this seemed like it wasn't going to be that bad, but as soon as he started changing things and making angles appear on the stage, I automatically knew this was going to be annoying, but I didn't realize how annoying it was going to be to actually aim your shot. As you can see it, even from just these clips here throughout the entire fight, it was hard to get in a spot where you felt like you could probably send the attack back in the right direction, due to you not being able to use the spark ability in all directions. After fiddling with it for a little bit, I got more used to it, and was able to hit him enough to knock him down from his perch, but in order to do some damage from there, it took a while for me to get used to it. Maybe that was my own fault, but I don't know, it was just kind of challenging to me. Of course, like always, there are multiple different phases, where he'll start using the super beam attack, for example, which is cool, and I guess he changes the way in which he shoots the orbs. It's not really super clear. Either way, it's pretty annoying. But the only phase that really matters is the final phase, where he actually splits himself into two, and I almost immediately kind of figured out which one was the correct one due to the mirror background showing a reflection for the real one. And I don't know if this was supposed to be challenging to figure out, or if you hit the other one, if he disappears or what, but I just decided to completely focus on the one that I knew for a fact was real. And again, at this point, things were just annoying having to use the environment and stuff to try to launch out the orbs back at him. But thankfully, after enough trial and error, I was able to knock him down for the last time, and we were able to finish off Madame Grape's fourth Guardian, freeing the fourth floor forevermore. From here, we have yet another conversation with Stella. This one's a little bit more meaningful, though, as she points out just how much progress has been made, and how much we've truly accomplished, saying that at some point, they should make a play about Peach. And the most important information we get from Stella is that there's only one more floor left to the theater, the top floor, presumably meaning that Madame Grape should be right up there. With the presumed end goal in sight, instead of immediately rushing up in order to potentially take her out, I instead immediately went to see what the rehearsals were for this floor, since again at this point I kind of figured out that seemed to be a running thing. In this case, it was for Kung Fu. Once again, I had to deal with taking out a certain amount of enemies and time limits and not taking damage throughout it. To be entirely honest with you, once again, I didn't find this all that troubling. It took me 1 or 2 attempts, but thanks to the pulls, you were very easily able to essentially just stay invulnerable and just take out hordes of them. So after 2 or 4 attempts, I can't fully remember, thankfully I was able to get the bow of it and complete this fully. I then, of course, made through my OCD list disappeared, since, again, that's always annoying. Make sure there was no more exclamation marks to be seen, before I headed back to the first floor in order to check out the shop, to ensure that I had bought everything that was available to us at this point. And there was actually a lot of new dresses for Peach, all of which looked pretty good. One of my favorites was actually the detective one. I didn't really think that the brown color would look good on Peach, but I actually really like how the colors look on her, and the design for the pattern stuff. There wasn't anything new for Stella, but I ensured that we had purchased everything that I could from the shop, before I decided to finally head up to the final floor, Floor 5. Upon our arrival to the 5th and final floor, the spectacle in front of me certainly gave me the feeling of finality, but it's more darker tones and fireworks that can be seen through the back window. It definitely kind of gave an impression. At this point, all 4 of the doors were repeating symbols I had seen in the past, so there was no exact organism. I simply decided to start with the mighty mission, the rescue. We began immediately with the auto-scroller from kind of the last play. We learned from the professor immediately that apparently a bunch of the scientists were abducted, and apparently are trying to use their research for some evil purpose and something ambiguous like that. And essentially it just begins with that auto-scrolling segment as I mentioned. And just like most auto-scrollers, it was very intense as I had to make sure I didn't miss anything. I was checking every spot and making sure I was doing everything I could while I was able to move around very fast. The screen also moved very quickly as well. So while it was nice to be able to get around quicker, there was also a lot of things to do. For example, I noticed that a bunch of thieves in their spaceships were being attacked, and saving them all would potentially give us a gem, so I had to ensure I protected them all once again for this entire thing. More of the game's charm comes to play, with a lot of the things that are floating being held up by strings, and the stage floor being painted some acrylic black paint, make it look as though it's more vast than it actually is. I happen to notice that the main ship behind us can take damage, and presumably if it takes too much damage, I assume that means we wouldn't get a gem, or we would just get a game over. And this isn't the reason I actually reset my first run, it's because one of the 3 ships that was abducting a Theet simply fled very quickly, mostly due to me floundering around for this asteroid for seemingly no reason. Upon the second run, though, I was able to get back to this part, everything was going well, and while I wasn't able to keep the main ship at max, I was able to save every single Theet this time, and including one of the Theets that was being kidnapped was our tuxedo-wearing one, who gave us the ribbon for the stage. Upon being told that we did save all of them, we were given a gem, so again, I'm glad we did that. And we then have to fight a boss that was the exact same as last time. Of course, this time with the knowledge of how to actually fight them. So, that was nice. Upon defeating this boss, I actually received 2 gems, which I'm not quite sure why I was given 2. If someone knows, please let me know. We then landed on the plant and began to start actually playing on foot. We had a few more Theets with us as backup who had beam swords straight out of Smash Bros. However, they're about as useless as you could expect and are often more so in danger, so we have to protect them and make sure they don't get kidnapped. Again, presumably for a gem or so. It really wasn't as annoying as most escort missions are in games, as thankfully the timing is really forgiving and their AI is okay. And when they get abducted, thankfully they take a while to actually get fully abducted. I found a pose location under a truck, giving us yet another gem, and just a little further than that, we actually reach a bridge where a giant UFO begins to make us play Temple Run. And my assumption at that moment was I assumed that I simply had to clear the path for the Theets, and that they were following along with me, and that they would catch up with me, and it was just about escaping in time. And I managed to even find a gem along this route, which was just a small detour away, before eventually coming across a giant bus, which I picked up, and had a little timing minigame, which we then threw at the UFO, freeing all of our comrades. However, I was then informed by a giant red X that apparently I had missed a gem. And to say that I was a little upset about this was a bit of an understatement. I decided not to reset and just go through, but for the sake of making this video flow a little bit better, I'll just skip to my second run where I did in fact get all the gems, which is what I'm showing you here. And thankfully I was able to figure out this time what we were supposed to do, which was actually pick up these cars along the route and then throw them at the UFO, which just slows it down, so this made sure that none of the Theets got abducted in the first place, which did in fact get us the gem that I had previously missed, so while that did throw me for a loop, thankfully it wasn't too bad. We continue forward, fighting a few more waves of enemies, freeing a few of the Theets, and ensuring that none of them get taken. We are able to free all the scientists who were being, well, guarded, and have to fight a few waves of enemies once more, though once we finish off just a few more, we're then seemingly done. But then, a giant mothership, presumably the true mothership, with 2 big angry fists and all, begins to rain down on us. But thankfully the scientists have a plan. And by plan, I mean they just made us super big. And once again, the charm of this segment is amazing. With instead of it being like we actually grow big, you could just see that they made a lot of small props and placed them around us to give the illusion of us actually being big. This fight is very similar to the version that's in the air, where you have to just punch his fists back at him and then grab him and then fleeing them across the stage. We also ended up destroying a bunch of cardboard cutouts, so I have to really hope that this isn't supposed to represent a mass homicide of some kind. We repeat this once more, and we will then charge it and then press the button at the right time. Upon doing so, we get our last gem and complete the stage fully. And from here, I was just on a roll. I immediately head to the next level, Blight of the Sea, and now knowing what I was dealing with these mermaid levels, or at least thinking I did, I figured this wouldn't be that bad. To start with, we only had one decently sized yellowfish, who thankfully was big enough to encompass and interact with a lot of things, including this clam at the beginning of the stage, which held the ribbon, and a bunch of other clams that held a bunch of other goodies. And somehow, thanks to this fish cheering up the mermaids in the background, that somehow helps them. Again, I'm not really going to question it, but just assume that this makes sense in the world of Mario. And anyway, eventually I find a pose location, which gets us, of course, another gem, and I ensure that I've saved all of the Theets in this area, just in case there was a gem for saving all of them. Then, something kind of came out of nowhere, at least something that I wasn't expecting. An auto-scroller. Of all things, yeah, an auto-scroller. Something that, as I said, came out of nowhere because it just felt so random. So essentially what it works is we're required to control the fish, all the while making sure that we maneuver Peach around so she doesn't get stuck on something, because if she gets left behind from the camera, she can potentially take damage and also make us reset the entire segment. But as I mentioned earlier, we also have to ensure that the fish was interacting with the background to ensure that we collected everything, including some close calls like with this clam down here. So, since that was beginning to go out of frame, I genuinely thought I was going to have to reset the entire thing. And thankfully I did, because inside was actually a gem, so that could have been bad. Again, since all this was blind, I essentially just had to hope for the best with hunting these things, and praying that there wasn't a gem from opening all the clams or freeing all the Theets, but I genuinely didn't know. And when it came to the moment where I decided to see what happened if I fell off the screen, because I missed some stuff, to see if it would reset the segment, and thankfully it did. As I mentioned, this was a technique that I learned much earlier on, and as you can tell by my little 360s in the water, I was very, very happy that this worked. This is a strategy that helps immensely, only really for completion process, if you're trying to stay blind to it anyway. As if you were following a walkthrough or something, and still try to stay blind and stuff, then of course you don't have to check every corner because you already know where things are going to be at. But for us, we don't have that luxury. And this allows us to try specific segments and not making us having to remove certain save progress up to this point, or make us go through as many obstacles in order to get back here. So I just had to wait till we reached new terrain, and this time I was able to actually go through, interacting with every clam, and save all the theats. Again, I genuinely had no clue if I'd missed anything at this point, was just very hopeful that I hadn't. So I went to the next segment, which is also an auto-scroller, but it's also a fight, something I genuinely wasn't expecting again from the mermaid levels due to the mechanics of the game. A few of the Sour Bunch mermaids appear and will start throwing rocks at us, and our only option is to sing the yellowfish to him in order to cheer him up, or take away his power. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but either way it defeats them and also sends them back as a projectile onto the ship. Again, not entirely sure, but either way, after a few rounds of this and having to dodge some of the boulders and do some swift movements with our character, we're able to thankfully finish all of them off. From there, we're able to enter the ship, which now has stopped, and immediately we find that apparently a bunch of the bandmates have been held captive inside the ship. I also noticed these little small fish and this little grate here to the side, but I decided first to work with the eel as I didn't know which way was intended to go and just figured that this one would be easier anyway. So I spent a good 30-ish seconds trying to get the eel to move. However, that's when I had an epiphany. Yeah, so apparently interacting with the eel will then send you to the next segment of the stage, along with netting you a gem, which just rubbed salt in the wound as I then could see for myself that I did in fact miss something. Needless to say, once again I was a little upset, to say the literal least. So you know what that means, redoing the entire level again, to which my words in that moment really just, again, encompasses my entire thoughts in that segment. No! I got back to the part, and instead of immediately interacting with the eel, I used the small yellowfish to go through the grate, and sure enough, the last gem that I had missed was in fact there. Afterwards, I progressed forward, this time without having missed anything, to find ourselves on the stage surrounded by a bunch of evil, well, mermaid people. And this segment was very similar, kind of essentially just a replica of what we went through earlier, just now with some slightly different patterns being presented by the fish, and with one new type of fish note, coming in that rebounds around and changes direction. The way I described it may make it sound more complicated than it actually was, but unlike the first time, I actually did this my first try, so that was nice. And with that, that means we had finished the stage, collecting everything in the process. Once again, when we get kicked out, I remembered that all these are repeats, and since I assumed we'd have to do the basement levels anyway, I decided this would be the first time where we actually go through all the stages up here before heading to the basement. And I just was honestly excited to do another ice skating one, since as I mentioned, these were really fun. And immediately, I went to Parade on Ice, and with a name like that, I didn't know what to expect, but as I mentioned the first time, the ice skating ability is one of the ones that I really enjoyed the most. We arrive in what appears to be a nice little snowy village or town, which I really like the design of, and essentially find out that based on the name alone, we're going to be taking part in a parade. But of course, there's somebody trying to hijack our parade, to which we have to use our spinning maneuvers in order to take them out, or trip them up, or scare them off. Again, it's not really made clear. And then we make them disappear. That's PG enough, I guess, I think. But clearing out the rowdy bunch, we're able to get our first gem, and are then told what our task is going to be. Essentially, we'll be attempting to get to the end of the street, which holds the main venue for our performance, but we'll be taking part in a parade on the way. And there it is. It's pretty much what we did earlier, with having to match our actions with symbols on the ground, but now with a bit more nuance to it, as we have to be moving with the screen, as it is an auto-scrolling level. The giant snowflake in the back represents our score, and so again I had to assume that keeping a good eye on it would be important, as I wanted to ensure that it stayed high enough so that way we would potentially get all the gems throughout the level. Periodically throughout the level, as I mentioned, more of the Sour Bunch would actually appear, and a few of them would even appear on the float. The ones on the float would start diminishing your score, while the ones on the ground would simply get in your way, so you won't have to take them out as much as you would the ones on the float. Anyway, it was genuinely probably one of my favorite levels of the entire game, as it had a decent challenge to it, but it also wasn't overly hard. It had a unique mechanic that fit well enough, and just overall was one of the most fun levels I had played up to this point. Eventually, however, we'd start making our way to where gems and stuff are located, like this one that was on this plateau in the middle of the road. Eventually, similar to the first ice skating level, eventually some theats would appear and want to dance with us, and in turn dance together. Unfortunately, however, I wasn't paying attention at first, and was too far away when I finally noticed, and missed the first few. Now, why does it matter if I missed any at all? Well, it's because they each gave us a piece of a gem, so just to ensure that I did collect everything the first try, I just decided to reset, as I hadn't gotten that far into it. And maybe I'd get back to the segment pretty easily, at least that was my hope. And thankfully, upon my second attempt, I was able to dance with all of them, and in case you're curious how you do so, it was just going up to them and pressing B when you were near them. It's not that difficult, but unfortunately, I wasn't in a good position my first time, so, you know, yay. I also, once again, I think I mentioned this already, but I really love the animation work in this game. It's just really good. Anyway, we find our tuxedo-wearing friend on a light post being harassed by more of the Sour Bunch, who, upon getting rid of them, of course, he'll give us the ribbon of the stage. And I think I haven't mentioned it to this point, but if you've noticed the frame rate of this game falling a lot, or just seemingly slow at times and kind of weird, I want you to know that is actually not my recording software, or even my Switch itself. It's the game. So I guess maybe it is kind of the Switch, but you get the point. So, presumably it's running like this because it's running on the Switch, and I have more thoughts about this, but I'll talk about them later in this video when it feels more appropriate. After passing a certain point, anyway, we were given a gem, presumably for our score, and, you know, stuff like that. Eventually we make our way to the venue, only to find everyone's least favorite douchebag has taken over, and once again, presumably has some control over our group. Before heading up, I was able to find a pose location, where, after successfully matching all the tiles, we got ourselves yet another gem. We then continued to the venue, where we essentially have a rematch of the fight from last time, though it is a little different now, as he has these peons guarding in front of him and making him harder to hit with the roll or twist attack. But in general, it really is just the same fight. And I will admit, I am a little disappointed. I wish they had done something a little different for another fight, but simultaneously, the fight is still enjoyable, and I guess I really couldn't imagine what they would do differently, but, you know, it just would have been cool. And again, I'm definitely not upset about this, but still. This time it only took 2 phases in order to fully beat him. We then, of course, circle around him once more, before having him straight up be murdered again. All thanks to our good looks, of course, we were then given the final gem of the stage, meaning we had completed the entirety of it. At this point, we were making really good progress, and so I decided to simply finish it off strong by heading to the final door of the floor, a Kung Fu legend. Once again, Kung Fu Peach was yet another of my favorite abilities of the game, so I was really looking forward to see what they have in store for us. And I'm not gonna lie, it starts on what has to be the most grim note of the entire Nintendo franchise. Don't get me wrong, kidnapping is a pretty common thing in the Mario and Nintendo universe for that matter, but not with literal children. That they are straight up kidnapping a bunch of children almost immediately. That's insane. Almost immediately I noticed behind this building was a pathway, which, within, I found the ribbon of the stage. Immediately, again, really nice to get that out of the way, where we progressed. And like last time, we were traversing over bridges and things like that. And this time we were actually more inside of a castle this time, allowing us to use things like these poles in general more often. This one was a lot more combat orientated, and so there was less to talk about. But again, I had to make sure I was checking every corner so I didn't miss any goodies. Again, we'd have the entire stage to scout over, but I just wanted to be certain I didn't miss anything, especially considering how open-ended this stage really felt. Thankfully, we were able to save the first child fairly easily, where we then actually meet up with an old friend who... Actually, wait, I don't think these guys have a name. Well, the Kung Fu Puppet Master has yet another Mortal Kombat session with us, and the gameplay is literally the exact same as before. And of course, we get a gem for defeating them, and yeah, I mean, you've pretty much heard it all at this point. So we continue forward, saving another child, which is good. Get a few more gems along the pathway, find a few places to pose. It's all pretty stereotypical. I think at this point you're starting to get the pattern of what this game has in store. And while I am showing these locations, in case you're following along, I feel like it's hard for me to describe them in a way that feels coherent, at least at this point. So, there's that. Though there was this kind of more well-hidden location that was higher up that you had to gain height via these poles you were flying around, and I say difficult, and I use it loosely, it's just, it felt more hidden than some of the other gems up to this point. Either way, I wanted to go up and make sure I opened that door after collecting those gem pieces, and inside was a large room of cash, again, presumably rewarding players for finding it, as it is a little more obscure than some of the other locations that we've located up to this point. We eventually catch up with the final kidnapper, free the final kid, but of course this angers the main villain from earlier, who now comes once again to attempt to do some Mortal Kombat with us. Though I guess it's more like Street Fighter now, because he's straight up using Hadoukens, which thankfully we can simply kick right back at him, which, again, don't know if it makes sense realistically, but hey. Whatever. He has a Hadouken, so that's cool. Outside of his new moves, it's the exact same as before. We just have to properly time our B presses in order to counter him and do damage. Upon countering him successfully, eventually we'll send him flying into the stratosphere, which honestly is probably being let off easy considering kidnapping children is terrible. But he does drop a gem for effort, so at the very least we can rest easy knowing that we got that. I'm sorry. But thankfully we also at least completed this stage fully, so that is a positive. We return to the lobby, now with all doors on the floor completed, and as you may have expected, as did I, for a door to appear, presumably leading us to Madame Grape once and for all. However, very swiftly Stella points out that the dark door in fact did not appear. Stella begins to theorize that some of the talk about Madame Grape's big act or main goal may have already been completed, which wouldn't be good. But at that point, she almost immediately points out that simultaneously we haven't considered other options, such as, I don't know, we haven't saved all the sparkles yet, so that may be worth doing. So with that, we're pointed seemingly in the only direction we can look, which is the basement stages. And I'm not gonna lie, this kind of took me by surprise. I assume it may be for a perfect ending or for completion's sake you'd have to do the basement levels, but considering they seemed like the most quote-unquote difficult part of the games, I figured they would lead to more bonus stages than anything else, but no. Apparently that's where we're supposed to head to after all, so now with no other choice as to where the door would seemingly appear, and it isn't here, I decided to head to the basement in order to free the final Sparkulas. So, seemingly with our end goal finally in sight, I descended to the basement, for hopefully the final time, and I began to free the rest of the Sparkula, beginning with Dark Space and the Great Meteor. Despite being in this ungodly place, the professor is actually going to be here to join us throughout the entire thing. The beginning of the stage takes place on this moving platform area where we have to fight off a bunch of bad guys that come towards us, so there's that. But only a few moments into it, we see the professor get kidnapped because why wouldn't he? From there, meteors begin to descend onto our platform, which thankfully we can pick up and hurl around, including to the enemies in the background, which also means that we can take out these bad guys who are harassing the tuxedo-wearing Theet in the background, once again giving us the ribbon of the stage. After a little bit longer, we're thankfully able to catch up with the octopus who kidnapped the professor, and after outmaneuvering him, we're able to rescue him. Just a little bit further from there, I find a pose location, which gets me a gem, of course, and before long, we actually find ourselves face-to-face with the mighty Sparkula, though they're encased in some giant test tube thing. The professor thinks that he can get him out, but it will take a little bit of time, meaning that, yeah, we have to protect him from a bunch of enemies that are coming down to try and take him out. So, it's essentially a escort mission, but you have to just protect him. I don't really know what the right word is for that. But what's nice is you can actually pick up these meteors, and if you pick them up, you can actually throw them at the other enemies, and it just makes things a lot easier. It's not that difficult, but, you know, it was kind of a cool challenge. Eventually, we're able to rescue the mighty Sparkula, and you would think that, but it seems like we actually have to protect this place, or something, because a bunch of meteors start falling, and instead of just, as I mentioned, fleeing and getting out of here, the mighty Sparkula, of all things, suggests that we protect this area, so I guess that's what we're doing. Cool. We both take to the skies, participating in one last auto-scrolling segment, as we decide to use our teamwork, and by teamwork I mean Mighty Peach just straight up throws the mighty Sparkula Mach speeds up into the meteors, and, you know, that's amazing. So, essentially, this consisted of me going back and forth and spamming the B button, and one of the last obstacles we threw actually contained a gem, so make sure you grab that. And just after this, one last push, we are going up against one giant meteor, and upon doing so successfully, again just having to press B at the right time, we're given the final gem, and we successfully free the mighty Sparkula. And considering how many we still have to save, it's hard to bask in the victory for long. So after getting our traditional compliment, I immediately head to the door right to the right of us, being the dark depths and the swirling currents. And while I was very confused about what the detective and patisserie levels would be, at this point I had a pretty clear idea of what I may be getting to. Something with similar mechanics, but maybe taken in a different manner. And as you could probably expect from the name, a bunch of whirlpools are going off in the background, making everything move around in a lot more chaotic fashion than normal. This meant in general I had to be a lot more careful with our movement, and made sure I timed things a lot better, including interacting with the shells in the background as they moved with it, so it was very easy to miss stuff. Thankfully, I did happen to notice that if you missed out on a few of the shells, they would actually wrap around, so it would be hard for you to permanently miss something. Upon opening one of the big shells, we get a gem, and found out apparently I'd already missed a gem earlier, and well, I didn't know where it was, so I was a little concerned. And out of fear of having to restart the segment, I decided to just reset and check everywhere. Thankfully this time I noticed a shell that I'd missed the first time. It moves to the top of the screen very quickly, and it contains our ribbon for the stage. So that was nice. There was also a pose location netting us that gem that I thought I missed, so again, nice, which was good. Just a little further from that, we actually are able to save the Sparkula up to fairly early, meaning that, yep, this time it's mostly about the escape yet again. We enter the current of the whirlpool having to dodge obstacles as we go, including giant sea urchins, and that's terrifying. We eventually find a bunch of fish, including some turtles with microphones on their backs, which I guess is just supposed to be kind of a normal thing that occurs in this world. Which then takes us to the final segment of the level, a hazardous looking area, and I hazard to call it a battle as it's essentially just the rhythm game once more at its highest difficulty. Things just move a lot faster, though there's no new fish incorporated into it, and I actually end up messing this up on my first try. But now with the knowledge about the game over strat, I decided to simply do that so I could just reset this segment in particular instead of having to restart the entire stage. And would you believe it, after just a little bit more of this, a minigame, a giant red X would appear on one of the gems, meaning that I had somehow missed one during this little minigame. So I once again let myself get a mini game over thing. I took a bit of damage and reset the little rhythm game segment, and this time I was able to successfully finish the mini game, in turn letting us escape with the Sparkula and getting all the gems. I doubt I need to give any more foreplay about it. We all kind of get how it goes at this point. We get a compliment and we head to the next stage, and from one dirty joke to the next, we then head to the Dark School and the Twisted Fist. This stage started off a bit differently than many of the other ones, at least by comparison this. I guess I probably said this a lot though at this point. For example, me off the bat though, behind a rock we find the ribbon for the stage, which is insane. And we just in general find a lot of the stage early on, including finding a pose location nearby which would net us a gem. But I also backtracked earlier because there was this cliff edge that I happened to notice also had a gem. Essentially gems were just everywhere in this one, which was insane. We then had to engage in combat with some stilts, which was certainly more difficult than any of the other ones. We then eventually make our way to the Kung Fu Sparkula, which again has a really cool design. We then meet up with an old friend, this time for a rematch unlike any of the others up to this point, and it's definitely the hardest form of the Mortal Kombat-esque games as I've called them, with the timing being a lot more different and us having to jump in the air for some of the timing, which genuinely really confused me at first because I assumed it was just about timing, but no, you actually have to jump in the air for hitting him. But once I found this out, it really wasn't that bad, so again, wasn't that difficult. I'd love to say this was a genuine challenge and really say how difficult it was, but yeah, it really wasn't. The last segment occurred with him launching much more of the shadow orbs, and teleporting around was also very easy, but it was still cinematic, which I think is what really mattered. Though, get this, upon defeating him after doing all this work, I noticed that apparently I had missed a gem. But unfortunately, I just grabbed the last gem, which meant that yes, I'd have to replay the entirety of the level. So instead of watching the cutscene, I decided to simply restart the level and do the entire thing again. So what gem did I miss? Well, it turns out that on this segment with the poles that I commented on, well, apparently if you jump along this secret route to the right that opens up after defeating enemies, it brings you up to a sparkle gem. Stupid past me, I guess. After I did that, the fight occurred essentially the exact same as before, and successfully we were able to take out the villain with the help of the Kung Fu Sparkula, allowing us to fully complete this stage as well. With 3 down and only 1 Sparkula left, it seemed as though our journey was getting closer and closer to its end. I decided to leave what I had assumed, due to my enjoyment of the ability, what I thought would be the best for last, that being the dark ice and the shadowy stage. Not much to say about the beginning. We engaged in some intense combat, but before I progressed into the cave, I went to the right to save our tuxedo-wearing friend, earning us our ribbon for the stage, getting a gem for taking all the enemies in the first area, and finding a pose location outside of the cave, which, of course, got us another gem, meaning we already had 2 before even heading inside this first area. And already we actually run across the Sparkula, but I guess they're running out of ideas, so we're just going to rematch this guy again, but now with shadowy eyes. It was at this moment, upon looking back, I noticed that all these fights seemed to be the villains that we had seen before. What I mean is, this ice skater we saw in both the previous levels, the knight we fought in the sword fighter one, was the ghost one I think we saw on the second level, and so on and so forth. There are a few exceptions to this, like I don't remember seeing the Gordon Ramsay ghost in any of the other levels, but I guess it can be implied that after failing to defeat Peach and Stella, Madame Grape in one last attempt kind of seals them in this weird dimension, giving them a bunch of power, but then leaving them there to die if they fail. And yeah, maybe I'm looking too much into it and trying to make something dark out of, you know, this, but I don't know. Either way, you'd think the fight would be kind of different since, of course, now he doesn't have any of the theats behind him, so how does this fight function? And just how well does it go? Well, he'll do a few pirouettes, and after he finishes, you'll want to spin, kind of like last time, which will allow you to actually have done damage to him, so it's up to this point pretty much the exact same. And from there, some spots on the ground will appear which you'll want to interact with in order to start dissolving the cage around the Sparkula. Kind of unique about this fight is that once he lands from his first pirouette, a bunch of rocks will fall from the sky and will generally appear around him as well, so it's all about timing and finding those openings whenever you can. Upon breaking down the cage, we circle around him, pose, take him out, and then free the Sparkula. But of course, a running theme you have noticed at this point in these levels is the whole thing begins to fall apart, and so we have to make a daring dash, or should I say, skate? And of course, this was really cool. Something we could do in every few moments is a spin with the Sparkula in order to clear out a wider radius and also absorb certain items closer to us, such as coins. There would also be certain moments where we'd come across giant gaps, and if we timed our jumps right, we could jump way farther than we could before. And in one of the segments, we found a bunch of fragments of some of these gems, and unfortunately, I got a little twisted up and fell off. But thankfully, this did teach me that the reset strategy would work here on the second run, so at least there was that. I was able to get all of the gem pieces I needed after failing a few times, so, you know, it wasn't perfect or anything, but thankfully I was able to do it well enough. I will say, due to this being an auto-scroller, if it wasn't for the fact I already knew I could reset this upon, you know, dying, it'd be very nerve-wracking, because, like all the auto-scrollers, missing something was always just a terrifying risk, because, you know, having to restart the entire stage for one collectible was really annoying. Near the end of the stage, we have to go across a bunch of rocks that are just floating in the air as they begin to fall, because, you know, it has to look climatic, before we make one final jump, netting us the final gem, completing the level, and saving the final Sparkula. Upon getting thrust back out to the main part of the basement, we of course are given our compliment, and as Stella had in fact theorized, upon saving all the Sparkula, a giant door appears, presumably being the door that'll lead us to Madame Grape. I wanted to ensure, though, that I had done everything up to this moment that I thought I could. I went back up to the first floor, made sure there weren't any dresses left or ribbons I could purchase, and if there were, I'd bought them, and there was actually quite a few really cool designed ones. And I took one last look at our album to see all of the amazing memories that we have made. I double-checked all the stage or playlists to make sure everything was filled in, to which it was, before I then realized there was one thing I hadn't done yet. The final floor rehearsals. I went back out to see if there was one, and sure enough, there was one. For the Mighty rehearsal. This time it was actually about saving Theats before they got kidnapped. You'd have to save a total of 60 in order to get the ribbon, and the first attempt was very close. And I thought I was doing good, but apparently not good enough. The strategy I came to was, I think the reason I didn't make it was thanks to the UFOs taking them just so quickly and then fleeing. So the best strategy I could form was to grab a UFO, throw it at some of the other UFOs that you can see, which allow you to rescue more Theats in a timely manner. In general, this seemed like it'd be more efficient, so I just had to hope. Upon my second run through, I was able to thankfully do it, and was pretty proud of myself for doing it after only the second try. After this, I gave it one last triple check to be sure before heading down to confront the evil behind all of the terrors we had seen up to this point, Madame Grape. We entered the final door, determined to face whatever might be beyond it. Or at least, so I say, but upon attempting to open it, Stella is in fact not able to open it. Thankfully, an answer will soon arise, as all the Sparkula that we had saved and united around the door, claiming that we only need to, quote-unquote, use their Sparkula spirits and their love for the theater. Whatever that means. With that, they bless us with their Sparkula, transforming us into Radiant Peach. And thanks to Radiant Peach's abilities, we are in fact able to open the door. We find our way inside and come face to face, for the final time, with Madame Grape, who, once again, gives a pretty typical villain monologue before we initiate the final fight. And I really had no clue what to expect, as all the boss fights were Madame Grape oriented up to this point, simply use the normal Peach form, but Radiant Peach has an entirely different gameplay system. Instead, similar to the mermaid form or certain autoscrollers with Mighty Peach, you'll be able to be omnidirectional, as you are able to move in almost any direction. You simply glide around the screen, and your main goal is to dodge a bunch of attacks that will occur, and meanwhile hold down the B button to shoot a bunch of these sparkle gems at Madame Grape. Of course, the main thing that makes this difficult is her attacks. She'll throw the need to dodge, and these great minions that surround her, who all take shots for her and make it much harder to deal damage in the first place. Overall though, it's still fairly easy, only having to avoid some sparklers that come out of the ground and give you a pretty easy tell when they're about to go off, and some blocks that fall from the sky, which thankfully you can keep an eye on thanks to the shadows. And from there, you're pretty much good. And some moments like this boss fight is where I think the game's weird frame rate really begins to show, which is a shame because this is a really cool looking fight and a really good game, and to see things like the hardware be something that held them back is really a shame. Some new moves get thrown into the second phase, such as this giant train that some reason circles around, dictating if you need to stay higher or lower it. And as it passes, you may have to adjust accordingly, but still wasn't that big of a deal. And something I didn't notice until a while later was that you actually can tell how much HP she has left in her phase based on the amount of feathers that you can see behind her. Just something worth pointing out in case you were confused about just how to tell how much damage she had been taking, like I was my first time. There was another small detail I really liked, which was in the background of the fight. You'll see all these sprites of a bunch of Grape's minions, but also some of the boss fights who were protecting the Sparkula. You can see their silhouettes in the background and some other small details that I noticed upon looking back at the footage. And it's one that I really appreciated and again wanted to point out. We eventually make it to stage 3 where pretty much all the things I discussed previously still hold true. Except now they cycle through a lot faster, and you need to be on your toes a little bit more. Believe it or not, I actually got hit once throughout this entire fight, and it was here, where I was hugging the top of the screen when these presents were falling. This is because I assumed they'd only do damage if they squished you, and not if you just straight up hit them. I suppose I should have known better, but for the most part, the fight really didn't get any harder than the third phase. Comparatively, at least, in a significant manner. After just a few more hits, we send in the killing blow, ending Madame Grape's tyranny in the theater, and wrapping up, along with it, the rest of the story. Of course, we go back to celebrate with no unfinished business left at all. I was just kidding. As only a few moments later, we see that the entire freaking theater has been exploded. Wait a minute, did I seriously write exploded? What the fuck? Thankfully, all the Theats of the region, I really don't know of what kingdom we're in, they all send their sparkle power to Peach once more, and while I thought it was just the normal formula, just, again, it took a second for this time to actually see that there was a difference. This is actually a different form. It just ironically looks very similar in comparison, anyway. I mean, seriously, look at the difference here. Either way, now we engage in the actual true final fight. Or, presumably, the true final fight. If you make an estimation here, we're fighting against the remains of the theater, as that's what it seems like Madame Grape is possessing here. The whole fight reminds me a lot of Kid Icarus Uprising's ending segment, and that it's much more cinematic and less of a boss fight. Not to say there's mechanics here that you have to interact with and there is potential to fail, but it's just definitely more supposed to be one final send-off. The entire mechanic is floating around, holding down B for a few moments to launch a giant laser at Madame Grape's mask and avoid a bunch of small projectiles. In case you're curious, yes, you do have to hit the mask of this. I found that out pretty quickly. And while you can take damage, the only attack that even came close to actually hitting me throughout this entire segment would be this one, where she moves her hands and then a few moments later one just appears right in front of you. And it almost hits you, meaning you essentially just have to be prepared for it and just stay on the move, which thankfully I did, but still probably the closest I actually came to taking any damage in the entire fight. And with one last push, this time we're able to truly defeat and seal, I guess, Madame Grape. Peach then uses the remaining Sparkula that she was gifted to restore the theater to its full glory, closing the curtain on Princess Peach's Showtime. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. Peach has something she wants to say to you all who are watching this video.
Thank you.
So yeah, that is the ending of the game's story. Of course, I wanted to be sure that I'd truly done everything, so I watched the credits and wanted to see if anything would appear, such as a cutscene. And there were a few pictures that kind of told a bit of an extra story, I guess, but like most video games, especially Nintendo ones, I figured that there may be a little bit more of a post-game content. Maybe an extra dress we can buy, maybe 1 or 2 extra levels, or something like that. We got a few still images showing Peach reuniting with her toads, getting her crown back, as well as a still image possibly symbolizing the fact that this isn't the end to Madame Grape, which is always lovely. And then the game truly ends. As I expected, new items were available in the shop, including a special dress, so at this point I was figuring I have to go buy that. But then I saw something that said you can now decorate the theater, talk with a new shopkeeper to learn more. I figured that this would be related to the coins or even the gems that we've been collecting, since we had quite a few extra. But again, I collected all of them, so I didn't expect this to be a problem. Or worst case scenario, maybe we'd have to spend like an hour grinding for some coins on a level, but I already mentioned that I had a strategy for this just in case. However, then came a message that nearly made me drop a deuce in my pantaloons. You can now take on the Hide and Seek Challenge. Talk with the Ninja Sparkula for details. Now, as I already mentioned, I assumed that there may have been some extra levels or something. I shared some of my thoughts as to what I'd expect, and I feel like almost all of the things I mentioned seemed pretty reasonable. We got one more extra thing, as well as saying that boss challenges were available, which was something that appeared in other games before, so it wasn't the biggest deal. And I didn't expect it to be that annoying, but I was concerned about this hide and seek thing. I was holding my breath for it to not be something ridiculous that would make this video take even longer to finish. So immediately after, I decided to head back and see just exactly what I'm going to deal with here. We get to talk with Stella, who essentially thanks us for all the things we've done, says everyone wants to see us perform more, and yeah, let's be honest, this doesn't matter at this point. I then checked our album, and we had one new one in there. As you may recall from the beginning, the photographer did mention if we got all the gems and all the photos, he would give us a special photo. However, I noticed a new page. It appeared as though completely blank, which I assumed was all the new stages for the hide-and-seek challenge or something. Then one giant photo at the end with Princess Peach and Stella doing a high five or ribbon high or ribbon thing. Neat. I went to go purchase everything at the shop, which had two for us both of which were 500 coins, definitely making them quite expensive, but both of them looked really good, so I suppose it makes sense. There were also two bows to match with the two dresses for Stella, and this made us completely poor. At this point, I was a little nervous to see if decorating the theater did in fact cost coins, as this would be a lot more annoying. I decided to face my fears immediately by going to check the Ninja Sparkula and ask what was going on, where I then read what had to have been some of the most dreadful dialogue I've ever read in a game, mentioning how they're holding a hide-and-seek challenge, and asked us if he thinks we can find his apprentices that are hiding in each stage. Yeah, no, you heard that right. Each stage. Before even letting that fully process, I immediately wanted to go check the shopkeeper who allowed us to decorate the theater, as, once again, I simply wanted to get this over with. And thankfully, we needed Sparkula gems, and as I mentioned, one of the thoughts I had was that we'd be using these, so it made me fairly happy to see I was correct. And something I thought was kind of cool was that we ended with 120 gems, which seems like a reference to me. The fact that games like Super Mario 64 have a total of 120 stars to collect. Maybe that's just me being a little too much of a Nintendo nerd, but either way, it's a nice thought. However, once again, something began to concern me when I got to the last floor of decorations, for floor 5. I noticed we weren't able to buy all the upgrades. There was in fact 2 left, which would cost a total of 16 more gems. I was once again a little confused, but I assumed this had to do with the extra photo album spaces, that these may be the new levels I was thinking of, or something like that. It would just be a very short but challenging. Again, I really had no idea going into this, as I wanted to stay as blind as I could. I had no idea what I was doing, however, it was upon actually in this store, seeing all the decorations placed around and walking to one of the doors, I noticed in full just what we had in store. Yeah, so you see those little 3 theat heads under the gems and next to the bow in the stage? Details, yeah, well, this is that hide-and-seek challenge that the Ninja Sparkula was talking about, and I did not know fully what to expect at this point. And I didn't want to jump to any conclusions that would make me more angry or anything, so I decided to simply jump into the level and see what this was about. Thankfully, I figured I could just skip past all these things, since, once again, not being able to skip through some of these cutscenes you've already seen multiple times is really, really annoying. Anyway, almost immediately, I noticed something was a little weird. That being to the right, underneath these guards, was this panel we see Peach use when blending into the wall. I interacted with it, and after trying a few buttons, seemingly found our first hidden apprentice. And since there were these 3 symbols, it means we'd have to find a total of 3. I went through the level and thankfully found the other 2 fairly quickly. There was one behind this ninja right after you exit the well, and then the third and final one was right next to the statue after you jump out of the hole next to it. In this moment, I was really praying that they would have a little bit of mercy on us. I knew before if you exited a stage before completing it, things wouldn't save, but I thought that since the hide and seek challenge was a post-game thing, that maybe you could exit the stage after finding them, instead of having to play through the entire thing, especially since all 3 of these were very early on in the stage. So I clicked leave play in the hopes that it might save my progress, so I opened up the playlist, and well, I'll just let past Ryan encompass my thoughts in that very moment. Please, good feel. Please. Have some mercy. So yeah, needless to say, I thought this was complete balls. As I mentioned, I expected there to be a little bit of post-game. There's a few games in the world that don't have some sort of post-game content, even if it's just a New Game Plus or something. Generally, though, you will find something like that. As I mentioned, my main intent when playing this game was to experience all of it, since I figured it wouldn't be that time-consuming, for one, but also because I wanted to be able to have the full picture when I encompassed my thoughts of this game. And so that included wanting to do all these side challenges that appeared at the end. The only exception I had was if there was some sort of high score system or something. I wasn't about to try to get the highest score or something unless it unlocked something, so I knew what this meant. It meant I would have to replay every single stage in the game. Now, I'm going to try to be a little generous here to the developers. As I mentioned, there was some thought actually put into this, as my best guess is that this was implemented as another reason for people to go back through the stages and collect the gems they may have missed on their first run through, since most people who play games casually probably missed a few gems here and there, even if they're looking hard. Heck, I did, and even the ribbons and such, and sometimes I would miss a few of them. And so adding yet another collectible that you couldn't access until post-game would help incentivize that even more. However, as I said, I was going into this with no knowledge, no guide, nothing. And so my best thought when going into this, how I approach most games, is trying to do everything I can my first run through. That's also just how I've been playing games since I was a kid. It's how I've enjoyed them the most. However, this is when it really bites you in the arse. Playing video games like this and having stuff that appears in places you've already been is not very fun. And it also just felt kind of random. Having to find the ninja theats that are hiding throughout the levels is kind of random to me. Not to mention, if you recall, they mentioned the boss challenge things. Well, I haven't gotten into those yet, as I decided to kind of go through all the first floor to see everything kind of like I did at the beginning of the game. This means I have to replay every level and replay every boss, which presumably, accomplishing a few challenges in those boss fights would give us whatever reward. Basically put, I'm replaying the entire game again. Essentially making it a New Game Plus sort of deal. However, unlike a New Game Plus, which is fun because you get to bring abilities and things you didn't have the first time, since there's no net leveling up system or new skills you get outside of those developed in person, me replaying these stages just felt very tedious, and quite honestly, very daunting, as I knew this would drag out this video's production even longer. I already knew how long the script was going to take, and yada yada, and all this stuff really killed my motivation, but I knew I had to get cracking on it as fast as I could in order to get this come out before a certain game that I'm going to be talking a lot about on this channel would release. And since I've already fully discussed all the stages the way I wanted to in order to get across how the game works and where things are and hidden, as I wanted to help people who may be hunting those things as well, as I did, since, let's be honest here, collecting all the gems and such really isn't that difficult. And if you want to try getting into completing a few games, since this one is beginner friendly, I feel like up to this point, 100% completing it was more fun than anything else. But now, when I see this with my knowledge, hindsight 2020 and all, I would suggest if you have any intent to 100% complete this game, just play through it once normally, through every stage, without a guide, without trying to find everything. Just run through it so you can get to the New Game Plus sort of aspect. And then you can run through it again, collect all the gems, collect all the ribbons, and collect all the hidden people, since you have to do that anyway. So yeah, essentially, while I discuss my feelings for it, I'm going to be showing on screen where a bunch of the hidden theats were, but just know for every single one of these I show involved me running around the stage, checking every corner since I didn't know where these guys would be, because again, I wasn't using a guide, and then after the final 3, having to complete the stage again, since all of it's getting cut out. You can imagine that the things I'm showing you, while nice and concise and very quick here, took much, much, much longer for me in reality to actually accomplish. If you couldn't tell at this point, I really, really did enjoy this game. Heck, even now after playing it all and collecting everything and doing everything, I still do really like this game. But I'm also going to say that there are some things I really find myself annoyed with. And I'm just going to get this one out of the way. So talking about right now, this post-game content kind of sucks. Not all of it. When we get to the boss rush, for example, I'll explain that that's actually one kind of the things I enjoyed. And I'll explain a little bit more about my feelings then, especially when the time comes. But having to replay through all the stages again, I can understand fully the mindset of wanting to give people an incentive to go back and replay the stages. But I feel like collecting all the gems and ribbons was enough of an incentive. You didn't have to give them more reasons to go back. And in fact, this just kind of feels pointless and a little bit lazy if I'm being blunt about it. Now, don't get me wrong, they 100% had to find locations for these guys, and it took its own amount of time. But it really just feels like, what's the word? Padding. Instead of maybe adding a few more levels or things like that, they just decided, hey, let's have them run through the same stages again, but now look for a few small differences. And don't get me wrong, some games have post-content kind of like this. We run through these stages again, or places you've already been, and things like that. But those suffer from the same problems. But sometimes these are done at least in a better manner. For example, having us run through a stage, now with new abilities that we didn't have originally, maybe now with a time limit. Have us go to whole new areas we couldn't get to the first round, or another one is involving challenges, such as being on a course within a certain amount of time, as I mentioned. How about doing so without taking damage? And things like this, and spoilers, they actually ended up doing this sort of thing with the boss fights. I understand this would have taken way more time to develop, and honestly, maybe even been more annoying from an actual player standpoint, but having there be something that felt more fulfilling than just running through the stages again and looking for these things would have gone a long way for me. Now, do I want a game that's absolutely soul-crushing with its extra challenges? Abso-frickin-lutely not. But I also can't deny from a game design and gameplay standpoint, it felt like comparing these two for me, I would have to pick the one that has a little more depth to it. And again, my thoughts would have been slightly different if I wasn't recording videos and having to get stuff out at certain times. Put even upon reflection, I don't foresee myself ever completing this game again. To put in perspective, some games, the completion run is really enjoyable, such as Pikmin or Legend of Zelda. They have quite a few games that are like this, or even some of the titles, such as Majora's Mask, I almost can't play through without doing everything in them because of how satisfying the whole gameplay loop is. Whereas here, I could see myself replaying this game, but probably never doing all the post-game content. It just really feels like padding for the sake of adding something extra in here, which is a shame, considering I think all the mechanics that were brought up here are really well designed and had a lot of potential for more. Anyway, the main tangent is over, and just around 25 minutes I was able to find all of the first 12 hidden theats scattered across the first 4 levels. And these were some of the most painful, mostly because of the fact that a lot of these earlier ones have way more cutscenes, as they have to introduce you to things like the game's world, a lot more of the transformation cutscenes, which we can skip by the way, and some tutorial nonsense. However, overall, in some ways they're easier, as I feel like these are the earliest stages. They have a lot less places for them to hide said theats. The nice thing was that despite these being hidden, I can't really think of any singular one in these levels that gave me trouble in terms of trying to track them down. And of course, as I mentioned, I decided to leave these boss poster things for a little bit later, as they weren't my utmost concern, but upon walking up to our first painting, I then got a glimpse as to what I'd be dealing with all the bosses we've encountered. It's pretty much exactly as it sounds, well, at least in comparison to what we heard earlier. We have to fight the bosses we have already defeated, but now engage in some extra side challenges. For example, for Discoween, we have to defeat all of the purple chicks before they escape, hit Discoween with sparkle chicks without missing, and win the fight without taking damage. And I'm just going to mention this now, that there are always going to be 2 unique ones that go along with certain mechanics for the boss fight, and there's always going to be one where you don't take any damage, which is why I'm mentioning it now, is just because I want it to be a little less confusing, at least to the most part, for what I can do. However, this is actually why I was even more confused why this isn't in the normal levels. Yes, it would take longer to complete. Would it have been more annoying? Maybe. But it also feels like from a gameplay design standpoint, it would have been a lot stronger. Either way, as you may have guessed, this wasn't really that hard of a challenge. One, it's really hard to take damage in this fight, even to begin with, once you know what you're doing anyway. And the only 2 challenges I even remotely were concerned about was actually the 2 revolving around the chicks, as from what I recalled in the 3rd phase, the chicks spawned almost immediately, and having to be precise with your aim with these shots was, as you can imagine for me and my skill level, very terrifying. There is no real tips I can give you on the timing, you kind of just have to get a feel for it, but once you do, then it really isn't anything that bad. However, I do have a tip for Phase 3, specifically because there is something that changes slightly. As soon as she begins phase 3, she'll spawn in 3 purple birds almost immediately when starting her charge. You'll want to get rid of these instantly, as one of the challenges had to deal with them being able to escape and whatnot, and killing them immediately just completely removes that challenge. However, wanting to consistently hit Disco Queen, you may want to try to think about hitting both these Disco Balls at the right time to hit her simultaneously and do more damage. However, from my testing, and at least trying to be consistent about it, my best strategy was simply to hit the one that was further away, take the singular bit of damage, and then just deal with the bird that'll eventually come out of the Disco Ball. This did actually take a few tries, and sometimes I'd accidentally hit one of these Disco Balls and try to get rid of the purple chicks, but after only a few attempts, I was able to get all 3 of the challenges done. From there, of course, I headed up to the next floor and proceeded to once again replay every single stage, and ensured that I had to check around every single corner again in order to find 3 Theats. And I'm gonna be honest, at this point I was already over this hide-and-seek stuff. At this point, I was just listening to stuff on my phone, and pretty much just lazily rolling through the levels. Though I did learn some nice things, such as how nice the detective ones are. Since you already know the answers, you could spend way less time on these stages than you do almost on any of the other ones. So we'll take the small wins as we get them. Another one of those small wins I was talking about is being able to once again see all the environments that help you really get a good feel for all the game's charm. I keep mentioning it over and over and over again all the time about the small details I really enjoyed, but being able to run through it again at least did give me the opportunity to look at some things I never got to notice the first time through. One of this game's strongest aspects, and one of my favorite parts about it, is its style, if you couldn't have guessed by now. Which is why it's so unfortunate to me that you can just kind of tell the developers were held back by the hardware. Don't get me wrong, I love the Switch. It has a lot of good games, you can take it anywhere on the go, cool. But here's the thing, the Switch is, how do I put this, kind of old. Not just in terms of how old it is as a console, like how long it's been on the market, but also its hardware. And I'm not someone to start trying to geek out about specs, bit rates, and whatnot. And quite honestly, I think people who put graphics above all else are maybe reaching a little bit. Don't get me wrong, if graphics takes a huge priority for you, that's fine. But for me, what I'm saying is, generally, it doesn't matter. I'm a freaking Nintendo fan, you should be able to guess this. But when I really have a problem is when I see stuff like this, as it actually is really disheartening to me. To see things like this is just sad. And don't get me wrong, not all the time is it the hardware that holds developers back, but rather their own incompetence or laziness or what have you. And while I guess I can't speak for it considering, all the things that this game does incredibly well, including its style, I really don't think that the laziness is what caused this frame rate to be the norm. The game even has decent texturing for the Switch, and it's again why I think the development team was severely held back due to the hardware. Now, thankfully, or unthankfully, for those who don't like when new consoles come out and have to spend a bunch of money, and I feel there, we are probably getting close to the time when we're going to see the next big console. For Nintendo, of course. Everyone's gonna say, oh, there's leaks about this and that, but that aside, the console is just kind of old now. And looking at the confirmed lineup of major Nintendo titles, it definitely seems like they're really trying to put their efforts into this new console. Or maybe that's just me thinking optimistically. But tangent aside, my point is that the game style is really good, everything looks really good, things are well designed, the music fits really well with it. I just hope that a lot of these talented developers get to work on future titles on a more powerful console. Hopefully, because could you imagine what creators of a lot of these games that we love on Nintendo consoles could do with something that has the potential of, even the PS5. By the way, I digress. After yet another round 25-ish minutes, I got to the boss of Floor 2 and went to go take a look at its challenges. The 2 unique missions were to obtain 8 Sparkle Gem Shards and complete the fight without making time rewind, aka don't catch the attention of Light Fane for more than a few moments. And of course, having to do this without taking damage is just added yet another layer to it. Going into it, I assumed that this one was going to be actually pretty much just as easy as Disco Queen's challenge, if not easier, as this one you could take your time with a lot more. So first run through started up just fine, as I tried to watch the patterns of Light Fane's movement since it had been a bit before I'd fought him in the past. As suggested, there are in fact now a few gem pieces scattered on the stage that we have to collect, and once again making this even more difficult, it was mostly a test of patience throughout the first segment. As you may have noticed, just because he spots you doesn't mean he's going to reverse time. It's more so dependent on how long he notices you. The first segment is incredibly easy. Even with having to grab the gem fragments, the only thing I was kind of concerned about was getting hit by the snake if I wasn't careful, but outside of that, first segment was very easy. Though I was a little curious getting to the second segment what to do with the breakable walls, as I didn't know if that would constitute getting caught, or what have you. I figured I'd have to use them at some point. So the first run through, I tried to get his attention and let him destroy the wall, and then wait for him to not be looking the right direction before I made a run for it when he's not looking. I just assumed that this was the way you had to go about it, and it did work, but it was a pretty close call. The segment after this is also incredibly easy, once again, even with having to grab the gem piece, and then the final room of this phase is a little bit more daunting due to the fact that there's no walls to hide behind, outside of this one when you first turn the corner, but if you're paying attention to his pattern, you actually can stand in a spot and be fairly safe for the most part, so long as you know when to move. It's just about reading his movements and knowing what pattern he's going in at that time. If you couldn't tell, a strategy was also to get the big bulb to knock him out before grabbing some of the gem pieces. Though this wasn't always the case, but if there was one close by, then it would just be safer to not risk taking any hits. Then there was phase 3, and considering how easily everything up to this point had been, I had gotten pretty used to this, and at this point just assumed I was going to be in the same boat with the first two. The first part with the cogwheel looking thing was a little concerning, but that almost immediately proved to not be a problem. But then there was this breakable wall that had a gem piece on it. I went to get the gem piece and then ran away figuring I could do what I did on the second floor once again, where it would all come down to the timing of it. So I decided to read his patterns, and after a few moments I then went for it. And yeah, apparently that didn't work. If you noticed, I was on a cog that was pushing away from us and trying to go the opposite direction. I assumed that that was slowing me down, which is what caused the issue in the first place. So I figured I'd have to mitigate as much time as I could on the cogwheel in order for me to make it. I decided just to finish up because, if nothing else, grabbing all the gem pieces now and not taking any of the damage would be nice, since then I have to worry about, what I'm trying to not take damage and so on and so forth. The next room was pretty much identical to the room from earlier, so it wasn't really a problem. And then we get to the final room, and again, those breakable walls were now putting the fear of God in me. I decided to break one at the beginning again, as I figured that this was the easiest method up to this point, but I happened to notice that he gets to spot you a lot quicker. Thankfully, you can hit this bulb to get rid of him and all these snake guys around him, which gives you a bit of time, but it was still threatening all nonetheless. I just tried to make a dash for it, however I did take note that this wouldn't work in my attempt to not have time get rewound at all. And me not expecting this, I then took damage, and in order to get the last gem piece, I'd also have to replay the entire stage, and not take damage again. It's a good thing to get those out of the way. And simultaneously, it was a nice thing I actually took damage, because I'd actually missed a gem piece earlier in the run, so, if I have to look at a positive, I guess that's nice. I just decided to finish off this run so I wouldn't have to worry about the gem pieces again, and that way going forward, I'd have less to worry about overall. My next attempt went a little bit better. I was able to make it through without taking damage. However, at the same spot with the cogwheel, I ended up having him reverse time again, though it didn't do any damage since I was able to get behind the pillar last second. At this point, I was a little confused. I finished off the stage again, successfully doing it without taking any damage, but now to do so without him rewinding time was kind of confusing, since I figured that what had gotten me caught the first time was the cogwheel pushing the opposite direction. Well, it certainly didn't help, even with me jumping and what have you, but still, I was confused. And it seems to me no matter how little time I spent possible on it, he still caught me, so upon my third or fourth try to this point was when I finally learned the strategy. What if you just run after his tail appears, and after he tries to break the wall? Yep, and I'm not gonna lie, I completely overlooked this as a strategy, for the most part. I guess whenever I saw his tail, I was just always petrified of him making me take damage, or immediately him making time go backwards and catching me and, ending the run. But it seems like one of the best strategies is if you just let him break the wall and just keep moving. So after around 4 or 5 tries, I was able to get through all the challenges that this one had to offer, netting us all 3 gems. Of course, third floor. Do I even have to describe it at this point? Some of these stages at this point started hiding the ninja theats a little bit better in the stage, meaning you'd have to actually be paying attention for much longer. Don't get me wrong, we had to complete the entire stage again even after finding all 3 theats, so them being sometimes pushed near the end of the stage like this isn't the biggest deal, but it was a little annoying having to keep an eye out for so long. I will say, they got a little bit trickier, and again, by trickier I mean they just spread them out more, but still, there really wasn't any at this point that gave me trouble. If you couldn't tell during these segments where I'm showing all the things that are located at, it's mostly just because I don't want to spend 20 minutes of your time just saying, I then found the theat and X, Y, and Z location in this stage, or yada yada, so I'll just show me finding them and then explain other things in the background for this segment, for example. I'm just going to quickly talk about recommending this game to people. I'll go more in depth of this topic in the final segment after I showed the completion rewards and whatnot, but I'll definitely say that Princess Peach Showtime is genuinely a fun game. That being said, just like anything in life, it's definitely not going to be for everybody. As I mentioned, its peak of challenge isn't all that high, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. See, more of the staple series of a lot of Nintendo's franchises are that they are fairly easy to get into, but can be mastered or become very difficult in later stages. If you want an example of this, look at my Super Mario Bros. Wonder blind playthrough that I played with my family, and also completed everything, where the game starts off very easy, or at least easy enough, but then eventually gets incredibly challenging, should you want to do everything. It's rewarding for both types of players in their own ways, and that being said, however, people who are getting into games can find such things pretty intimidating, and I can understand why. For the most part, people who are getting into video games generally, if you're suggesting this to them, it'd be stuff like maybe Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, or Animal Crossing. See, there it is, I referenced Animal Crossing in one of my videos, I have to do it in every single one, there it is, you're welcome. Or maybe a more party-orientated game, where you get to work as a team. But it can be hard to get people who aren't used to video games into some of these other titles. I think the Super Mario series as a whole has been pretty decent at this, but that isn't to say it's going to be everyone's cup of tea. I think Princess Peach Showtime fills in a unique niche that the rest of the series really hasn't tapped into yet. The closest thing I can actually compare this to, or at least something that's generally similar, would be something like Kirby's Epic Yarn, which is another fantastic game I'm probably going to talk about in the future. Actually, wait a second. Yeah, so upon further inspection, it turns out Goodfeel, which was a name that sounded familiar to me in the credits, well, it sounded familiar because it is familiar. And the reason it felt in so many ways like Kirby's Epic Yarn is because they were made by the same group. The same group also made Yoshi's Woolly World, which makes sense, and a few other things I honestly didn't expect until I looked into it. But finding this out was actually really cool to me. And it's telling that my gut felt like this was Kirby Epic Yarn in a lot of ways, only to find out it was made by the same people, so that was nice. Anyway, another 30 minutes of finding theats later, we get to the boss challenges for Projector Cat. And I was not looking forward to these two. The first and second boss both seemed like the challenges were very easy and took up around 4 tries at most. This one I knew was going to be a pain. The first challenge was to avoid being hit by the cat's paws or tail, and the other was to defeat the Projector Cat within 3 mice. And there was, of course, the stipulation of not taking damage, so what about this is so bad, you may ask? Well, the mice one isn't actually that bad. Essentially just means that you can't have the mice miss hitting the Projector Cat even once. So essentially you just need to make sure it's always near the center when he goes in for that slap that shakes the ground. Taking damage is a little annoying, but it's not nearly as bad as some of the other ones, at least in my mind. As the only type that I would ever do damage to me was when he did that slam if I mistimed the jump, which would come down to my own fault rather than it being the game's fault. But it's that first challenge. That one I knew was going to be, well, it was going to suck. The must avoid getting hit by both the tail and his paws. If it was to avoid the bomb getting hit by these, then that would make some sense. Or, heck, to prevent missing the Projector Cat with any of those bombs. Letting him hit the bomb repeatedly, anything. But having to avoid Peach getting hit by these sucks. For the simple reason that my entire strategy up to this point when fighting this boss was essentially to get as close as possible to both the paws and tail in order to ensure I was able to back them off. I was able to back off the paws, you can easily do so using Sparkle, so my intent and strategy was to always just do that. The tail doesn't move the bomb, it only serves the purpose to knock you out of the way, but since that was part of the challenge, you can imagine that that kind of sucked. The tail itself was not actually bad at all. It just sucked when it comboed well off of where the paw was orientated. Phase 1 and 2 were very easy. Phase 1 particularly wasn't even like mentionable. I mean, notable. Why did I write that down? But then there were also some slight, what I can only describe as BS. With me feeling like I didn't get hit, but the game saying I was getting hit and counting it. So that was annoying. The first try was actually going very good, as I was able to beat it without taking damage, and with only using the 3 mice. Meaning all I was left to do was to beat it without getting hit by the pause, which you'd think would be the easiest of the 3 challenges at this point, but as I said, you'd be very, very wrong. Don't get me wrong, this was without a doubt not something that I raged over or anything like that, but it was certainly a little annoying. Again, there were some inconsistencies with how the fight treated you getting quote-unquote hit by these things, and having to deal with that was, to say, at least a little annoying. But after only around 6 or maybe 7 tries, I was able to get a run that worked, and was able to do so. And for any advice on this one I could give, I would really just say focus your first run on not taking damage and potentially trying to get 1 or 2 out of the way. I think it's easier to keep the mice in a good position, and then on your run after that attempt, deflect all the pause, and as soon as you have the opportunity, whenever you see his tail, just completely ignore it. Another thing is, if you see a paw that's in a spot that you don't think you'll be able to deflect in time, don't even risk it, just stay out of its line of sight, so it can't hit you. And if it does hit the bomb, you can just move it back. I think my problem with a lot of these earlier runs on this boss challenge mode was the fact that I kept trying to ensure that the pause didn't hit the bomb, and I thought it'd be easier if, well, I hit them. I think in retrospect, learning which ones to attack and which ones to leave be due to thinking they'll be hit or not was what's most important. Either way though, it wasn't super challenging, but it did take a little bit more patience than I was willing to put in for these challenges. The 4th floor and the final boss before the final boss. Of course, this meant that I still had a ton of levels left. And once again, there really isn't a ton to say here. The entire time it was pretty much just go from place to place. They were a lot more scattered about, yada yada. I really don't think I need to describe this anymore, though there actually is at least one thing semi-worth mentioning. That being, I noticed at this point, by looking at the list of stages, that the game actually rewards a little medal icon when you've done everything. And I mean everything. That includes the finding of the 3 thieves. This again would have been very nice to know going into this at the start, that I wouldn't have to immediately make sure I complete everything my first run through. But again, I'm not going to get into that tangent again. So, I guess just another way of confirming that you've done everything to this point. Oh, another interesting thing at this point was that I assumed, maybe a little foolishly, that all the levels from floor 1 to 5 are going to be the ones that had the hidden feats, and that of course all the bosses would have the challenges, and I presumed that was all there was going to be to it. And while I won't pretend like this next bit of information was the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of me being annoyed, but it certainly didn't make me feel any happier about this, which was that, remember all those Sparkula thief doors that we went through? Which of these really long, fun, the first thing you play them, but kind of laborious stages overall? Remember those? Yeah. Well, it turns out they scattered even more hidden thieves around them. And by more, I mean 1. They had 1. Why? Well, genuinely, I don't know, but this would mean I'd have to replay all of these stages again as well, which again, you can imagine I was very happy to find out. Now, I'm sure you could say, shouldn't you be happy that you only had 1 to look for throughout the entire stage? To which I would give the appropriate response to somebody in my position and say, oh, no, not really. I would prefer, honestly, if they didn't put any in these stages. Again, don't get me wrong, I can't think of a single stage I didn't enjoy playing through the first time, but when you're essentially just doing the same thing on autopilot and there's nothing new you really need to do, and again, you have this kind of weight on your shoulders of getting something like a video out and, all this stuff, it eats away at you a little bit. Either way, after around another 35 minutes, I got to the final boss before the final boss, the Spot Lion. And his 2 unique challenges was to defeat Spot Lion with only striped orbs, something I didn't even notice my first fight was a thing, and defeat him within 9 or few returned orbs, and then of course, not taking damage. You get the point. And upon having to think about which fights were my favorite to least favorite, I think Spot Lion stands out as my least favorite of the entire game. I just had a lot of gripes with how it functioned, and I felt like the limited control over the sparkle movement was part of the problem. But going into this challenge, I was hopeful that it wouldn't be so bad. So the first thing I noticed was the shots that are striped, that are supposed to, I think, look like the balls that lions use in carnivals, and whatever they're called. I don't know, but he will always launch these out whenever he does the shot that launches in a T shape, meaning as long as you watch out for those locations, you can fairly easily launch these back for the first phase. Since I also had to do this with a certain amount of launches, I was trying to do this course, all in one, of course. Whenever he launched orbs in this segment where it bounced off the walls, even if it was striped, I just attempted to not go for it because I didn't want to risk anything at this point. This, of course, made the fight last a lot longer and a lot more tedious, but it seemed to be working fairly well. I ended up trying a few times to go for something because I felt confident in it, only for something like this to happen. So I stuck with this for the main part. I would only do damage whenever it was him standing still and shooting the T-shaped, but whatever. Eventually, of course, we got to the third phase of another guy, and from there it just became even more tedious and since he didn't do the T-shaped shot anymore, instead my only real option was to have the opposite mirror lion shoot straight ahead, and since they both kind of mirror, get it because there's a mirror behind them, each other's movements, you're in pretty much a prime spot to launch the orbs back at him. Unfortunately, me launching back only the striped balls was unfortunately the only thing I would accomplish in my first run. So it would take multiple attempts. Though it actually wouldn't take as long as some of the other ones up to this point. In fact, I would actually get both the other ones done in the very next run. The two things I learned was, of course, to not make the mistake about taking damage in that particular location. But then the second thing I learned was hitting within 9 or fewer orbs simply meant hitting the orbs in locations that I knew for a fact would get back at him. Again, for the most part, it was just around the T-shaped shots to be safe. But when it came to the third phase, the locations at which you can hit him, so long as you're launching the other lion's orbs into him, are fairly safe and pretty consistent. At least from what I found. Making this actually fairly easy. I was really not expecting that from Spot Lion, of all things, and considering that one was probably one of the ones that was the most challenging for me the first time through, I was very surprised. Either way, with that, we had the 3 gems, and so of course I immediately got the heck out of there and went to the top floor of the theater. And while I was semi-happy knowing that this is the last full floor I had to go through, but I still wasn't super thrilled, and this time instead of talking about any of the game moments or anything like that, I'm instead actually going to mention that there was one particular feat that did give me trouble. That's right, for the first time out of all these feats that I'd saved up to this point, I finally found one that was genuinely challenging to find, at least from my experience. And it had to be on one of my favorite levels, the ice skating one, because, of course. The first one's in a very easy spot. I mean, you literally get panned right to it at the beginning. I figured the last 2 would probably near the end, one next to the ramp here, and then one probably in the arena area. I didn't assume there'd be any when you're actually just skating around, but I did decide to keep an eye out anyway, just in case. I ensured that I was closer to the back, since I assumed that he'd either be there or in front of one of these pillars, so I made sure to use that. Of course, I kept playing the game as intended while keeping the grapes off because I didn't know if there was a game over condition if you keep them on there for too long or anything like that, so I just kept trying to play the game like anyone else would. And I was right, throughout the entire skating segment, I didn't see anyone. Not one of them at all, not a single one. I went around the ramp, but also didn't find one there, and I even went to the secret area, which up to this point there hadn't been a single one in, but I figured maybe this would have been the exception because there wasn't a ton of space, but I didn't see one in there. So I just went to the next location. I then very quickly spotted one and figured that maybe there's another one in here somewhere as well. That happens after you fight him or something, but I went to the right with it and, well, yeah. So apparently I had missed one, and so I had to replay the stage once again. The first one's very obvious, but I figured the second one had to have been during that segment near the ramp or right after it or something like that, and I just didn't see it. Or maybe it was during the float segment and I just moved by a little too quickly in the background and I didn't spot it. So I played it again and same result. I did it once more and again I genuinely didn't see anything, and at this point I was actually kind of at a loss. Maybe there was a spot that was hidden that I didn't know about on the stage or something like that, but I was genuinely running out of ideas. Don't get me wrong, these things are possible to miss due to how they blend in, so they're not the easiest thing in the world to spot. But these things simultaneously are not that hard to find either, generally because they're being put in pretty open locations that you can easily see. I was very confused, and 4 attempts later, I was starting to get desperate. I was very, very close to just looking it up because I had no clue, and as I mentioned, I wanted to avoid looking things up because I like experiencing this stuff blind. I think it's just more entertaining that way, and I also can evaluate my own thoughts just a little bit better. Maybe that's just me, though, but because this is not that difficult of a game, to the point where I feel like it's necessary, but again, considering the time constraints I'd given myself and with real life things going on, I was beginning to get a little concerned that I wouldn't be able to find it within the time span. Again, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I didn't get this done today, but considering all the things I had going on at the time, I was just a little bit overly concerned about this. I decided I'd give it one last attempt through, and this time I would decide trying to do something that I had done purely before. For example, up to this point, I'd been paying attention solely to the stage. I played it as I would any of the other levels in this game, keeping out on essentially Peach, and everything else was more so just scanning what I could. But this time I decided I would still mostly just camp the float and do nothing else. And in doing so, this allowed me to scan more of the map with my eyes. And maybe some of you would immediately thought to look at this location, but I was a little bit annoyed when I found where it is, because this was the only feat hidden throughout the entire game that was located in a location like this. Okay, so you may be asking yourself, what's so difficult or annoying about this particular feat, outside the fact that you had to replay the stage like 5 or 6 times before you got to the point where you'd hidden them? Well, to be blunt, it's because of how they hid all the other feats up to this point. Every single hidden feat are generally located near the background or rear of the stage. This is due to how the camera's placed, so it makes sense that they would want to help them blend in more. But just pushing them further back, it's understandable from a gameplay design standpoint. But it's also what I assumed would be really the only location they would be in. Stupid past me, I guess, because I was genuinely never looking near the front of the stage. Because I figured, why would they put it right in front of the camera? Because that'd probably be the most obvious spot to put it in. I suppose in retrospect, it was the smartest place to put it in, after gaslighting me for so long. It wasn't even that frustrating, it was more so just worrisome, and to say the least, it was more so relieving when I finally found it. After that, I finished up the last of the stages here, found all the feats, and from there, of course, there's no boss on this floor, so I found all the feats that were in this normal levels, but we're still not done. And at this point, my motivation was even higher since I was getting close. But I knew one of the most tedious parts of the challenge was coming up, which is saying something, was going to be finding one feat that's hidden in all of the door stages. Having to replay all these again was something I was, again, not looking forward to. Even less so than playing the full stages, since even though those are longer, at least it felt like I was at least semi-engaged inside to keep an eye out longer, whereas here there's a lot fewer segments in which you can spot them. There are some very easy ones, like the patisserie one, where there's only one location where you get to freely walk around, so presumably it has to be there. Then there's other ones where they're in locations like this, next to the professor as he's being shot at and attacked, which was very hard to interact with for some reason. That just made the whole process confusing. Maybe not confusing in a way that made it difficult, like I don't know where they're at, but made it confusing as, again, I really wonder what they were thinking with this decision to hide singular feats in these levels. I mean, at all. It just seems kind of weird. And again, I really have nothing more to add outside just showing you where those locations are at, which I'm doing in case, again, people who are also playing this game, where they want to see where feats are at, or they, whatever. But I also feel like it's important to show the steps and just ensure that we're all on a similar page here. If I were to actually show the full clips of me playing the game, well, things would be a lot different than just me cutting from here and there. But that's besides the point. But I did my very best to keep my head held high, knowing that I was reaching the end of this game. And at the very least, only having one thing to search for made it so that as soon as I was done, at least I could just zone out again, which I guess if I have to look at the positive of something, there it is. Again, though, I want to reiterate at this point that despite being annoyed with these things, this does not hold the game back from being good in my mind. I could still recommend this to so many people who are very new to gaming genre, but also some people who just like charming games and want to have a more relaxing time. Something that some people have discussed on the internet that not everyone's going to understand is kind of this thing that happens when playing video games, or pretty much having any hobby that you kind of spend a lot of time with, or any media. At some point, things begin to change, including how you feel about that media when you keep doing something over and over again. It becomes like watered down. Like, I think a good explanation or example of this is when you enter a new location that you're unfamiliar with. These new smells enter your nose, and you begin to pick up on all these small little things that you wouldn't normally try to pick up on or subconsciously pick up on. Meanwhile, if you go to like your room or your house, unless something like a fire happened, it's most likely not going to smell like anything. It's not that there's actually no smell, it's just you're used to it. And this isn't like a great comparison, because this would imply that these video games mean nothing or feel like nothing, but what I'm trying to get at is that a lot of things kind of blend together at some point. For example, well, I've only been doing YouTube for less than a year and discussing what I've been interested in now. I've been playing games for way, way longer and spending honestly absurd amount of time into them. This is because I genuinely enjoyed them, and I had this fascination about the process of making these games and their storytelling, but I'm not gonna lie and say to some degree you don't really look at them the same way you used to. Like, as an example, as a kid, the wonder and fascination I had from playing, like, The Wind Waker for the first time and exploring this 3D map, solving puzzles. is something I can still feel in things like Tears of the Kingdom, but it's in a very different way. Now, that I look at video games in some ways as kind of a chore, and not in a bad way. Like I'm trying to explain this the best way I can. It's not that I don't enjoy playing them or anything, but a chore more so when something I feel like I need to do. And again, I don't know if this makes any sense, but maybe it won't to anybody. But to some degree, when you get into something a little too much, it can feel as though you're putting unnecessary pressure for yourself to just continue enjoying it. And again, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this is something I feel with every game or anything like that. It's just some franchises, in particular video games, I feel like I'm just sticking with for the sake of feeling like I have to. Like, Pokemon would be a very good example of this. But again, chores is the only word I could really use, since it's the best one I can use to describe it. Like, I still like Pokemon, right? But, you know, a lot of the more modern titles, I mostly just play it because it's like, okay, well, it's the new Pokemon game, I'm going to play it. Even though I know it's probably not going to be as high as quality as the one that came before, right? Anyway, I still love video games and everything about them, and I still enjoy playing them. I know this was kind of a tangent that wasn't related to this game in particular, but I feel like it's important to get all these things across, because having a game that lets you unwind, as weird as it may sound, is something that can sometimes be hard to find. And again, don't get me wrong, I mean, there's things like horror games, right, which aren't necessarily meant to make you unwind unless you somehow do. And there are a lot of games also like Stardew Valley, which some people would unwind for, whereas someone like me who tries to get as much done as possible, it's not really a game I play to unwind. But there are some games that do just help me relax, and I think one of the games that falls into this category is now this one. It's just calm and a relatively easy time. And while, as I mentioned, from a gameplay standpoint, I think that's probably a negative, but for me, as somebody who's been playing a lot of games for a long time, I definitely did miss games that you can simply play and not have to think too hard about X, Y, and Z or have this big story development. And again, that means, it's not to say that those types of games aren't bad or are good, but what I'm saying is there's a place for all of them here, and Princess Peach Showtime is a wonderful addition to that. I know this was a super long tangent that probably didn't make any sense, but anyway, we're after around another hour, because this will take way longer for me to get through all of them for some reason. Probably also because I was generally at this point beginning to feel very tired of doing this. I eventually found every last hidden thief in the game. Since, keep in mind, this was all the stages, which was a major weight off my shoulders. Being done with this finally, but we weren't done with the game just yet. There were still one or two last things we would need to do for completion. Of course, we still have to fully decorate the theater, but for that we need all the gems, and believe it or not, we don't have all of them yet, because we actually have been getting them from the boss challenges, and there is still technically one boss left for us to conquer, Madame Grape herself. It's fitting that should end where it all began. Kind of. And there was one last surprise for us to be had with this completion process, but we'll get to that in just a moment. The first new challenge was to avoid defeating the dancers. For those needed recollection, that's these little guys who squirm around here in the first phase, which would be annoying as this means we couldn't just spam. We'd have to actually be a lot more careful with where we're shooting our sparkle gems at, but overall I did not foresee this one being that challenging, considering how tanky they are to begin with. So as long as you're keeping an eye on where you're shooting, I feel like this isn't that bad. But then you come to the next part, which was to win the battle against Madame Grape without taking damage. Now, why is that weird? Well, it's because this is the second challenge, and generally beating the boss without taking damage is the third and final challenge. So what is the third and final challenge? Well, it's to beat the battle against Grape the Great, which I didn't know was the name of this, but that's amazing and I love it, without taking damage. So 2 of the 3 challenges involves not taking any damage, which is interesting. Now, for those of you who, again, need to recall, my first run-in with Grape when I originally fought her initially, I actually only took 2 bits of damage that entire fight. 1 in the first phase and 1 in the second, which is very foreboding for what we're about to have to do. But I still felt like this wouldn't be that challenging. The one I was more concerned about was taking damage in the first phase. While for the most part the moves are very easy to avoid, I just felt like that was the one where I'd be the most sloppy. So I went in and essentially, as I mentioned, just played it slow to avoid shooting any dancers, made sure only to do so when I saw an opening, and otherwise would just focus on my movement alone to ensure I can get hit by anything else. Really, the only move I was truly concerned about were the fireworks, since sometimes I've clipped myself on them, and these attempts that I'm showing here are kind of the example. The other one was the presence, as every other move is very easy to dodge of hers, and by every other move, I mean the train. As I mentioned, it did take a few attempts for me to get through this without taking any damage, as sometimes I would clip the fireworks, but it only took me like 2 tries, and it wasn't that bad. As long as you're playing slow and you focus on your movement, you really shouldn't have too much trouble with this one. The best advice I can give you is to hug the top of the screen whenever you see the fireworks or the train. Otherwise, stay as low down as possible because generally speaking, the dancers don't go down that low. And when you can actually shoot under them and still do some damage to Madame Grape, allowing you to get through this a lot faster. But of course, this was only half of the fight. We still had that second phase to talk about, where we go into Madame Grape the Great. Still love that name. Which, as I mentioned, is more of a glorified cutscene than a boss fight, but that doesn't mean this wasn't something you couldn't struggle with, including not taking damage. Since you'd have to keep in mind, every time I failed the attempt, I'd have to replay the beginning fight again. I decided to still run through instead of resetting so I can make it to this, and after all, I didn't have to worry about not taking damage. That would just take even more weight off my shoulders. But ironically enough, every time I took damage in the first phase, aka the 2 attempts I did before this, I ended up taking damage in the second phase, so essentially it was meaningless, except for me learning more about the tech. The second phase, while being fairly easy overall, it doesn't mean you can't take any damage. In fact, the main time I took damage in this entire fight was from this giant beams of grape juice that she shoots out that cover a lot of the screen. For the most part, I got hit by them because I was just trying to figure out how to move. But as long as you're cautious and you take your time and not too greedy with doing damage, you should be more than fine. Of course, there's the move that spawns the orb right in front of you, but to be honest with you, it really isn't that bad. And once you know that it's going to be a move that you have to watch out for, the only reason it really hit me the first time was because I wasn't expecting her to launch a projectile that spawns so close to you. But of course, now knowing that's the thing, I made sure I was always on the move whenever I saw her hands moving. Then the attack that was really annoying was again the grape beams that came out as these weird shapes, and I'd often again just get clipped by them due to the weird angle of the cameras, making it a little confusing as to where you should be floating in order to not get hit. So again, it took a few tries, but thankfully on the same attempt, when I was able to do damage list the first phase, I was able to do damage lists on the second phase. This time truly closing the curtain on Madame Grape's reign. And again, Pastor Ryan's voice does it all. Let's go! We then get this congratulations for collecting all the sparkle gems, before we're immediately told by Stella that the shop has a special dress, and to be honest, I kind of expected this to be what the completion reward would be, but I was still excited to see it. I went through the playlist just to quadruple check that I had in fact done everything, to which I had, and I checked out the album because we actually been getting pictures, though I didn't mention this earlier, of all the boss fight rematches we had done, which were pretty cool. All that remained now was the exciting rewards. First things first, I decided to talk to the annoying Ninja Sparkler, whose minions started all the pain we just endured. He congratulated us before giving us a special dress pattern for finding all the apprentices, and despite me saying that I really don't know what else I would have expected the reward to be, and it being called the secret dress implies that it's one they really don't expect anyone to get, and I don't blame them. In terms of designs, it's okay. I don't know, it's alright. I like the reflective effect that the feet heads have on it. From there, I went on, talked to the shopkeeper who would allow us to fully decorate the theater, to which I spent the last of our gems doing so, meaning we'd had eventually fully decorated throughout the entire theater, which, outside of talking to him again and saying that he was happy and the sparkle people were happy to the theater decorated, didn't really do anything for us, but cool. I guess finally it was time for us to see our major rewards. By talking to the main shopkeeper, there was now a 1,000 coin special dress we had the ability to buy. The special dress, which I assume the special dress is only purchasable after obtaining all the gems, and that the secret dress is only obtainable, of course, after getting all the feats, so those are the two major completion rewards, meaning that fully decorating the theater is kind of an extra thing, which I guess it did make sense since, had to use the gems for that, and then they gave you a reward of the special dress for getting all the gems. There's also a final ribbon for Stella that went along with it, known as the special ribbon, and it was pretty much just mirroring the special dress, and I'm not gonna lie, the special dress did look really cool. The fact that the colors changed on it as you played, I think that was a really nice touch, and it makes it a really cool completion reward in my mind. I decided to talk to that picture-taking thief one last time to see what he had thought about all the pictures we had taken, since we had, of course, done all the levels. And he pretty much just complimented us, which I guess at this point I should just be used to. And with that, I took one last tour throughout the theater, said my final goodbyes to the amazing friends we made along the way, go frick yourself, and I was finally able to say with confidence that I had fully finished the game and got to experience all that Super Princess Peach Showtime extravaganza of the game had to offer. Of course, though, wait a minute, the video's not over yet. Cool, so you've seen all the completion rewards and saw the whole process that came here, but what exactly is the point of this video in particular? Well, to be entirely honest with you, I just want to help get the word out, is the best way I guess I know how to put it, as much as I can because I really enjoy it. And something I kind of knew going into this game was that it probably wasn't going to be as popular as, say, Mario Bros. Wonder, and rightfully so, but the game is still really good. And there's so many people I know who would enjoy playing it, but again, that doesn't mean it's going to be everyone's thing. But I want people to give it a chance because it is really good. And my even bigger hope is that this is the start of even more orientated games like this one. I think the Mario movie helped a lot with this, but I'm hoping Peach having a modern title as well nowadays will help to see her more in future titles. And heck, even more Mario characters getting their own games going forward. And just because I like playing video games, I mean, I don't need an excuse for that, shut up. So of course, we have our completion rewards for the special dress, secret dress, all these pictures we got to take, which is wonderful. But you may be asking, how long did this actually take in order to 100%, 200%, whatever, complete? Especially considering how to some degree I said that it was being time wasted with some of the completion stuff. Well, thanks to Nintendo Switch Profiles, I can show you exactly how many hours this took. From start to finish, we were playing blindly, trying to check around for every small detail, not using any guides, playing through eventually every stage, again including some of them multiple times due to failures of my own accord, and in all honesty, me going to AFK every now and then when I went to go get something to eat. So, yeah, maybe take that into account. So maybe take away like an hour or two from this. The final tally for Princess Peach Showtime, the full experience, took me a total of 20 hours to fully experience, from start to end. Now, I'll be perfectly blunt here, that's pretty short. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I wasn't expecting something like Tears of the Kingdom length, or heck, even more, Mario Wonder for that matter, but looking at a lot of platformers, I feel like this was a little short. And again, this I think helps to show why they maybe were trying to pad out for time, because yes, while it did feel semi-short when I saw how many levels there were in total, it felt like there was a good amount of content, as I mentioned. I figured there had been some extra levels that had been more difficult, and I feel like that would have been satisfying enough. But when you see how actually the numbers put out as 20 hours, let me not sound so bad. If someone just said that I was casually playing through their game, and 20 hours was all there was, but then when someone tells you that's them doing everything in the game, you could probably see why maybe that would make some people a little disappointed. And I'll say, I am a little disappointed too. And not with anything within the gameplay itself, but just the fact that it wasn't longer, as I would have liked it to, again, been just a little bit longer. It didn't have to be like hundreds of hours or anything, and 20 hours isn't bad per se, but when you're talking about an indie game, it's pretty reasonable. But we're talking about AAA company development here, and a title you have to pay $60 for. And you kind of have to start looking at the length of a game, such as replayability, in order to really find its value. And while I'm not somebody who tends to dwell on the money that's being spent here, it is worth noting that not everyone in this world is blessed, as some people, including myself, to be able to just buy games like these when they come out, because, let's be honest, especially in today's economy, $60 is kind of a lot of money. And that's going for some of these games on Nintendo's consoles, and that's not even fully true because there's Tears of the Kingdom, which has went up in price, but almost any other game you play nowadays that's on a AAA developer is around $70. And while this should mean higher quality games, and in turn should just be better stuff for us as consumers, in fact, generally it's been a lot of the opposite. A lot of these AAA games are becoming a lot more rushed and pushed out, but more expensive. Now, this isn't the case, of course, for all of them. It's just something that, unfortunately, you have to look at since, that's the reality of it. I think a good example in media, just as again, example, if there's a book that people don't like, books aren't usually that expensive unless you're looking at an antique or something, but otherwise books are fairly easy to tell if you like or not based on reviews, and looking at it and skimming through a few pages, you can kind of tell. And generally, they're not the biggest investment of cash, though there are, again, a few exceptions. But the same goes for TV shows now. Especially now with streaming services, since that's a big thing. And since you're already paying a finite fee, you really don't have to worry much about having a show you don't like, because then you just don't have to watch it, as long as there's other things on that program you enjoy. Then what's the point? If you go to the movies, then even that isn't as expensive as some other things, whereas having to spend up to $70, which, mind you, is for some people essentially the entire day's work of money, not to mention downloadable content, DLC, or gambling, microtransactions, or what have you. All these things add up and kind of put more scrutiny on the gaming media as a whole, and to be honest, I don't entirely blame them. Now, this is a bit of a tangent, but essentially I'm just trying to get the fact that time in real life equals money and vice versa. So it makes sense, or quality or replay value in a case of gaming is a bit more widespread as something to look for. As I said, the game is replayable enough overall, just maybe not the completion stuff. And even then, the replayable would be just as replayable as, say, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. And if I had to compare these two games to somebody who is pretty avid about gaming, I'll admit I couldn't really recommend Princess Peach over Mario Bros. Wonder. Just again, as an example. Not to say Princess Peach is better or worse than some of the other platformers in the genre by any means. In fact, it's really good, as I mentioned. But when comparing what you're getting, I just feel like I couldn't, in truth, tell someone to spend $60 on a game that lasts only 20 hours, comparatively to, say, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which can last up to around hundreds. And for me, I'm not usually one to compare games that aren't in the same genre, because I find that a little bit unfair. Hence why I didn't want to compare things like Zelda or open world games, RPGs, all these things are, going to have, and it's this whole thing. Because of course RPGs and open worlds are going to have higher play times due to the way that those games work. Princess Peach Showtime is a platformer, and it's from Nintendo. So even though they're made by different teams, had probably completely different budgets and things like that, I do feel a little more comfortable comparing them in terms of time. And again, I'm not saying it has to be as long as Mario Bros. Wonder or longer or anything like that. I just feel like when you're having to spend the same amount of money for both, you can't help but compare them a little bit. But regardless, Princess Peach Showtime, as I've read it for like the 50th time now, is a really fun game. And I could still recommend it to a ton of people, even with the price. And to be honest, kind of a lone runtime. For example, if you're someone very new to gaming, or you've been wanting to get into a platforming genre, or just want a relaxing game that you don't have to put a ton of effort into, especially if you're someone who's been a gamer for a while, I would say it's probably more than worth the $60. There's a lot of quality things here, including the soundtrack, the game design, the platforming itself is really fun. And when it comes to the actual just base game itself, I can't really think of too many problems I had, outside of, again, things that the developers can't control super well, like the frame rate. However, if you're more of a hardcore gamer, someone who, let's say, genuinely loves fun platformers but also doesn't want to spend $60 on finding one, then maybe look elsewhere. It's really fun, but I can't say I recommend Super Princess Peach as it is to everybody, at least with its price. So, as I mentioned, if you're new to platforming and you want to get into it, I'd say just pay the $60. It's probably more than worth it. If you want to play it for any other reason, but don't feel like spending $60 for it, one, I can't say I fully blame you. And if you're willing to wait, I would say if you could buy it somewhere cheaper. One, Nintendo eShops often do have sales, and give it a bit of time, I'm sure there will be one that will go on sale. Two, especially with the Switch's lifecycle seemingly coming closer to an end, I feel like it's more likely that this will happen. Or two, you could look on sites like eBay if you trust them, or go to used game stores in or around the world, as those definitely exist. Whatever the method you may have of playing it, I think that Princess Peach Showtime is a wonderful addition to the Nintendo Switch library. It was a joy to play, just maybe not a joy to fully complete. Post-story, anyway. Now, I know some people may be disappointed going into this hearing that this wasn't a ball-bustingly difficult, didn't make me pull out my hair or throw my Switch against the wall, since I know people like to see people rage about this stuff. And while there were times where I was a little bit annoyed, it never really got that difficult. However, something big is coming. And it's coming in just a few months. And it was one of the reasons I wanted to get this project done within the time frame I'd given. And there's going to be a lot of content based around this coming very soon. And trust me, there's going to be a lot more challenge in those as well as some more relaxing stuff for those of you who aren't into that stuff. Pretty much, if you're interested in video game stuff, I keep using the word stuff. Again, 90% of the time in the Nintendo genre, and you somehow enjoy the sort of random, unprofessional, just fan of the games, talking about them and sharing his opinions with people, then consider sticking around for the future. And again, if you're still watching at this point, any form of support does mean the most. Even though I hate asking for it, it just would mean a lot. But regardless of all that, Super Princess Peach was a great game, and I commend the entire staff who worked on it, as they made a genuinely fun game. And while the curtain may close for this particular journey at this moment, let's not forget that the same curtain is destined to open yet again on a whole new tale, just shortly on the horizon. But until then, as always, thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching.